Travelers, welcome back once again. Oh, it is so good to see you for our third day of the Prince Cup Invitational. Hello, Prince. Thanks for putting on the Invitational for us, my friend. As we are here once more. Now, you might be asking yourselves, what are we doing here on day 3? We have already crowned a North American champion and a European champion for all of Genshin Impact Genius Invocation. So, what are we doing today? Well, my friends, today it's a little different. Today, we are celebrating you, the community, and showing a different aspect of the game. Not so try-hard, my friends. We're going to do something a little fun. In fact, we brought 2 of our most fun community members here to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Fob.
Hello.
Welcome back, Fob. How you been, man?
I'm good.
Okay, fantastic. And of course, we have Jason. Jason, so good to have you. Hello, Jason. How's things, man?
It's good, now that I'm here with you.
Oh, you're a sweetie, Jason. How nice of you. Well, anyway, you might be wondering, what are we doing here today? Today, it's going to be a little different. In the last 2 days, you've seen the best, most competitive players in all of Genshin Impact Genius Invocation. We're going to make these very competitive, intelligent players play terribly. You see, our 2 community members here have created meme decks for us. That is right. We're going to see people that we've never seen before, characters that have not seen the light of day. Fob, you have a pretty good time making these disgusting meme decks?
Yeah, I noticed nobody plays Eula, so I made a Eula deck.
Oh, that will be wonderful. Good for you, Eula. And then, Jason, do you prefer serious Genius Invocation or fun?
I mean, I've tried playing serious before, and I lose, so now I play fun, but I still lose. So I enjoy having fun instead.
Well, we are so excited to see you lose here today. In fact, you will be assigned to 2 of these teams behind you of the greatest players in this game. Let me introduce you to these teams, of course, by the way. As Fob, you will be joining Team Windy Iceberg, which consists of Robot Wizard, the NA winner, Vesta, Sean, and Claudette. And then Team Quicken Chickens, that is going to be Binzu, our EU winner, Ting, Fufu, and Nyahida. And that's going to be your team, Jason. So, You will force these poor players to play your meme decks. They will have to compete. You'll see how the grandest minds in the entire game do playing your decks. However, it ain't that simple, my friends. In fact, we have an even bigger challenge. They're not just playing to win, they are playing for bounties. That is right. Instead of just trying to win the game, they will try to complete a set of challenges within the game. And I'm not gonna lie to you, these are simply created to make them play worse. During the game, they can complete these bounties once, or there are some bounties which they may do multiple times. To win the game, you get 80 points, but you do enough ridiculous stuff in the game before it's over, and heck, you might even get more points than you do for winning. At the end of today, whichever team, the Quicken Chickens or Team Windy Iceberg, has the most points, wins it all. Very complicated, just kidding, very easy. However, last thing, one more twist, as is tradition in Genshin Impact for the longer quests. My friends, we have one more twist. If I could please have our captains from each team join us on the stage, and everyone else please take your seats as I explain to you our final big twist. You see, our captains don't get to know what the decks are. They must simply choose which deck they want to play based on the name, and whichever one of you two has the best deck of the day will win a prize for creating it. So, please, we have not seen you since you won the EU Finals 2 days ago. I will give you the first pick. Let's go ahead and slam up the names of these decks, and you will have to choose what you're playing today solely based on the name.
Okay, like, the decks probably matter, so I can't choose wrong. I'm just gonna go with the top right and just win it.
That is going to be Let the Wind Lead. That one is created by Jason. Jason, is it meta?
I would say, no, it's not meta.
Okay,
it's a fun having deck. It was created to have fun. That's all that matters.
Oh no, oh no. Okay. Robot Wizard, our NA champion. I'll have you choose as well. Which deck would you like to play?
Well, I think the funniest name on the screen is Real Mother and Child Energy, so I think I'll go ahead and pick that one.
All right, fantastic. And that one is also created by Jason. My goodness, great naming conventions there. You're looking pretty good so far. So please, if you could take a seat at your stations, we are going to build these decks live so that you guys can see exactly what is in them and what makes them tick. But before we get there, I'll go ahead and give you a quick introduction into what we're looking for. Our first deck that we will be building, don't you start building it yet over there, will be Let the Wind Lead. Now, this is a very disgusting deck, as the entire point of it is simply to use Animo to toss people. Sucrose tosses people left, Jean tosses people right, and Venti keeps them in the center. There is a lot of, great cards in here, but I'll just let you guys build this one.
All right, here we go. So you grab your Sucrose, your Venti, and your Jean.
Yeah.
Grab these cards right here.
Yeah.
The Kilophonia.
Yep.
Beautiful. It's looking juicy already. All right, and then we head over to this.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
two of those.
perfect to stop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it out loud, just so they don't hear, Gonna grab this artifact right here. Oh yeah, we cook it. Okay.
There we go.
All right, and then grab that right there. Yeah, a little bit of a full. Yeah. Okay. All right. Two of those right there.
So Benzo, you're a champion. You're the best in the world. What do you think about the idea of this deck starting things off?
Yeah, like, I've played some Mono Animo quite a bit, so I'm pretty excited for this.
Excited?
Yeah.
Are you sure that this is going to work out? Have you ever tried to just swap people from positions with no real clear way to win the game?
Yeah, like, Mono Animo, I've brought it to some for fun tournaments, and I'm pretty confident, right?
Okay, you don't have to lie. Do you think you're going to win or not?
We'll see about that.
We know we're gonna win.
Okay. Fantastic. Oh, the pizza.
Yeah.
You think the pizza's good?
Yeah. More stall, and we can just sit on Akira and just win with Jean.
Yeah, that's her Laura. Her favorite meal is the pizza.
Yeah, perfect.
Just chose it because I like mushroom pizza.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, lock in that deck. Let the Wind Lead, as you have heard many times, and we'll move over to their competition here. You guys chose Real Mother and Child Energy here. The point of this deck is, of course, you're going to generate energy. All of your cards, basically, I think, Fob, are generating energy. And Raiden Shogun, of course, will be using her big burst there to provide Child with as much energy as possible. Your goal is to only hit them with Child, 3-round bursts. That's what makes you cool. So try to be cool, okay? But you seem very excited, Robot Wizard.
I mean, when I compare the two decks, I think one of them is like actually viable and the other one doesn't do anything, so.
Okay. You don't have to break any hearts here, please. They were both made by Jason, so I guess that's fine. It's not really that insulting. All right, build the deck. Let's go.
All right. So we got the two hottest characters, Raiden and Beidou. Yeah, no.
Okay, make sure you put them in the correct
Oh,
order.
okay, never mind. Yeah, we need the child before the mothers. yeah, get the child in there, and then it's two of exile. Two exile, two emblem.
Yep, 3 cost.
Fancy one, and then the two big face Paimons. All right, and then we got two of
That's Liben's right there. Now, do you think that you could improve on this deck if you had time over Fob's original design, or do you think that he got it absolutely perfectly?
really good
My
deck.
design, man.
Oh, right, sorry.
We got two of what's this guy's name? If Xingqiu was tall.
Oh.
And we got two. And then we got two Sealies.
yeah, good.
Two Electro Dice.
I mean, Robot Wizard, I'm a little, you seem like you're
Two Electro Resonance.
kind of angry. You're not really commenting.
I mean,
We got
for the most part, I'm happy about how this deck is going.
Okay.
we got two Noels.
Uh-huh.
And then two Monas.
Yep.
And then we got
Oh!
Busted Food.
The Adeptus, of course.
Yep. And then we got hash browns from,
You know the main ingredient of hash browns, Fob? Do you remember the food show quiz? Come on.
pine cones.
That's right! He actually remembered something. Fantastic. All right. Well, we're going to go into game one. Oh, did I mention one more twist? Each one of you only plays a game. So you must play against each other only for one game of the series, and then after you win or lose, a teammate will come and take over on your deck. So with these decks created, we are going to be going into game very shortly. Of course, we do have your teammates out on the side cheering you guys on, hoping that you will be able to win. Before we get into it, thoughts? Are you ready, Robot? Are we good to go?
I'm pretty sure I'll win.
Okay, all right. Rude. Can you make it work? Is your goal going to be bounties or winning the game?
Probably bounties, but let's see if he plays good. If he plays bad, we can also go for the win.
All right.
And
Very exciting stuff as EU versus NA, the two champions of both regions going on in game one. Now, Jason, both your decks got picked here. Can you give us some insider info? Which one is better?
I have full faith in Binzu since we're together as a team. I think the power of friendship is what's going to power this deck. So I think, we're definitely hunting for bounties, but we're definitely going to win.
All right, fantastic. Well, I believe that we are ready to talk a little bit about these decks with our casters pretty soon here. So please get these games ready, and we'll throw it on for game one, series one of our fun day today. Check it out, memers.
Well, welcome back for day 3, guys. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I am joined today by
Blep for the third day. Really excited to be here. You know, this is going to be a fun day. I'm really looking forward to this. I've been browsing these lists. They are incredible.
That's certainly a statement. Incredible.
Right. Incredible in the other direction. But, you know, we've seen some very incredible decks one way. Let's go for incredible in the other way. These look like a lot of fun.
I especially am favoring the Let the Wind deck.
You would.
I'm definitely not biased towards Venti and Animal, you know, sillier characters, but
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in also how it functions, you know. So you have Sucrose who can throw people one way, and you have Jean who can throw people another way, and then you have Venti who can keep people towards the center.
Yeah.
It's just very control-oriented,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
guess.
I think if you ask these players how these decks function, the first thing they'll tell you is that they don't. But the second thing they'll tell you is that, I don't know, they seem to have a plan. Like, I think a lot of cool things about these is that they have a theme, and they're really going hard on that theme. So, you know, we have this Anemo theme, you know, everyone loves throwing, grouping people together, and it's really going well. I mean, the equipment cards and the support cards in the deck are actually pretty decent.
Yeah, they are. I mean, considering Binzu had it right, I think, you know, you put Aquila on Jean and Lucky Dog Circulate on Jean. Lucky Dog Circulate will heal whenever you use an elemental skill. Aquila will heal her whenever the opponent uses an elemental skill. And basically, you just stack those heals on Jean and throw people left and right. And it looked like there was some dice fixers in there.
I mean,
if you play mono, any element having Jade Chamber is probably one of the best support cards you can bring.
Yeah,
right?
we haven't seen it ever in this tournament. It's not a very good card unless you're running one of the same element, which of course doesn't make much sense because you don't have any reactions.
No reactions, nothing to swirl.
People sometimes some people will tell you you need reactions to win, but let's see Binzu prove us wrong. But the other deck, the Mother and Child Energy, you know, it looks like that's based around Child Burst. We haven't seen him on stage before, but his burst refunds 2 energy
or
in
Beidou.
range stance. Or Beidou. No, both very unpopular choices, I guess, by their pro players. You know, it's really fun seeing players that are pro play with cards I've never seen before. They practice so long with the ones they're used to and used to seeing. We might see a lot of reading in this game where they'll click on a card, double check what the talent does, and read through it, and then be like, wait, is that how that works?
I mean, I feel like, we're getting into game 1, by the way. So I actually feel like Windy Iceberg is favored here.
Windy Iceberg? I mean, maybe, but Quicken Chickens is starting with some very strong cards with Jade Chamber and Aquifer. Oh, come on. Come on, Binzu. You're throwing away.
Why are you throwing away the Jade Chamber? You need it for Mono Animo.
You need it for your Animo dice.
Oh, no.
Okay. I think Binzu's strategy is just to roll well. And
you know, I'm seeing that Mondstadt Resonance, though. That could actually help out.
Well, if we manage to actually deal enough damage to use Mondstadt Resonance, it could actually help out, but we'll see. All right, let's see how these players play. And don't forget...
Charge, shielding, just go on.
And don't forget, there's going to be a lot of bounties in the one. I mean, one of the things that's going to be really favored in Wind Iceberg's favor is there is a bounty for Elemental Burst, and in a deck that's set up just to make bursts, they could just, like, rack up point after point after point. You know, I know Binzu was saying that he is going to go for the bounties, but Windy Iceberg might be set up better with Robot Wizard there to go for those bounties.
Which bounties do you think each team is going to end up going for considering these decks?
Well, definitely the best one for the Windy Iceberg team. For Quicken Chickens, I'm not sure. You know, they might just need to start re-rolling all of their thrown dice. If they have enough Jade Chambers and VV, you know, to fix their dice, they can keep re-rolling all of their dice and get that bounty and those points.
Binzu does have 4 Omnis. Does that count if he re-rolled them?
Yeah, I think it must count. I mean, I'm pretty sure it does. We'll have to check with whoever's in charge of these crazy rules.
Keeping counting with the bounties.
It's probably Prince. We might have to need someone to interpret for Prince as to what these rules means and how they work.
Slacks will tell us. Slacks will interpret for Prince today.
Yeah, I guess we'll... Oh, yeah, there we go. 10 points going to Quicken Chickens already in the lead. Let the wind be in the lead.
I'm just looking at these bounties, though. The highest bounty count is 150 points for eliminating 3 characters in 1 round, which is otherwise known as an OTK one-turn kill. I don't think the Animo deck is going to be capable
It's going to be
really
that. Hard. I mean, I looked at 3 of these decks. You know, usually these decks run Gamblers. There is not 1 copy of Gamblers in any of the lists. I guess the players don't know that quite yet. A little bit of a spoiler. But already, let's look at that. Sucrose swirling right in, right
swirling
off.
Nothing.
Oh, Windy Iceberg forced to switch back after that swap. Ooh, here we go.
We're going on to Jean and Liben coming down. I think that's good.
That's a pretty good play, you know.
Yes.
Quicken Chickens playing so very fast there, obviously going forward with their plan, generating some energy on Sucrose, and getting themselves set up.
You know, every time Windy Iceberg is forced to swap characters due to that Animo control, they lose out on the dice. And as you were saying, there's no Gamblers on that team. You know, I feel like Gamblers would work really well considering the team's composition relies on Child just getting his burst and killing people and getting his burst and killing people, so...
Well, you know, that would be really good, but, you know, to do that, you have to stay on Child. You know, if you keep getting thrown off of Child... Ooh.
Ooh, Lucky Dog already.
Okay. Quicken Chickens might be able to just make Jean into a monster here with Lucky Dog into Aquila.
Oh, no.
This is something I've missed a lot from the old double Anemo deck.
He's re-rolling everything just for the points.
Well, that is a one-time only bounty, you know. He might have mistaken.
Wait, is it? No.
No, I believe it's a once per game one. He may not be able to do that. Ooh, may not have read the rules correctly. Rolling his Omni dice there, not for any points. You know, there's a very good chance Quicken Chickens can take the bounty for having 2 or more characters alive if they win the game. But we will see.
I actually feel like Binzu's card draw has been really good this
season. It has been really good, you know. Robot Wizard not doing too bad. Lisu is there, so we could see... Oh, it's a little bit awkward though. Raiden ready to burst. It's going to make Lisu not useful. So I wonder if Robot Wizard can make use of those 2 cards.
I do see 4 Pyro Dice on Windy Iceberg side. I do see an Adeptus Temptation as well. I
Yes.
feel like Sucrose could just drop here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, with so many energy generating cards in the deck, there's not that much room for dice fixing, and Robot Wizard kind of there at the mercy of the die roll.
I feel like when it comes to cards you'd want to tune in this deck, one of the Liusus has to go, right? But I also feel like you'd probably tune one of...
Could be,
I don't think you tune the
Exiles.
Quick Swap, because you need
No.
the Quick Swap against the Animal deck.
I think you definitely keep the quick swap. You know, very very forward thinking to include that quick swap in the Windy Icebergs mother and child deck. But we'll see what Quick and Chickens has. Oh, already at 20 points. So yeah, they're definitely getting ahead in the point count, and that's kind of their game plan. Less to win and more to just accrue more and more points.
Dawn Winery coming down, and we do see a swap
Oh.
onto Jean, probably going to throw Raiden away, so she can't use her.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good setup out of Quick and Chickens because they essentially have a free fast swap every single turn with Dawn Winery there and Catherine, one reducing the cost and one giving them a fast swap.
Though we do know Windy Iceberg has the fast swap back to Raiden.
Yes, does have the fast swap back to Raiden.
Just use it.
You know, with the swapping around, it might actually be okay to put down a Lisu here and let the Anemo deck throw you around a little and generate energy. I mean, with this kind of dice, maybe there's really not much you can do. And you can see Robot Wizard really thinking about it.
I mean, when you're sitting on 4 Pyro Dice and none
Yeah.
of your characters are Pyro, it's kind of feels bad. Dice of cringe.
Definitely dice of cringe here. You know, it's really good to see the smiles on these players' faces. They're definitely having fun with it, and you know, that's kind of the point of the game here. Obviously, they're trying to win, and being a competitive player myself, you can never turn that off.
Yeah.
Even in the most fun of decks, you're always thinking about the best line of play to make use of these cards, and we're gonna see what they basically making a food out of scraps here.
I think it's really cool that they've invited, you know, pro players. You can call them pro players. They've won
They have,
tournaments,
yeah.
real money, right?
Real
and
money.
then also like really great influencers to come in and tag team, you know, with each other. It'll be really interesting to see how these guys win,
Yeah.
lose.
And look at that, Windy Iceberg, they're putting forward Raiden again, who is already very low, but they have a lot of dice left on their turn. I think Quick and Chickens here thinking about whether they want to use up and give priority for the rest of the turn to the other deck. They could be setting themselves up for,
Oh, tuning the Monsat Resonance. I guess the
Okay.
healing and shielding is more important against
Yep.
the deck like the Electrocharge, Raiden Energy.
Yep, if they can find time to equip that Lucky Dog onto Jean and get the burst off, they're going to actually be able to tank through the bursts pretty well. But Windy Iceberg does have the run of the rest of the turn. You know, they'll be able to execute whatever game plan they want past this. We'll probably see a Raiden burst pretty shortly.
I think we're gonna see another slow swap back onto
Yeah.
Raiden. No need to do a quick swap. Once Anemo gets all of its dice out by throwing you around, you just play the game normally, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no point here. But, you know, it's very threatening on the other side to have those free fast swaps coming in next round because they can really go to any other character and you can't stop them.
Surprisingly, Quick and Chickens kind of has an edge here. Raiden is at 1 health.
He's at 1, but Raiden is about to go. Oh, and here we go. Using the last dice there, equipping the Lotus, expecting the burst. I want to see... Unfortunately, Windy Iceberg doesn't... Oh, he might just play out some artifacts and then play out... Yep, okay.
Yep.
He is going to still burst. Oh,
Artifact
equipping
Raiden.
Exiles.
Yes.
So we haven't seen Exile before. What that does is when you use your burst, it adds an additional edgy to your characters. Look at that.
And the Killa +1 health Gene is
Look
perfect.
at that. 3 energy both on Charl and Beidou. That is really threatening. We might see Beidou burst for the first time on camera or even ever in the history of TCG.
I know. Beidou Child, we haven't seen. Or Jean, we haven't seen any of them.
No, I think Binz is looking a little nervous with that 3 energy there threatening. I mean, even Beidou burst with Child, you know, doing its melee stance could be pretty threatening here.
But the
both
thing is, so Binzu goes first, right?
Binzu does go first. I
Binzu
believe.
is going to get the bounty for defeating an opponent's character.
Oh yeah,
or-
yeah, that could be pretty important here. You know, Windy Iceberg did set up a lot at the beginning of the game, and it's going to sacrifice Raiden here for 30 points.
Yeah, 30 points. So that will put Quick and Chickens at 50 bounty points. That's huge.
Yeah. I mean, you know, a lot of these players are very used to sacrificing 1 or 2 characters to, you know, give other characters an advantage, but you really have to think about the bounty system here. probably going to see it, yeah, just a normal attack.
Yeah, get rid of some of that cryo dice.
And that is going to... Oh, yeah, he's thinking if he wants to force swap onto Child or let Windy Iceberg decide which one. And look at this. Like I said, players are having to read the cards because they have no idea what the cards do.
I think part of the problem, too, is like, so you can get the bounty for taking down Raiden first, but then Jean is exposed. And it's like, if Binzu wants to try to win the game at all, Jean is really the character to keep alive. Jean's going to carry the Killer Favonia, and eventually Lucky Dog Circlet on Jean is probably going to be what helps Binzu get to the end of this match.
Exactly.
So he has to think really hard about if he can take on that Child first.
And it looks like he's going to choose to tank it, equipping the Lucky Dog, only healing 1, but is setting up for a Gene Burst, but has to be next turn because he doesn't quite have enough.
Adeptus?
Ooh. Adeptus, he does have Adeptus with and Emblem of Seven Fate. Ooh, that's going to add a whole 6 damage. We could see a one-shot on the Gene unexpectedly.
You see Robot Wizard smiling there. He
Yeah.
knows.
He does. Oh, Binzu's not going to like this.
Oh, no.
He invested so much into that Gene, but here is the giant burst for 11 damage.
Minus 11, that's another bounty, isn't it?
Oh yeah, doing more than 8 damage in an attack. Oh, Binzu investing
60
so much.
points. That puts Windy Iceberg at 70 points. That's huge.
That is very huge. Oh, what a play there. Binzu invested so much into that Gene, Aquila and a Lucky Dog, not playing around the double power of Emblem of Seven Fate into Adeptus. This might be a win for Windy Iceberg.
Oh, that was brutal.
It was brutal.
I mean, how do you know your opponent's going to be carrying Emblem of Severed Fate and also pull an Adeptus, right? Like, that was just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, these players are very used to playing around Adeptus Burst, but definitely not against Emblem of Seven Fate, one that we have not seen before.
You can see they're having fun today.
They're definitely having fun. I mean, we're having a ton of fun here. I hope you folks at home are having fun watching these games play out. You know, we're not all serious here at GITCG.
It's fun to be serious. It's also fun to just have fun, have some chaos going on, and that's definitely what today is about.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely, you know, if we play with these same decks again, we'll definitely be more prepared, I think, in future for those fast bursts. And we'll see if we can make anything. And Sucrose...
Sucrose swirling nothing, minus 1.
No, I mean, it's still a respectable burst by itself because it does do 7 damage to the end, you know, overall throughout the lifetime of the thing. But man, the Windy Iceberg deck already setting up another burst with star signs there, able to redo a Child Burst right away. That's going to do another 6 damage.
And you know, repeating bounty is actually using a character's burst, so... Oh my gosh.
Child is unstoppable here, getting all of the energy
32 energy.
Yeah. You know, with Solo Venti, I don't think we can do anything here. I think the first game is going to go to Windy Iceberg with also a healthy point total. I think Binzu may have made the right choice there with top right. Sorry, the wrong choice there with the top right deck.
I can't believe how good this deck is, actually.
It's actually
It's actually
working.
playing really well, and it fits in the fast meta, I think.
Well, I don't know about the meta game right now, but whether it's fast or slow. And we can see Beto hasn't even used the burst yet, but is able to at any time. And yeah, the Child with another energy is going to be able to clean up next round. I don't think there's anything Binzu can do. Yeah, we're just going to normal attack.
Normal attack, yeah. I think
with the Venti.
It's over here.
No, that is really threatening there on the side. You know, I would have to hope that next time they don't draw that Emblem of Seven Fate because it seems to matter so much.
-2. You really need swirl. You need another element in this animal deck to swirl.
I mean, I think this is a particularly bad matchup as well because the you know, Child deck can put out a 10 damage burst that can get around all of the healing for Jean. We might see the Quick and Chickens team not opt for equipping Aquila as early as in the other as we saw in the game before, just because there's so much investment and they're not going to get those dice back if they put them all onto the equipment and only to lose Jean.
So I'm looking at the list of bounties. I'm wondering if there's any way Quick and Chickens can make a comeback. Any way at all. I know, so Windy Iceberg takes this game, will get 80 points for winning, right? So that's going to put Windy Iceberg at least 160 points by the end of this game, probably more. I'm just wondering if there's anything Quick and Chickens can do to even the playing field a little bit.
I mean, there is a bounty for declaring the end of your round 3 times consecutively. I actually don't know. I haven't been keeping tracks. I've been watching the action too much. But if there's any deck, the Anemo deck can probably do that because they have all those fast swaps. You know, they're always going to be the ones to end turn first. So I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe the play here is for Binzu just to end turn immediately and, you know, have that count towards the bounty and make an argument that that was the 3rd time in a row. That might be something there. Oh, here we go. Venti with Venti's burst.
Oh, there is a bounty for getting summon kills, though, huh?
There is. And you'll notice, I think Windy Iceberg, they're choosing not to use the Child Burst to finish the game because they know they can rack up even more points by using Beidou Burst first.
Yes. We'll probably see a swap back onto Child for the burst.
Probably, you know, just getting more of those burst points, making sure that they get as many points as they can. Oh, and even the fast
back
swap.
onto Child. Here it comes. Here it comes. Paimon to convert to Omni. All you need is those 3 dice to burst. Painful.
Oh.
Look at that smile.
Only -7. The
Look at
first
that
game
smile.
goes to Windy Iceberg. Oh, they even got an achievement out of that. How
Oh
wonderful.
my gosh.
Right to the front of the stage. A quick interview with you guys. Oh my, where's your microphone? Where's your microphone? My goodness. They took the microphone. Okay, I'll take this one. Don't worry about it. So, congratulations. Big win there. Thoughts to Jason about his incredible deck?
I mean, you gave us a playable deck. That's incredible. I'm surprised.
Oh, dang. Okay, take it easy, bro. Now, you will be replaced here to try to get us to a game 3 with these decks. Any advice to your boy there? I believe Hida will be replacing you.
Just try to get bounties. I don't know.
What? No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Come on, they were saying you were playing it pretty inefficiently over there.
I mean, we're trying to get bounties, so I don't know if we could have killed more than that.
All right, well, we will see as game 2 is coming our way right now. Looks like that is going to be Nahida. Please come to the stage, and you two, please relax, talk to your teams, and Claude, come on up. Welcome once more. Yes, a quick word before you get into the game, if I may. How are you going to win this one where he couldn't?
I'm gonna high roll Lucky Dogs and Aquilia just like him, except this time maybe they won't get Adeptus.
Okay, fantastic. Hoping for no Adeptus. Easy win for you. Do you believe in the mother-child energy?
I do. I believe in the mother and child energy.
All right, fantastic. Well, back to your stations, my friends. Get ready for round 2. If you are able to win here over on Team Quick and Chicken, we will continue to a game or game 3. If not, we will head to our next series and we will select an entire new double meme deck to fight with. Let's go ahead and get ready to roll into round 2 as we pass it to our casters.
All right. So they're playing the same decks again.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can mount a comeback. You know, we've seen this before in the previous game where, you know, you bring a deck twice, you win once, lose one. Maybe we'll see a swap here. I mean, I'm really excited to see these again. Maybe they make something different happen. And, you know, as Nahida said, if the opponent doesn't draw Adeptus, maybe they've got a chance.
You know, I think Robot Wizard had a point when he said that one of these decks is actually very good and actually, you know, with a couple of tweaks could be close to meta, maybe.
Close to meta. Well, actually, interestingly enough, Claude, the one playing that deck, actually brought a copy very similar.
Really?
Yes, he brought a child deck with a very similar concept in his very own lineup. So he might be an expert at playing this deck. Now, the deck is probably not as good as the one that he brought, but it's still probably very good.
Was that Child Raiden? Was it Barbara Kokomi?
It might have been Barbara Kokomi in the last slot. Definitely not Beidou.
Definitely not Beidou. Definitely not Beidou.
Yeah, Beidou, you know, obviously there for the Electro Resonance, but otherwise taking a backseat. But we saw Robot Wizard there very cleverly utilizing her burst for those extra 10 points. So both teams really playing for points, but if both teams are playing for points, the better deck has a little bit of an edge being able to get those bounties for winning the game.
I really don't think that the Let the Win lead deck is actually going to be able to do much in this matchup. Let me be clear.
It's a bad matchup.
I think it could be a good deck against certain matchups that require you to be on a character front and center.
I mean, looking at some of these lists, I don't think some of them could beat an Aquila Favona when Lucky Dog on Jean at all, because they simply don't output enough damage. But the one deck that can is This
This
child
one.
deck. Yeah.
It's really strong. I mean, that energy generation is no joke. And then, you have Emblem of Severed Fate for the additional damage on the burst, and then also Adeptus Temptation. That was just really brutal. And Electro Charge.
And we saw Exile for the first time there. That equipment has been there since the beginning of the game, and this is probably the first time it's appeared on camera anywhere. Giving you an additional energy anytime you use a burst. Plays right into the deck strategy. Ride and burst going up from 2 to 3 energy generation for the rest of the team. I mean, honestly, not bad. I mean, Beto, not an unusual choice, but it's because her burst is so hard to charge up, but not so much. When we see Exile already, and look at all that energy generation.
I'm just in pain. I'm just in pain.
As painful it is for us to watch, look at how much in pain the players must be.
Ooh, we have VV. We haven't seen that last game, did
No, we haven't. 2 artifacts is a little bit awkward, but VV is going to give them potentially the dice advantage. I think Quicken Chickens really needs to try and lean on the cards that give them dice advantage and make sure they can simply deploy more skills during the game, because they're very possible for Windy Iceberg to just run out of steam.
And we see Windy Iceberg score right now 200 to 130 for Quicken Chickens. That is a massive gap, I think. We can see if Quicken Chickens can close the gap a bit by picking up some bounties. I don't think they're going to win, though. That's the thing. I don't think they're going to win the game, and that is another 80 points to Windy Iceberg.
Yeah, it's going to be a significant lead. This is why, it's so important to bring the right deck to a tournament, Leah. If you pick the wrong deck, then all your hopes and dreams might just go away. And that's what's happening with Quicken Chickens there.
I don't think they had a choice.
They're getting roasted a little bit by...
They were letting the wind lead, and it's leading them in the wrong direction.
Leading them astray. But look, I mean, I think they have a pretty good dice setup to start equipping that VV, the Viridescent Veneer. What that does, of course, reduces the cost of Anemo skills by 1, and also guarantees to roll 2 Anemo dice at the beginning of the round. So we can really get to see a dice advantage coming out for Quicken Chickens there.
I really do feel like, too, Windy Iceberg's deck is going to stack up the Elemental Burst bounties. Those are repeating bounties. So it's 10 points every time you use a burst.
Yeah.
And with a deck that is built around getting everyone's burst off very quickly, lots of energy generation, we will be seeing a lot of those points stacking up.
Yeah, and that's definitely the risk there that... that Quicken Chickens it's in their best interest to either get some bounties and lose as quickly as possible so that the opponent can't rack up any more bounties with their burst, or actually try and find a way to win the game. I mean, we don't see Emblem or Adeptus yet in the opponent's hand, so they might have a little bit of a window.
I'm also looking at Windy Iceberg's score. It looks like they got 10 points. Did they reroll all of their dice at the beginning of the game?
I believe they did. Yeah. Starting with that, and we see a lot of swapping around very early on in the game.
Swapping to Venti.
Yeah, 2 swaps. I'm not actually sure what the purpose of that is. We saw the players start on Venti and then swap to Jean and then swap back.
Do you see Nyahida going between Paimon and Lieben? I think that's what we're gonna see, Paimon Lieben path.
Paimon Lieben, but then they could have used those 2 dice to equip a Lucky Dogs, but they chose not to. Maybe psyching out their opponent there, trying to make them think. But we see that Windy Iceberg's dice are not very good. They're gonna have to tune something in order to prepare Raiden's burst. They might actually equip an Exile as well.
They already used the Omni Transmission from the Paimon card.
Yeah,
they chose to reroll all of their dice, and they were not very lucky.
Well, this is why I say the Quicken Chickens team can make something happen because they have the superior dice fixing, and Windy Iceberg's deck didn't leave a lot of room for that with all of the energy cards. So we'll probably see either a Liben into Exile and just wait until next time. That could be the play here. Here we go.
I know you saw at the beginning, or you said at the beginning that there's going to be a lot of reading from the players. We see everyone looking at that Child card. What does Child do? No one plays him. No one plays him.
Ooh, we might see Windy Iceberg ending the round first. So we'll see what Quicken Chickens decides to do. Yeah,
we are going to see a match with ramp, double ramp, in fact.
Okay. Still very confused about that Venti swap around. I wonder if that was a misclick in some way, because they definitely could have used that to deploy the Lucky Dog. Second VV.
I think Nyahida just wants to keep Jean alive. I think he realizes that Jean is going to be the crucial character here. Venti can pull characters towards the center with his burst, but the thing is, Sucrose and Jean are going to be the real control characters. It's much easier to get their elemental skills off and throw people left and right, and with Jean having all that equipment in the deck, as we saw Binzu playing before, it's going to be crucial to get that out
Of
and
course.
just stack those heals. So.
I wonder what the reroll there was. Rerolling his Nemo dice as well.
Ooh,
and getting
woo!
wow.
Look at those Omni.
Yeah, the Paimon and Lieben coming in there along with a lot of natural Omni rolls. So he has a significant dice advantage, but double Emblem of Sever Fate coming in for Windy Iceberg. This could be a lot of damage with if they choose to equip it with Raiden as well. And is that Adeptus as well? I see they got the combo again. They have the combo.
Animal Resonance
Ooh.
to swap to Jean.
Yeah, here we go.
And goodbye. Noticeably, Windy Iceberg does not have a quick swap this time.
No quick swap. So they will be able to push Raiden around. Oh, actually, this is incredible. They can push Raiden around enough times with all of that dice to actually kill her. So there is a risk here for Windy Iceberg to lose Raiden before she bursts. So I think he's thinking about that very hard. Like, we might see a swap onto Beidou instead.
And I just realized too why Nyahida might have ended on Venti. So Venti has the Electro application for Midas skill. He won't make the same mistake Binzu did by leaving Jean, the active character, with, in case Child's Burst is ever threatening her. She's not going to die to that extra Electro charge damage.
No, yeah. I mean, with the full burst, I think it's still 10 damage. It's
Yeah.
3 plus 2 plus 3. Oh, no, it's one shot.
It's one short because it
shot.
was 11 damage last time, right?
Yeah.
So Electro charge would be 2. Minus 2 from that, it's going to be 9 damage. Leave Jean in there.
Correct, yeah.
So,
Very good.
Really good play.
But-
trying to keep Jean without any Hydro or Electro.
Exactly. But Claude, you can see him thinking for so long. So that's what I was saying. He realizes that his no safe, with how much dice Nahida has, there's actually no way for him to safely swap back to Raiden in this game. Every time he forces a swap to Raiden, he might just have to swap stall. We might see the players swapping around. Oh, is going to stick on Child here.
Now the thing is, you know what Nahida could do here? Slow swap to Sucrose.
Could slow swap to Sucrose. We might actually just see a Lucky Dog. Yeah, we might just see a Lucky Dog into Jean. I mean, as long as you're keeping the opponent off
of Raiden, because it's
and
going
you're
to
trading
swap
dice.
on the Beidou.
Exactly.
That's a
And
good
you
point.
have the dice advantage here because of that Paimon card next round, so you can repeat this play. Oh, this is actually looking really good for Quick Chickens this round.
Kind of is. I underestimated this deck after I saw it get utterly destroyed last round. I guess, I guess these decks are kind of like coin flip decks. They can be good if you draw right.
Exactly.
But they're not built to be consistently good.
No, ooh, Emblem of Seventh Fate going on to Child here. Already very threatening. That's a lot of investment. I wonder if Quick Chickens is going to invest in VV as well on their side. I really would like to see that come down. I think over time that's really going to produce a significant advantage. They might even see a Woven dice to be able to still use, and nope, they're just going to pass the turn. No, oh, that was the other side. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Nahida decides to do.
What to do. I mean, he was hovering
Scratching
over
his
that
head.
Lieben. It might be good to keep that ramp up. Having more dice than your opponent kind of guarantees that you can keep throwing their characters around.
Yeah. And there's going to be an interesting choice here. Does he want to slow swap onto a different character or stay on? He's going to stay on Jean. I think that's the right call because your opponent does go first. If they swap to Raiden, without a fast swap, you have no way to J. Oh, there is a Lotus there. A Lotus Crypt that could be a nice way to defend against that Child Burst.
If we can even get the Child Burst off at this point.
Yeah, I think Quick Chicken is doing a really good job delaying the opponent from getting Raiden Burst off because that's the crucial thing in this matchup as well. Especially with that Exiles equipped, it's going to... Oh, Mondstadt Resonance.
Oh.
Maybe we'll see that. No Aquila yet on Jean, so she's not doing as much damage as normal.
Noticeably, Windy Iceberg did draw a quick swap, so we will
Ooh.
see the quick swap onto Raiden for her burst. It's
Ooh, and it's hovering over that
finally
Adeptus Temptation. Now, I think Raiden's equipped with the Exiles, not an Emblem of Seventh Fate, so she's not going to do an additional 2 damage with that burst on top of any Adeptus, but we definitely could just see it come out now. We might want to save it for the Child, though, but yeah, here's the quick swap. The bane of the Anemo deck is this quick swap, letting your opponent get around the forced swaps here, and Raiden is going to be able to get that burst out. It's a very good draw.
Let's see if Windy Iceberg will equip anything extra onto
He's
Raiden.
considering it. I mean, I think he's considering Emblem or Adeptus Burst as the two, or figure out which cards to tune so he can keep those Omni dice.
So Raiden's burst is 4 cost. So Adeptus is 2, Emblem is 3. Would not have enough dice
No,
to
that would
use
be
both
too many.
of them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so maybe considering one or the other, we'll have to replace that Exile there. I mean, I'm a fan of just keeping the Exile, getting that extra energy on Beidou, and maybe just even going for a Beidou burst and not Child. Could be a lot safer.
Yeah, you'd have to replace artifacts on Raiden. I don't know how worth it that is. But also, so Raiden's burst does
4 damage.
4.
Mhm.
So Adeptus would put that at 7. Meanwhile, Emblem would put it at 6. In my
Yeah, only 6. So either way, Jean is very safe here, but going to be put very low. And one of the troubles is after this burst, if Jean wants to use the skill in order to get the Lucky Dog trigger, it's actually going to swap to Child and leave her in range of the burst. So we might be forced to swap here off of Jean, maybe onto Venti. You know, I'd love to see the Quick and Chickens deck actually deploy Venti skill early. You know, for those of you who don't know, the Venti skill, while only doing 2 damage, does give you the ability to swap to a character for free twice during a round.
Oh, Quick Chickens could use Mondstadt Resonance, heal Jean to 9, and do 2 skills and put Windy Iceberg on the Beto.
Well, Monster Residence, you need to kill the character in order to have it trigger your turn again. Yes, it's not just a free turn. So here is not the right time to use it. We could potentially see a Lotus Crypts go on, but it's very dangerous with that Child Burst there. Only 3 dice left, so you're only going to take 4 plus the 2, so 6 total damage, 7 with the Electro Charge. So equipping a Lotus Crypts here would put Jean out of range and actually force your opponent to use that Child Burst immediately. But he has the 3 dice. You know it's coming. Yeah, this is what I like better. Ooh, a normal attack. Oh, I see. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Making your opponent slow swap because they don't have the dice to actually burst again. This is really clever. Your opponent either has to swap off of Raiden or use cards to... Man, with these decks, it's amazing to see the types of plays that players come up with, things that we don't think about, that forces these decks to be really awkward. You can see Nahida there laughing to himself, thinking about that line. That's a brilliant play.
Also, Jean's burst is noticeably up, which
It
will
is.
heal. It's going to heal.
Yeah, and we might actually just see a Jean here, and you can see how awkward of a position. This is what I love of the Beano deck. It just puts your opponents in such an awkward position all the time. And you can see, yeah, he's forced to do just equip Emblem because he has no other use for that dice. And now Quicken Chicken has 8 dice. Oh, we might see a... Oh, I think...
There's so many lines you could play here.
Not quite enough. Yeah, without if Jean had Aquila Favona equipped right now, they could have force swapped onto Chilled and killed him with 2 more attacks. But unfortunately, they will be 1 damage short from that play.
The thing is, do you go for the win here, or do you kill Raiden for the bounty?
That's a good question. So killing Raiden is going to expose whatever character you choose to the Chilled Burst. So that could be pretty dangerous. We'll probably just see... Oh, time's running out quick. We'll probably just see the burst.
Burst coming out.
We might see a Jade Chamber go down in order to fix the dice rolls for next round. Maybe a VV equip. Oh, come on. Tuning the VV.
Oh, you know, he has 2 copies. He has 2 copies. Oh, he's shooting both of them. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Both these players, you know, not respecting the dice rolls here. Okay, we're probably going to see a swap off of Jean. That's a really good. Jean's still on a healthy 10. We're probably going to see a swap onto Sucrose or Venti in order to tank the Child Burst.
I would imagine onto...
Oh, don't play the Jade Chamber. No.
Don't leave Jean as the active character.
What are you doing, Nahida?
No.
He's not playing around the Adeptus Burst here once again. Jean is going to go down to it, although not as fully equipped as before. So maybe not a huge issue.
Another Mondstadt Resonance.
Another Mondstadt Resonance. Oh, Nahida's realizing his mistake. Look at that. He's like, wait a minute. I didn't play around the Adeptus Burst. He has to hope that they don't have it, but I think Claude knows that he has the same play as they did in ground. And look at the Windy Iceberg's lead there at 280 points. Not sure where that came from. They're also going to get the bounty for the first character kill as well.
Where did that come from, actually?
It's possible they were the ones to end the turn.
They might have ended their round twice.
Here we go. Oh.
Minus 10.
And oh, Nahida might have miscalculated there a little bit, looking at the surprise. Oh, yes, he's reading the card.
Didn't even need... Oh my gosh.
Yeah, very good tip to players at home. Read your opponent's cards, read your own cards so you know what they do. Oh, look at all of those triggers going off the opponent's team. And Sucrose here may be able to do something.
And Child's already at 2 burst points. That's brutal.
It is brutal, but you know, without any more fast swap, Child is only able to slow swap. So anything would expose him to an attack. So we might see a swap onto Beto here.
So I'm just thinking, Nyakita is sitting on a Woven, and also I haven't lost yet, which is 2 more dice. If Windy Iceberg stays on Raiden, we could see a double kill.
We could see a double kill, yeah. And again, Windy Iceberg is being constrained by their own dice. With only 3 left and no additional dice in their hand, they're actually forced to either normal attack here with the Raiden or make a swap and lose out on energy. And those Lisius are looking really bad in such a with such massive amounts of energy generation already.
Actually, I don't think we would see a double kill because Jean is the one who would throw Raiden into Child, and Sucrose would throw Raiden into Beidou, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, what we might see if they stay on Raiden is a swap onto Venti, followed by a Venti seal, because that only deals 2. Then your opponent does have to swap to a different character. But this is also fine too, putting Beidou out, you know, maybe using... Ooh, I would like to see a Lucky Dog equipped there. I wonder if Nahida missed that, unless he's planning to use that Woven.
I think he's planning to use that Woven.
Oh yeah, that's true. And putting out Child and getting him killed. Ooh, this could be big. This could be really big. If Windy Iceberg ends the turn here, if Claude ends turn, he is going to lose his Child to that Woven.
You know, there is the possibility of double I haven't lost yet, but it wouldn't do anything.
No, it wouldn't do anything here. You already have so much. I love how, like, you have 4 energy cards in your hand. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Tuning one of them on Resonance.
Claude knows what's going to happen. He's going to lose his Child.
And if that's a summon kill, that's a bounty.
It is a bounty.
30
That is a
points.
summon kill. Gonna heal up Sucrose by 1. Look at the excitement on his team's face. Oh, brilliant.
Oh,
what
my
a
God.
brilliant play. What a brilliant play there.
He falls. Wait,
The Child
he might
has
win
fallen.
this.
He might win this. Oh, this is Aquila, but no longer able to use this. But I think that's okay. He has a Lucky Dog. I think Lucky Dog in this situation just wins, right? Like, your opponent doesn't have any more healing, doesn't have any more reactions or burst generation. So if you equip Lucky Dog on any of your characters and start using skills, I don't think Beidou can fight through that. And not only that, the 2 I haven't lost yet in Claude's hands are completely dead cards now, as long with the 2 Lisius. He is not having a good time.
No longer able to play those because you have to have your character die in that round to use them, and that all happened last round. So they're just there for tuning fodder now.
Yeah, we might actually see Sucrose here go down to an Adeptus Burst on Beidou, who has an emblem equipped. I think I saw that was 5 and potentially +3 damage for 8 on Sucrose. So we could still see Sucrose go down.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is going to be 8 damage, which is another bounty, of course. You know, that deck is very good at putting out tremendous amounts of damage. But I think, look at how little dice Windy Iceberg has left. I think a Lucky Dog onto Venti here is going to, yeah, Lucky Dog. And he also has the I haven't lost yet card. Going to be able to probably burst this turn as well for more summon damage at the end of turn.
And Beidou does not have any more energy points.
No.
Gonna have to build them up normally.
No, well, there is a Star Signs there. We'll probably see Claude use up the last 2 dice to add Star Signs onto Beidou. Probably should play. Oh, actually, he's considering Lieben or Star Signs. There is Kid Kujirai. Lieben could be a turn late. He's trying to figure out if he has enough time to even use Lieben.
I don't think so. I think Lieben is tuning fodder at this point as well. I think the play is Star Signs, Kid Kujirai.
Yeah, looks like Windy Iceberg just got 60 more points for ending the round 3 times consecutively here.
Oh my god.
So they are really racking up the points, but I do believe the game win still will go to Quicken Chickens.
Actually, I think that was for the repeating bounty. 60 points, 8 or more damage in 1 combat
that's
action.
true. Yeah,
That's what those points were for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe they had some insight. This Child deck is so good.
It's too
at
good.
racking up the. I mean, they
It's
get 10
too
points
good.
for every burst, and then 60 for doing 8 damage, which is so easy. They're making it look
Who built
simple.
this?
Well, both of them were built by Jason. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he's too good for himself, I guess.
I kind of want to try playing this deck.
It looks like a lot of fun.
It
you
really
know?
does. Like,
It seems to be working, at least against Triple and Emo. So I hope I only face Triple and Emo when I queue up with this deck.
I mean, I feel like triple Animo is hard to win with.
It's a little hard. Oh, but you know, you say that, but we're going to see it win here. Look at this. Going to tune and start on the Venti burst Ooh, and that summon is going to add a significant amount of damage.
Yes.
Look at Nikita nodding there. He knows that he's got the win here, I think. He is very confident. Venti, of course, with the Clover, is going to negate all that. And look at those Catherine.
Double Catherine, so
coming in
useless.
a little bit late.
Oh no.
And you know, that Jade Chamber is going to come in very handy, allowing, you know, ensuring that Quicken Chicken always rolls those 2 Anemo dice.
And you know, if Quicken Chicken takes this round, that is going to be 80 points to them, and we're going to be at 1-1 in this series, which I did not expect. I really did. I called the game way too early. I thought that Raiden Child deck was just going to win.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we do want to worth pointing out here, Quicken Chicken's only on 8 dice, Windy Iceberg on 9, so they actually have the ability to use 3 attacks with Beidou. Oh, putting up the counter and forcing Venti to play into it. Oh man, I've never seen Beidou use her skill before, but that is perfect.
But I
think it's fine.
It's not enough.
Yeah, not enough.
And Beidou does fall here. That is 80 points to Quicken Chickens.
Yeah.
Them at 260, I believe.
Yeah, mounting quite the comeback.
Unbelievable! You did it! You won with what Vinny at your table thought were the impossible deck. Well done. Oh, let me grab your microphone, please. Okay, we're good. We're in. Yeah, oh, come back here for your interview. Always running off stage. Gee whiz. All right. Now, got to be kind of exciting for you to see that deck go through. Any words for your pro player?
I never lost faith in you, and we had faith that we'd win the whole time. No.
Really? Yeah.
Full trust.
How was the team comms on that one?
You know, the team was great. There was infinite healing. They didn't have infinite damage, so they couldn't kill us.
Absolutely.
Unkillable team.
Absolutely unkillable. The win truly led. Fob, how do you feel about that one? I mean, pretty surprising that you actually lost with that deck.
You know, sometimes like it's not like that they were better. It's sometimes that we just got unlucky. You know, so you know it was RNG diff.
Thank you so much, Fob, for the classic copium. What actually happened?
Well, we killed them, they killed us, and yeah.
You two are a match made in heaven. Thank you so much for such an informative interview. Thank you. We do, please go to your seats once more. Here you go, Mr. Bob. That's for you. And we will invite our next 2 components. I actually am so surprised we're going to a game 3 here. Please welcome Fufu. Come on up. There we go. And Shaw, come on up, my friend. This one, you're not on that team. No. All right, Fufu. I did listen to you. On the couch, you were very excited that you did not have to play this deck.
Yes.
And yet here we are. Your thoughts on having to play this one?
I am as shocked as you are.
Do you think you can win, though? Can you pull off what your teammate did?
No.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Good start. All right, how are we feeling about this one? This is a pretty standard deck, right? I mean, this should be easy.
Hopefully I won't lose.
Hopefully you won't lose. Any encouraging words, Fob?
We'll get better top deck. Yeah, we'll top deck better cards.
I absolutely believe him. My heart is racing. What an incredible speech. Please, to your seats. Get ready. I can't believe it. We are actually going to be doing it again. It is time for round 3 of this fantastic one. Who will win? Who will get the most bounties? We'll find out soon as we toss to our casters.
Why are we in game 3? Can someone explain to me why we're in game 3?
Because we are letting them win. I mean, you know, to be strategic, that play at the very end with the Woven there on the Sucrose switching back onto the child is the linchpin of that deck. In triple Anemo, your characters are very expendable. You have 3 Anemo characters, you lose one, you have 2 Anemo characters left. You lose another one, you still have 1 left. You know, your deck still functions. But if you lose Child, you lose all of your damage. And, you know, that brilliant play there by Nikita, swapping at the end of turn, getting the summon kill as well as getting that bounty, not to mention that. Yeah.
I'm in shock that we're in game 3. I agree with Slacks. Like, I really thought that this Child Raiden deck would secure the win. It's just such a good deck. And Mono Animal, it's missing the swirl component. It really is. Yeah. But you were right. That Sucrose play, sending you know, Child back onto being the active character, the summon kill. comes in.
Yes,
for
look
the
at
win.
how happy Nikita, look at how
know.
happy his team is with that play.
And now Fufu has to suffer through playing this poor
Well, no-
mono Animo deck.
I mean, if he can win with it in the same way, I mean, we see the strategies on both sides being executed well, and you know, it's down to skill. You know, both these decks are very skill-intensive decks, and so the better player must be winning here.
Normal attack to secure those 80 points.
Yeah, Venti, you know, being the Anemo Archon, taking his team to victory. You know what I'd love to see though? I'd love to see Venti actually utilize his burst to force someone into the middle.
And you know, like, seeing the smiles on these players' faces
Yes.
is really precious. You know, during the actual tournaments for EU and NA for the past 2 days, everyone's very serious,
Oh, yeah.
very stoic, especially Ting when he won with that Electro Cube Kenki deck. That was
Yeah.
very bizarre for us to watch. But it's really nice to see them smile and
Yeah.
have fun.
Yeah, I think this has been a really good event so far. I'm really excited. I mean, I'm excited to see the other decks now. I mean, I'm excited for this best of 3. I'm confused as well that there is a best of 3 and we are in the game 3. But, you know, let's hope. I'm rooting for the Anemo deck here. But
I am rooting for the Animo deck. I feel
think
like
it's
it's
the
the underdog.
underdog,
Exactly. Looks like we're going into this last game right now.
wow. So the point lead is not quite closed up enough. Windy Iceberg able to rack up a lot of bounties in addition to winning one of the 2 games.
See ramp on the side of Animo. Also, the Catherine quick swap might be pretty nice. Actually, double ramp for Fufu.
I mean, I think ramp is really important for the Anemo deck because one of the ways you win is by force swapping your opponents after they run out of turns. And we saw that with Sucrose there last turn. I think that's a very good strategy. You know, prioritizing those ramp cards. I would say, you know, I still think equipping that VV early on can be very useful.
I feel like it depends on what you need to go for. If you need more damage output, you go
Yeah.
for VV. If you need more healing, which I mean, into that deck
Yeah.
might be pretty useful, you'd go for Lucky Dog, right? So,
Yeah.
totally depends on what you're going for.
Yeah, I mean, it is big if you manage to lose the character carrying VV at any point in time. But let's see how the dice roll. Ooh, very good dice rolls
nice
from Fufu
dice
there.
on Fufu's side.
I mean, it's funny that you know exactly what to reroll here because the only dice you're looking for are Anemo. Anything that is not Anemo is not made to be rolled.
And it looks like Windy Iceberg is starting with Child.
Yeah, very unusual choice here. You know, starting on Child and not on Rated. They're not able to put on all of the energy generation right away. I mean, maybe Windy Iceberg is trying to throw off their opponents by enacting an unusual game plan. Luckily for them, the dice rolls did go in their favor. They have that 3 Hydro there for the Child skill and maybe follow up with the Raiden skill.
What do you do when you don't start on Raiden?
I mean, I guess we're about to find out.
Normally, you'd start Raiden, use Raiden's skill, right? And I'm...
I mean, it looks like we're going to see what the plan is from Windy Iceberg. Maybe they're trying to, again, throw off their opponent by doing some unusual plays. I mean, we see here Fufu swapping off of Sucrose onto Venti, you know, playing next level mind games. I think Fufu was expecting his opponent to start on Raiden so he could swell them off with Sucrose right away, but instead they started on Child, and that's the worst possible swell for Sucrose.
You know, I kind of wonder if we're going to see Venti's burst this game in that case, if Windy Iceberg is using a different strategy instead of starting with Raiden's skill. Just building up Child's burst normally, I guess.
Wow.
But Venti's burst will also be good for dragging everyone to the center, basically having Beidou be up front.
Exactly. And I really like Fufu here considering that, you know, I think one of the things that they've not realized about this deck is how well it synergizes. They have a lot of swap potential, and Venti putting down the field in order to save their dice. Having dice advantage is going to matter a lot in this matchup.
Both sides have really good dice, though, is the thing.
They do. Yeah, it's going to be a close fight here. But yeah, I like this here. Putting down the Sonnet, you know, getting that status that allows them to do 2 free swaps to their other characters.
And I suspect we're going to see either a swap or Catherine and then Paimon.
Paimon or Lieben here. Probably Paimon.
Probably Paimon.
Yeah, but oh, look at how much damage Child is actually putting out. You know, this whole deck is built around the burst, but we haven't even seen the potential that Child has naturally by himself, using that melee stance, proccing that Riptide onto Venti, who's already really low.
And with Windy Iceberg having 2 dice and a Star Signs in their hand, I would imagine that we would see the Star Signs used to end the round instead of Lieben. I mean, Lieben could be put down. It's early enough to just collect the 2 dice and then wait for an additional dice next turn. But I feel like getting Child's Burst up and ready is probably the thing to do.
Probably. I mean, that could be very threatening, although, you know, without any Electro application, it's not going to do a ton of damage. It only goes up from 3 to 4. Remember, in previous games, they were able to draw Emblem of Sever Fate and Adeptus Temptation in both times. In this case, I only have 1.
We do see Catherine going down and Paimon. And, well, you know, one other thing that Windy Iceberg could do here is swap to Raiden and then use the Electro Resonance to give her 1 burst point.
Yeah, ending on Raiden with the turn. I mean, you have Quicken Chickens already ending the turn first and early. So maybe that is the play.
Ooh, and we will see. I wonder if Quicken Chickens can get the 3 consecutive rounds, you know, ending your turn early will give you 60 points.
Yeah, and they have that Catherine down, which lets them do fast swaps, which makes their turns more efficient in terms of ending first. So I think that's the game plan here. That's good, and I like the setup from round 1. I mean, they have the ramp. And the opponent doesn't. So they this is exactly how the previous game went with Quicken Chickens. They were able to ramp early, get the advantage, get all of their fast swaps in, and really put the opponent in a tough spot ending turn first.
I'm just laughing at Fufu's reactions. He did not want to play this deck. It looks like he's having fun. I hope he's having fun.
It looks like he's having... I mean, both players look like they're having fun. They're having to think about strategies and plays that they've never had to think about in their
they
life.
wouldn't normally have to do stuff like this. It's really a test of their skill in
It
this
really
case.
is. I mean, you know, viewers back at home, these might seem like really fun decks, but again, these are professional players at this point. They've been in tournaments, they've won them. They're still thinking about the best possible plays and the best possible ways to utilize their cards.
I think Fufu rolled that animal dice looking for more Omni for that bounty. Really, these players are also having to take into account the bounties, not just winning the game. It's easy to forget we're trying to figure out how to win, right? But
I mean, there's so much to pay. I mean, these bounties add even another layer for these players to pay attention to. And again, these are very professional players. They want to min-max. They want to figure out how to eke every single point of damage from their dice and from their cards. And these bounties definitely play a factor.
Also, noticeably, so Windy Iceberg did swap to Raiden, but did not use the Electro Resonance, put Lieben down instead, so that 1 Omni Dice went to Lieben. And I'm not sure, what do you think about that play?
I mean, I think it's better to just put Lieben down. The Electro Resonance can be used at any time. You're not guaranteed to even keep Raiden alive for the duration. You know, we saw how effectively the Anemo deck was actually able to keep the opponent off of Raiden, forcing the opponent to do suboptimal plays, going to Child and letting him go low. So I like saving it. You really need the element of surprise against the Anemo deck, and we see the fast swap with Star Signs, Adeptus, Electro Resonance. Those are going to be the elements of surprise.
Now that Liu Su play, swapping to Raiden does give her that point towards her burst,
It really
and we
does.
could see the Electro Charge now.
We could see it now. I mean,
Sorry, not the Electro Charge, the Electro Resonance card.
I mean, they're gonna have to tune a lot of. Looking at their dice, they don't have enough to actually execute Raiden Burst this turn. You know, that's gonna require 5 Electro dice, which would mean tuning pretty much their entire hand. We might
I think it's okay to tune Star Signs.
Star Sign probably isn't needed because it's so redundant with everything else. But Star Sign does only cost 2 unaligned dice, so they could actually use that without having to use up any Electro from Raiden's Burst. We're probably going to see an Emblem equip. I think they need to set up for the next turn because they simply don't have the right dice to execute their plan on this turn.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the rest of the cards in Windy Iceberg's hand, Emblem of Severed Fate, Quick Swab, Adeptus, they're all very important and crucial to getting off that damage onto Quicken Chickens. I mean, especially since it also counts towards a bounty, not just towards their win.
Exactly. What we're going to see from Windy Iceberg here is an Emblem equip into the Raiden skill, just tuning 1 card, probably the Star Signs, like you said.
Vivi going on to Sucrose. I actually like that.
Getting Vivi up early is pretty important, although it isn't going to let them use 2 skills this turn, just still 1. But maybe we'll see a Lieben go down, getting 2 of those dice, or a Mushroom Pizza to start healing Venti.
Oh, it does look... What? He's thinking about it?
Yeah, he's
Does-
wondering if he needs to throw. And actually, this play is quite nice because this prevents Windy Iceberg from doing the equip plus skill play there. Oh, it's going to be a quick swap. Oh, unexpectedly into chilled?
Maybe? Yes?
Who knows? It's really hard to predict what these players are going to do because we don't know what they're thinking when they're playing decks that we're not familiar with. Oh, it looks like there might have been a misplay. I think he miscalculated his dice. I think thinking that he could quick swap onto Child, use an attack, and then burst right away, but he'll be one dice short.
I mean, he could swap to Child, use either Star Signs or Electro Resonance, and then go for bursts.
Yeah, I mean, that quick swap status isn't going to go away at the end of turn, so I would say not waste it and maybe just go for a Beto normal attack, equipping Emblem here. That might be the better play to recover from that mishap. We're going to have to see. And that's the thing, you know, with playing decks you're not familiar with, the players are going to make a lot more mistakes than usual because a lot of the time with decks that you are used to playing, you'll play very similar plays and make very similar plays a lot of the time. But when
players become used to, like, playing the decks you're used to. You have to have experience playing against things and also playing with those things that you're playing against.
Exactly.
So...
Oh, a melee stance Child Burst coming out with 7 damage there. Not refreshing the energy, unfortunately, but maybe can set up later. We might see a Mushroom Pizza go down, followed by an end turn, keeping that Sucrose alive.
Yeah, I think it would be better to go... You want to end here. You want to end here. Is this the...
I think this might be number 2.
Second turn?
Yep.
Second turn.
Turn 2. We are still in round 2. It's going to be a very long slug over to killing, and all the characters still at pretty decent life totals, although, you know, with the Child melee stance, applying a lot of pressure early game, something that hasn't been seen before from the opposing deck.
J-Chamber could be pretty useful, but
I mean,
not sure if it's the right time to use it yet.
Probably not. There is already a Viridescent Veneer equipped onto Sucrose, so we're already going to see guaranteed 2 dice. They're still very bad dice, though.
Still very, very bad.
Oh, we might see quick. Yeah, going for that full reroll.
Everything. Why? It only counts once. Really wants to try to get the Omni.
Really wants to try and get the Omni. I mean, you got to make those risky plays, and sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. We might see a Jade Chamber go down this turn. With 10 dice, they definitely have an additional dice here. Yeah, I like putting down the summon here. Get that damage train rolling. Sucrose summon.
The only problem with that, so, I mean, is Sucrose in lethal right now from Child?
I don't think so, because you know, Child doesn't have, they didn't get the energy refunded from using the melee stance burst. It only refunds in the range stance. So there could be some damage. There's no Riptide on Sucrose either. I don't think they're in lethal range. All of the damage and the surprise damage coming out of the Windy Iceberg deck is from burst. So with how little energy your opponent has, I wouldn't be worried about it. And there's no quick swap either to be worried about right now. We might see a swap to Raiden, but that could be really risky, you know, with Raiden being so low. Oh, I don't know. It's so hard to predict.
It really is hard to predict. I'm just like looking at these cards and trying to figure out what lines there are to play. I mean, it's just very unusual setup.
It's too unusual. Yeah, I mean, it's very hard for us here on the caster seat to predict what these players are going to do. Partly because it's very hard for the players to even understand what to do in these situations.
Look at Fufu squinting.
You know, when you play the same decks a lot against each other, you get really familiar with specific states of the game, right? Like, you've seen situations before, you've seen plays before, and you know how to react. This is really testing the player's skills to, you know, react on the spot.
And our knowledge.
Yeah, our knowledge and the players' knowledge at home. Maybe they can, you know, it's very likely that players at home are going to be spotting lines that these pro players cannot because they've played more with these cards than they have. Ooh, a normal attack out from Child.
If you guys in chat are watching this right now and you think you'd be able to play this better, or if you have other ideas for how to play these decks, please write it in chat. I'm very interested to see.
Quick and Chickens, they're really struggling with figuring out what plays there are. Oh, is there a mistake?
It kind of does look like a mistake. I mean, you'd have to swap off of Sucrose here because you don't want to be the first one to have a character go down. That is a bounty.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fast swap because of that Catherine card.
Yes.
And we are going to have to see tuning. Debating if he wants to refresh the status for Venti. I think that's a good idea. You know, again, this is kind of like a mini ramp card. The Anemo deck is going to be swapping around so much that saving 2 dice for the rest of the game is actually going to be huge. And we are also we could have a double Anemo summon here at the end of the turn.
I think that would be really good for trying to get the summon bounty.
It would. And it's actually a significant amount of damage. You know, even without any infusions, the Anemo Swell's damage output is pretty significant and very dice efficient.
30 points for finishing an opponent's character through a summon. And then, so finishing a character first is another 30 points. It's once per game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Windy Iceberg can end they can break up the opponent's end round combo here if they end before Quicken's Chicken Done. So I think they have to consider, do they go for the bounty and declare the end of round and equip VV, or do they go for the Venti Burst?
I think we go for Venti Burst.
I think Venti Burst makes sense.
Burst is what we do here.
Yeah, Fufu's considering here. He will have to tune 2 of his cards in order to achieve that. And he's also going to be leaving 2 dice unused, unfortunately.
Well, they would go to, well...
Oh, it's true. 2 dice would go to Lieben. Yeah, that's actually perfect.
2 for Lieben.
That was very calculated, I'm sure, by Fufu.
I think the problem is...
Oh, he's going to go for the early end turn. Yeah, making sure you get the right dice so you don't leave 2 of the same dice for Lieben.
That is the 3rd round, though.
That is the 3rd round. So that is actually
60
going to
points.
be 60 points if Fufu ends up ending round here. And I think that's the right play.
I do think it's the right play. And those 2 dice are going to go to Lieben. So that's additional ramp and card draw for next turn. That is... Oh my god.
This is a brilliant setup. I mean... There is a potential here for Windy Iceberg to get Venti very low by using a Beidou skill here, proccing Electro Charged. That might actually be what he goes for. Those 2 Adeptus Bursts might be too much. I'd consider maybe tuning one of those, but maybe... Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to see 2 tunes into a Raiden skill here. That's actually pretty good. Setting up for her burst, although she's going to go down.
You could also do...
Actually, this
Electro Res and then 2 dice to Lieben. You could do that.
You could, but Raiden is going to go down because the summon is going to do 2 damage to her at the end of the round, and Venti is going first. The burst is going to be able to finish her off. I think this might have been a little bit of a misplay on Windy Iceberg's side.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, this is
You're
fine,
right,
but you
actually.
have to swap back off of Raiden.
You really
yeah, here we
do.
go. It's very inefficient, but you had needed to give her that energy, but maybe that was the wrong way to do it.
It's hard to know what the right way to do it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is a right way. There's only the way the wind leads you, Leo. And here we go. Surprisingly, I think I have Quicken Chickens as a favorite. Oh, that Aquila Favona could be huge. Jean is still at a healthy 9 life total.
Also, the Mondstadt Resonance.
Oh, look at those 2 VVs giving Fufu such brilliant rolls there. 4 Anemo dice. He is not going to have to tune any cards. I would love to see a Jade Chamber go down for a guaranteed 6 Anemo dice. Although, you know, the more Anemo dice you roll, the less likely you're going to get that 4 Omni dice bounty.
You have to keep in mind, do you go for bounties or do you go for the win? I mean, winning is a bounty, but it's not the only bounty.
It doesn't.
Right?
I think here the Quicken Chicken's Anemo deck, I think, is in a favored position to win. I look at Fufu
doing
making
the
those
calculations.
This is great.
Oh my god.
And the longer they can drag the game out, the better cards like Catherine and this Dawn Winery here, which may get played, get, as well as Aquila Favona potentially. And with how low the other characters are, that Mondstadt Resonance might come in very, very clutch. You know, I really like putting the Venti Burst here. You might bait your opponents into switching to Raiden and thinking that she's safe from damage, but a quick swap onto Jean with Aquila and her skill will finish her off. You know, I wonder if Windy Iceberg is going to play into that line here, because it's a very threatening one from Quick Chickens, and they'll get that bounty.
Right. So Venti Spurs coming down onto Beidou, 2 summons on the board, both swirling absolutely nothing, by the way.
No.
The quick swap.
Oh, there is a quick swap actually, so never mind. Raiden will be able to get her burst off and actually kill Venti. At least they'll get that bounty. Yeah. Oh,
That's 30
yeah.
Points. 30 points.
Fufu not pleased at seeing that quick swap. You know, they were really hoping to play around it, but I think the summons are very threatening. And we see how bad the dice is on Windy Iceberg's side. They don't actually have any Hydro dice in order to use Child Burst. They would have to tune their entire hand, which leaves them unable to use Adeptus Burst.
So Fufu opting to go with Sucrose here. It looks like we're gonna see a normal attack.
normal attack?
Not wanting. Well, it makes sense. You don't want to swap right into
Oh,
Child
true,
with this
true.
burst ready, or I guess to
Yeah.
Beidou in this case.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised there that you don't actually just lead on Jean with a normal attack instead, you know, for an extra 2 points of damage.
And also you could equip Aquila.
Oh, you know, those two VVs are going to start adding up. Both characters here equipped with Viridus and Venom is going to make their attacks cheaper by 1 Anemo dice. So not only is Fufu rolling significantly more on element dice than his opponent, he's also getting a discount on every attack that both Sucrose and Jean make.
So Vivi.
Mhm.
Vivi.
The 3-cost one, yeah.
Yes. Does that also give extra damage?
No, it does not. No extra damage, but it makes any Anemo ability you use cost 1 less die.
Okay, so I'm just like looking at Jean. So Jean's elemental skill does 3 naturally.
damage.
With Aquila, it should do 4.
Correct.
So Child is sitting at a nice healthy 5. It's not quite enough to take him out if Windy Iceberg swaps to him.
No, but the summons at the end of the turn are very threatening. They're going to, you know, if Windy Iceberg swaps to any character, Quicken Chickens has a line of play in order to kill off that character. And they're going to lose that energy. They're going to have to sacrifice Raiden or sacrifice one of their other characters here.
And also noticeably, Windy Iceberg's gonna add a dice, and it's tragic.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of, I think the best play from Windy Iceberg is to start swap soloing, you know, make sure that they don't end turn, because if they end turn and let the opponent have their way, they are going to lose Child yet again.
I'm looking at the bounty score because that is the actual thing we're supposed to be monitoring here. It's not.
Oh,
it's not
true.
2 to 1. It's the bounty
500 to
scores. It's
350.
500 to 350. So winning a game is 80 points. That would bring Quicken Chickens up to
430.
430.
Yeah, they'll really close the gap here. I mean, I think we'll definitely see a Sucrose skill here. The unfortunate thing, we just still have the Venti status, so swapping to a different character is still free. But this makes the most sense play here, putting Child out, because he is the most threatening one. We're probably going to see Windy Iceberg use up another dice to swap back onto Beidou.
I'm just thinking, so 30 points finish opponent's character through a summon.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see that. Also, 150 points for limiting 3 characters in 1 round, which is an OTK. I think with the summons, we might actually be able to see that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, one of the characters is very likely... So, one of the things Quicken Chickens... No. Either way, a character is going to die this turn. I don't think there's a way to prevent that. So, we're not going to be able to see the 1-turn kill bounty, but it definitely would be very possible. We're going to see a swap to
Unfortunate.
Jean, probably a normal attack here, or a single dice tune, choosing to tune the Aquila. I think that's a good choice. It's
Yeah.
very risky to equip Aquila in these kinds of decks. And we're going to see Child exposed here.
Oh.
Yeah, he will get to go first.
Is that actually...
So it's not quite lethal because Child is only able to do 7 damage here with an Adeptus into his burst.
Okay, I haven't lost yet, kind of saves Jean there. Swapping to Sucrose will...
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Actually, you didn't even need to do that. I mean, the extra energy to
Oh, yeah.
Sucrose is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, play J
J-Chamber.
J-Chamber. Do it.
This
do
is
it.
the time. Come on.
Yes, do it. Come on. He's trying to think if he wants the Omni Dice.
He's doing the J-Chamber shuffle. Omni dice?
Yeah, the 4 Omni Dice from rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Bounty.
That's true. I think it's
Bounties,
more important.
guys.
Look, if your aim is to win right now, I think you definitely want those dice.
And unfortunately, it was not a summon kill.
It wasn't, but you know, and the also unfortunate thing is Venti had been alive. Ending the turn on Venti there would have used his burst to suck
Oh my gosh. Jade Chamber.
You know what should have been a bounty? Rolling 8 of the same elemental dice. That actually would have been really good. Let's see what the last one is.
No!
Oh!
It was almost edible. It was almost edible.
Almost.
Oh my god.
I think we're going to see Quicken Chickens take it. The mono Animo deck really giving...
There's no way.
I mean, I think it's happening.
There's no way. I mean, Mondstadt Resonance is just over, right?
Oh, yeah. With Mondstadt Resonance is just over. Windy Iceberg isn't going to get 2 more turns at all. They are going to be able to kill Sucrose here. So unfortunately, Quicken Chickens isn't going to be able to get the bounty of having 2 or more characters left alive. But Jean is going to be comfortably able to finish off both remaining characters. Although there is a Hash Brown in Windy Iceberg's hand, they need to play that on Beidou before passing the priority of the turn over to the opponent.
So I have to ask a technical question here.
Yeah.
So if you play Mondstadt Resonance, right? Do your 2 turns count as 1 combat action? Or would that be 2 combat actions and
It's
you
2
just
combat
get 2 of
actions.
them? Okay.
Yeah, I think that one has to be okay. There we go. The Hash Brown does go on Beidou, which that's a pretty good play. Although, let's see. Yeah, Beidou is out of range for any sort of 1-turn kill here. We'll probably just see Sucrose.
You know, honestly, I feel like this gives Fufu the opportunity to swap onto Jean and...
Actually, with Mondstadt Resonance, it's over anyway. There's no way that Windy Iceberg can recover from this.
Well, I know, but I'm wondering if he can keep Jean alive and go for keeping 2 characters alive at the end. Like, would Child Burst actually take Jean down without any artifacts
it wouldn't, no. But the thing is, he doesn't have enough dice to actually execute that plan because it would cost. He doesn't have any more of the Venti status on him. Using that extra dice to swap over to Jean could be fatal. Oh yeah, there is Anima Resonance. I'm paying too much attention to the other cards. I'm forgetting about the basic cards that actually function in the deck.
There's so much to keep track of.
There is too much to keep track of. You know, to play this format at the highest level would require so much training, and the training would be so painful.
Like a Fufu dancing.
He knows he has the win. Yeah, he's gonna lose Sucrose here. We're gonna see Jean with the Mondstadt Resonance, VV reducing the cost by 1. It's gonna be perfect. 5 Anemo dice, and it's gonna be 2 basic, or 1 swirl into maybe a second one, and look at that, Quicken Chickens using the Mono Anemo deck, winning this round 2-1.
How did that happen? How did that happen, actually?
I mean, it was a very unusual child. Well, let's go back to the main stage.
Let's go back to the main stage.
Okay, thank you so much to our wonderful casters. That we definitely need an interview here. That is, it won. It won. How did you do it? How'd you guys pull it off?
I don't know. I'm just that good.
Dang. That's what I like to hear. A surprising loss there. I think you very close. What happened in that series?
Mihoyo, please bop Beidou.
Okay, all right. Well, please go to your set. Bring us back these microphones. Now we do have our next series. Congratulations there.
Thank you, thank you.
Jason, you did get to see both of your decks in action. Which was your favorite to see the pros be able to play it?
I mean, seeing the Let the Win lead was truly an honor. All I can say is we let the win lead and we won.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you will probably be guaranteed mathematically to have one of your decks featured in the next one, my friend. Any particular hopes out there? Any shout outs before we start the pro players allowing to pick?
Let's just say friends Eula.
Great. Well, truly like some sort of national treasure mystery. Thank you, Ben Franklin. As now we go over to our casters to talk about that last series and go to a break.
So the Mono Anemo deck won. I feel like I've betrayed the Cecilia Flower.
Betrayed? In what way?
I wasn't rooting for it, but I really thought that the Child Raiden deck would secure that second game, and it wouldn't even go to a third match, but it did.
It did.
And it reverse sweep.
It was yeah, in a sense, a reverse sweep. You know, come back from behind victory. I mean, really, the skill of the players is showing through. They're making so many brilliant plays with what is honestly an absurd deck. A zero reaction deck here. I mean, kind of zero reaction from both sides. The other deck mostly focused on just repeatedly doing Charge Burst and not really caring about Electro Charged. But that first game was so convincing that I also was sure that there was no way that the Mono Neo deck could do it.
Look how happy Fufu is.
Yeah.
He's like, well, he didn't want to play the second. Look at him. He took the win.
Definitely begrudgingly play the deck to victory, and you know, I think it's a very good ending to have Mondstadt Resonance, Team Mondstadt, Team Mono Anemo. This is what I love to see. This is what today is all about. Look
Tears
at the
in my
players.
eyes, actually.
And look how happy they are being defeated as well. Like, I don't think you can be upset at being, losing against a mono and emo deck. It was very well played from both sides, really showcasing the power of all that swap bait. You saw how many. I mean, if you really actually closely look at the strategy, there were so many times when the child deck got put into a really awkward situation where they couldn't swap off without doing something bad, but then swapping would reduce their dice and they wouldn't be able to make another action.
Well, we will get into the next series soon. For now, we're going to go to a break. So we will catch you guys soon. Thanks so much for watching.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
I'm really excited to see the next deck.
Welcome back, my friends, from our break to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Invitational, Day 3, our fun day, our celebration of the wonderful Genshin Impact Genius Invocation community, and everything in between. We had a fantastic Series 1 that somehow went to 3 games, as today we are playing meme decks with the greatest players in history and the 2 greatest community members in the building. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. Of course, Fob, welcome back. Now, Fob, one of your decks is going to be chosen by the pro players here today. Exciting stuff. It is a very close still with the points. Remember, points matter. Winning only helps you with the points. Fob, you excited for the next series?
Yes.
Great. I can feel it, Fob.
Wait, how close are we?
We are very, like, physically, emotionally, or...
Spiritual, no, the point-wise.
We are incredibly close spiritually. Thank you so much, Fog. I feel like I've known you my whole life, but it is close. I mean no good at numbers, but it's right there. So could come down. Of course, your teammate this time is going to be Vesta. Vesta, you feeling okay after watching your friends? This is your moment. You watch everyone else.
Well, I surely won't disappoint my team. I'm very confident in my luck of choosing the right deck just from the name.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I know I trained this really hard. Like my friends wrote me random names and I just chose the best one.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Choosing the deck is a big deal. Both of your decks were chosen. So do you think you're going to get lucky number 3 on this one?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You know, I trust in Fob's creations. I feel like Fob's decks will bring us luck just as well as mine have. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. And are you feeling confident going into the next series? I mean, it was pretty rough. That took a long time, that last series thing.
That was a pretty long series, but we're going to win.
Damn, all right. The man doesn't even know. Well, you guys got to choose first in Series 1, so it's only fair to allow the Fob squad, this is going to be Team Windy Iceberg here, to pick first. So please, if we can see the names of the decks, all they get to know are the names, and you cannot pick the same decks again. I know you're so disappointed, but you must pick a new deck there. So what would you like, Vesta?
I think like I drank too much and ate too much today, so I need to be counting calories, so that's what I choose.
Counting calories! Okay, fantastic. Why don't you guys go ahead and take a seat? I will explain that deck for you very shortly, and of course, counting calories is going to be one of Fob's, so congrats, Fob. All right, what are we picking here, Ting?
Binzu chose top right, so I'll choose top left.
Rise of the Phoenix. All right, go ahead and take your seat. I'll explain to you what that deck is as we start to build them live on the stream so you guys can do it at home as well. Now, I'll give you a short and sweet on Fob's boy right here. This is counting calories. Here's the meme of the deck, my friends. Both Tignari and Klee can utilize a certain amount of dice. If it's an even amount of dice, it's better. So what we're going to do here is use their friend, the chef, to give them a bunch of food. The food items, of course, have a 0, 1, and 2 cost, which will allow you to manipulate your dice, making it even, allowing your characters to go nuts. So yes, start eating, because you'll be counting calories, my friend. Go ahead and build this up. Now, why did we put all these things in here, Fob? What do you see? Do you see anything exciting? Vesta, do you understand the deck?
Well, to be honest, I'm just disappointed.
Okay, great.
But I think I'll make it work.
Well, very much. Like most of Fob's fans, just a general air of disappointment at all times. But, you know, you guys are making it work. Fob, any reactions to that?
I think it's because he wanted different dishes, but listen, these are, let me cook, you know?
Fantastic. All right, great. Now, it seems that you recognize all the cards here, so that's good. Now, what changes would you have made? Is there any dish here missing?
Like I could say which one I'm missing, but then my opponent know what.
Yeah, good point. All right, keep that secret.
He didn't totally look at our paper.
That's great. No cheating over there. All right, there's a fun community event here, so please keep it PC, keep it cool. We're almost done building this deck here. What do you think is the most important thing with your characters, which you've already chosen? Oh, one more.
Oh yeah, true.
All right.
Okay. I think Tignari is really good for doing damage, and I will just try. Like, I think the best objective from the last game was that you are able to repeat 8 or more damage in a combat action.
Don't give them hints, man. Keep your strategy to yourself. My goodness, it was a very empty question.
I'll win anyway. It doesn't matter.
Oh, damn! All right, right, that's what I like to hear. Okay, well, I hope you guys are good at math with counting calories, as now we move on to our next deck here. This one, Rise of the Phoenix. Jason, this is your last one that you created. Congratulations on that. I have too many microphones. I got 3 mics. I love it. Now, you might have guessed what this one is. The Abyss Selector and the Electro Cube. They both revive when they get downed, and then of course Diona heals and shields. We have a bunch of different things to keep reviving you, a lot of heals. Most importantly, the Tavat fried egg, one of the greatest items in the game. Thoughts on this one? Is it what you expected there, Ting?
It's beyond my expectations.
On my back, man. I love you, man.
All right, all right. Do you think this one will actually work? Because I was looking at the deck list myself. I literally don't know how you deal damage in this deck. You just keep coming back.
Anything can work.
Anything can work. Oh my goodness. All right, you ready?
Yeah, the best part about this deck is you're essentially just doing CPR for the characters over and over. So we're gonna be able to, we'll be okay.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, these are 2 very good decks. I cannot wait to see how this one turns out. Welcome to Game 1 of our series number 2 as we pass it to our casters.
Don't look at me. I'm tearing up right now. We've been laughing this entire time watching them. It's way too much.
Oh my god. I'm so excited for this Teyvat egg deck. That was my pick for my most wanted deck on stream, so I'm really glad that one of the teams did choose it.
How many times can that deck revive?
I didn't count, but I believe it can revive at least 5 or 6 times. Some of the cube can revive multiple times with that skill card, and then the 2 eggs. I'm not actually quite sure how the Abyss Pyrolector talent works completely.
Enjo.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, both those characters are coming to revive, so I guess it's 8 times? You have to kill them 8 times.
Teyvat Fried Egg will bring your characters back to life, and then
1 health, yeah.
So Enjo and Electro Cube naturally have a passive that allows them to revive after they fall below 0 HP. Looks like we are getting to this first game. I wanted to touch a bit on the burning deck, the counting calories deck. So it is a burning deck with Dendro and Pyro. Xiangling is their chef. Oh my gosh, he has the food tech.
Oh, why would you put away Chef Mao?
Do not put away Chef Mao. Chef
That's
Mao,
a ramp card.
every time, well, once per round,
Once
if
per
you
round.
play a piece of food, it will generate 1 dice.
Oh.
And so NRE, if you play a food card, it will draw another food card from your deck. So this deck is utilizing food tech to basically manipulate your dice in a way so that you can get off Klee or Tignari's charge attacks. And do you believe Tignari's talent was included?
Yeah, Tignari's talent was in there.
Makes his normal attacks
Actually, I'm not sure
2
what that
dice.
Okay,
2 dice.
2 dice. So it makes them cheaper. Yeah, so even more charge attack. So a lot of dice efficiency coming out from the top deck. And we can see by the scores there, 520 to 430. It is very close, but even after losing the first series 2-1, Windy Iceberg is in the lead.
My God.
Oh, and you know,
Chef.
it is so perfect that Ting is playing this deck because we saw him destroy with the Electro Cube on stream yesterday, and here he is once again with the Electro Cube a second time.
It was fate. He had no idea that this cube would be in this deck, and here he picked it, and it was fate.
Yeah.
The Electro Cube is truly his card at this point. And every time that cube plays the rock, paper, scissors combo, us casters here will play rock, paper, scissors. Yesterday, we had 3 ties. We did 2 scissors, 1 rock.
And we have no decisive winner right now, so hopefully by the end of this series, we will be able to see who between us 2 is the rock, paper, scissors champion. And you can see,
no.
Oh, here we go.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh!
No!
That is 1 win for Blep.
No.
Yes,
Wait, we have to do
paper
another one
beats
because
rocks.
a cube appeared.
All right. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I won.
Oh, tied up again. My scissors lost to that rock. And here we go. Rock, paper, scissors does a surprising amount of damage there when uninterrupted. And Windy Iceberg's deck has no way to actually interrupt this combo, but they have a lot of food.
Also, look at the rainbow dice at both sides. I mean, for Quick and Chickens, those 3 dice are probably going to go to Liven. But as for Windy Iceberg, maybe we'll see Chef Mao. I don't think you can really play NRE or Paimon at this.
Well, no, I think, so here's the play that I think I would do. I would put down NRE.
Yeah, you could.
I would then put down Chef Mao and then put the Lotus Crypts to tank the last hit from the Electro Cube there. Very efficient use. You will redraw another food as well, and then Chef Mao might roll you a lucky dice in order to let you actually play Paimon. But even not, maybe there's a secondary food you can equip. you know, you really want to get that down.
You could play Chef Mao, and then you could play minty meat rolls, and it will give you 1 dice back from the Chef Mao, and then Xiangling could normal attack and have her burst up.
Yeah, well, probably I would do the Lotus Crisp because you know that Electro Cube does have that 3rd slam of the rock.
That's true, and if you end, that's the first round towards 3 consecutive ends, which would be a bounty that is a 60 point once per game bounty. So that's actually probably the better thing to do.
Probably the better thing to do. I mean, obviously, Windy Iceberg getting not great dice rolls here, but hopefully the food will start making up for it as Chef Mao coming into play. Yeah, here we go. Here's the play I mentioned, Lotus Crisp. Now, it is going to give him extra dice and an extra food back. Ooh, 2 minty rolls. Probably not what you want to see right now.
Not at all. But I mean, you know, I feel like Chef Mao would be better utilized if it generated 1 Omni instead of a random element.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you never know what's cooking in the kitchen, so you can't always predict the dice. And here we go, the Lotus Crisp tanking the 3 last damage from the Electro Cube.
And that Liben does come down, and we see a pass.
Yeah, I really like the start quick and chickens has here, although Windy Iceberg has been able to deploy the Guoba there as well.
I have a question. Why doesn't Electro Cube just naturally have like a electro application on it? Because
yeah, people do ask that. I believe, you know, if you're talking about it, you know, in a competitive session, having an Electro on a character is such a tremendous downside. It will probably make them very unplayable.
But the lure. But the lure.
You know, ooh, there's the Enjo talent card. Now, I believe that will apply an additional shield when Enjo revives, or a Pyrolector here. You have me calling me Enjo now.
Yeah, it's Enjo.
Pyrolector.
I mean, it is Pyrolector,
We don't
but
know
it's probably
exactly Enjo.
You know, I think it's Enjo.
Think? Okay.
I think it's Enjo. I believe in Enjo.
We'll believe in Enjo.
Also, we have Diona here.
Ooh.
You know, Diona's rarely ever played, right?
Yeah, Diona's very rarely played. I mean, you know, after a long night, after, you know, being knocked out and back up, Diona's the perfect person to get you to recover from a hangover. Her heals hopefully will be very good here.
And like our stage here is literally the tavern, and we haven't seen Diona at all, so I'm really happy to see her. Yeah.
And we see, you know, the Windy Iceberg deck drew the 2nd copy of Chef Mao. So if they deploy that, every time they use a food, they will get back 2 whole dice.
Yeah, so it stacks.
It stacks, yeah. So that is actually really good because a lot of the food in the deck, I believe, looking at the list, some of it does cost 0, so they can actually ramp. It's like a mini Gamblers.
Yeah,
it's better than Gamblers because.
Well, it doesn't give you Omni, so.
Hey, look, it's better than Gamblers. Just roll with it.
Okay, I'm rolling with him. Whatever. But I think Chef Mao, playing the 2nd Chef Mao is the play. And you know, you can also stack NRA. I don't know how useful that is, but if you want to draw 2 food cards in 1 turn, you can.
I mean, that can very easily make you overdraw, so that's a very dangerous thing to do here. And let's see, it looks like Ting is thinking about rolling some more cryo dice in order to start using Diona or the Lecter talent. Yeah. Oh, very.
Oh my gosh.
Lots of Omni. Now, obviously not going to count towards the bounty because they are rolled not as part of the beginning roll.
Let's see how Diona's shielding
Mm-hmm.
helps those characters who can revive multiple times stay alive.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're definitely, I think Tignari, it's very important. This deck not only is food, but is a burning deck. I mean, you can't cook food without some fire. So, you know, getting that burning reaction down here will be pretty crucial, and then we can lean on Tignari to do a tremendous amount of damage. Bessa is looking very confused.
The deck must be called Counting Calories because you really have to count the dice in this deck. You have to be manipulating your charge attacks, which only happen if your dice are even. So when you have food that reduce the amount of dice and normal attack costs. Wait, did we just see, what did he just tune?
He just tuned away the 2nd Chef Mao.
No!
I mean, maybe there's some other play that we're not aware of here, but at least Tignari is getting in on the action here, deploying the skill there, giving it some charged shots. And it looks like we have, we might see Minty Meat Rolls into a Pyro Woven in order to... Oh no, Chef Mao will do it.
That's going to make Tignari's attacks do... I mean, if it's a charged attack...
It still counts.
It will be 1 less...
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no. He doesn't have Tignari's talent.
No Tignari's talent, yeah, it will be 1 less, but it's already reduced by the Minty Meat Rolls, right? Even with the charged attacks, the basic attack cost is still reduced by 1.
So the thing is, if you draw Tignari's talent, right, it's 4 cost, but then every charge attack after you use a skill, so you get 3 charge attacks after using his elemental skill, and they will apply Dendro and also be reduced by 1. So if you use Minty Meat Rolls after that, then every charge attack will be 1 dice.
Only 1 shot. Well, remember, they did adjust Minty Meat Rolls not to be infinite anymore.
Yes,
you know, people have been using that for a long time.
It's only
3 attacks.
3 attacks. And then also, you know, if you do a charge attack with only uneven amount of dice.
True.
So one dice, you're going to have
Exactly.
to adjust your dice again to be even again for a charge deck. This is why this deck is called counting calories.
Yeah, a lot of math happening here. I mean, you saw Vesta there kind of really calculating there. Wow, look how fast Ting is playing. I think he just equipped Abyss, the talent onto Lecter, healed Diona with Pizza, and then deployed Paimon. So very big turn here. And, you know, this deck looks very defensive. There's a lot of healing, and the revivals make it very hard, especially if you overkill on your opponent's characters to, you know, not be so damage efficient.
Yeah,
And,
for sure.
Yeah, we're going to either see... Let's see. Oh, there could be a... no, a Pyro Woven here isn't going to really let you deploy Paimon. We'll see what Vesta is trying to do. Oh,
I think he wants to tune to play that Paimon. He really needed to keep the Chef Mao.
oh, but if you tune away all of your food cards, you are no longer getting NRE.
No.
Tune away Paimon.
Well,
Oh, I see. He's trying to lay down the
He's going
damage
for the
early on.
burst?
Yeah, going for the Tignari burst.
oh, I guess Diona will fall to the summons, right?
Oh, yeah. Now, Diona, the only one without a revival mechanic. Okay, so going for a very aggressive play here. Killing after... Although, it's not too late for Diona because there is two fried eggs in the deck.
And also, so, you know what? The fried eggs can't be very good, though, for bounty.
Don't call fried eggs very good. Not very good. Well, Diona's actually not dead yet. Left on 1. Maybe Vesta did not correctly calculate his calories there. The mushroom pizza, adding a little bit of defensiveness to Diona. He is not able to get the bounty for the first kill of the round. And he tuned away a lot of cards in order to make that work.
That Chef Mao.
Yeah, that Chef Mao, you know, that's totally a I'm going to call it out now. Our pro players have misplayed that. You definitely want... That is not how you play the Counting Calories deck. You want your 2 Chef Maos there. Tuning it was a very big misplay. It is going to cost Windy Iceberg the game. I'm calling it.
Oh my gosh. You know, if you're going to be bad cop, I have to be good cop. So, you're doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah, and you know, the bottom side for Quick and Chickens, it looks like the characters are on really low health and in danger, but remember, all of them still have a revive, and notably, they drew the Electro Cube skill talent, which refreshes that revive, but only if the Electro Cube goes down. So that Electro Cube is actually on 8 health, and not only on 5. And same with Lecter, still has its revive up.
Noticeably, so after a Dendro and Pyro react together, there is another summon that comes out on your side of the board, which is the Burning effect. Thus, this is the Burning deck.
Yes.
So there is that extra summon there. We'll see if Windy Iceberg can get any additional summons off with Tignari's charge attacks. You know, I see a 0-cost food that boosts the damage of a normal attack by 1 as well.
Yep.
So there could be a lot of damage on it.
It could be, but you have to be very careful here. Having that hash brown is going to trigger Chef Mao, so it's actually going to put you back up to an even amount of dice at 7. If you didn't calculate for that, Vesta, then you may not be able to use a charge shot this round. Looks like that smile. I wonder if he realizes his mistake. He could still use another food this round. It's only going to trigger once, but it's not going to... He's denied himself the charge shot.
He used the wrong food.
Yeah. You know, if he had the second Chef Mao here, it would have been fine. Yeah.
You're never going to let him live that down, are you?
No.
I wonder if this is a chance for Ting to get some points for his team.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, one of the weaknesses, I think, with the Quickens Chickens deck, because the health totals are so low, although does it count if they eliminate a character if they revive?
I don't know.
That's a really good question. I don't think it counts.
Oh, here's the first revive.
It says finish. Oh, there goes Enjo. The talent is going to give him 3 extra shields. That is so...
Oh, no.
So much defensiveness.
And the first character that actually falls is Tignari. So
Yes.
I mean, that should be 30 points.
Yes, that should be... It's, you know, it says to finish off an opponent's character here. I mean, I see 3 characters out on the board. Maybe Fried Egg doesn't count towards that completely, but our Abyss Lecter is by no means dead, still very much alive on actually 6 health. That's actually a significant amount.
Using Liben in this case, I was wondering if Ting would use the Electrocube talent, but not yet.
One of the dangers coming out from the top deck here in Windy Iceberg is they don't have access to Dendro anymore. You know, Tignari was shut down. They have 2 Dendro remaining, and so they can make a lot of work with that if they use their cards correctly. Well, the scores, though, are still very close. Both sides about equal as they started, so the winner here might actually make a decisive gap in the point lead. And oh, look at Windy Iceberg's dice. There's so... I think that's almost rainbow.
He tried to roll, like he rolled all of his Dendro obviously because Tignari fell, but did not really get anything great in return. Okay, so Enjo's falling actually now, like he is actually gone.
Oh yeah, and using a food there to increase Xiangling's attack by 1 and ramping himself by 1. I might
Lotus
add.
coming out, and also Diona's skill for yet another shield. Also, I see a Cathedral in Quicken Chicken's hand. That is a lot of sustain.
It is a lot of sustain. And we see a Heavy Strike in there as well. You know, Heavy Strike, we didn't able to see it on camera, but it does increase your charge attacks damage by 1, and also costing 1. So you have to be very careful with our calculations.
Yeah, so it boosts normal attack damage by 1, and then if it's a charge attack, it's another +1.
Yes.
So it's +2 overall if your dice are even, and then if they're odd, it's only +1. So obviously, if you use it, you want to go for maximum efficiency and have it be
Definitely
a charged attack.
Yes, very efficient. Look at the laughs and smiles on the players' faces. They're having so much fun. This is a complicated deck to play. I
really
do
is.
not envy them in the slightest. And here we go. We have the Xiangling Burst coming down, also refreshing the burn. Now that's going to add up to a lot of damage over time. We do know that the Electro Cube can still revive, so we might see another rock, paper, scissors combo. Diona Burst also ready here for some extra healing.
I think the unfortunate thing is that Pyronado will do enough damage to take down Diona if Windy Iceberg has the dice for it.
I don't
So
think they
it's a big
do.
if.
They might need an end turn here. Diona should be able to deploy the burst and at least survive a few more turns with that extra shield point. But it's going to be pretty close.
And then Diona would be able to burst, which heals, I believe.
Yeah, the Diona's Burst heals. You don't see it very often. Heals the active character by a little bit and also deals some cryo damage, which might come into play very importantly here.
Ooh. I don't know if Klee would be able to actually do anything here.
Not this turn, no. We're probably ending on Klee just to prevent Xiangling. I mean, Xiangling has eaten food this round, so I think you're hoping next round to draw some healing in order to keep her alive. Because I think Guoba is going to be very critical here, being very efficient in terms of damage. I think Ting is considering ramping, and we're probably going to see a ramp in a Favonius Cathedral.
Yeah, I think Cathedral.
Yep,
would be
Cathedral to heal up Diona here, keeping her alive a little bit. And he will get to go first next round, which is pretty key.
best. And we'll probably see Diona's burst right away.
Diona's Burst, not very commonly used either. And yeah, we'll see how how we choose to react. And yeah, using maybe up the excess food, although it's very inefficient. You're going to waste 1 point of healing if you use it on Klee right now.
So for more casual players out there, Favonius Cathedral heals 2, has 2 usages. So it heals 2 to the active character. So Diona will gain 2 health. The Paimon card, of course, gives 2 Omni Die at the start of every turn, and that goes on for 2 rounds. So we call cards like the Paimon card ramp because it's ramping for the next turn. And then Cathedral is just there for sustain health. Oh my gosh. The Fried Egg and Sangonomiya Shrine.
Yeah, Sangonomiya Shrine, of course, a new card out in 3.7. I know, like the Cathedral, is a healing card, but heals all your characters for 1 health, which if you can heal 3 characters is very efficient. I think the Revive deck just has too much healing. The Windy Iceberg deck is not able to put out enough damage to counteract all of this healing here.
And you know, with Tignari gone, there's no elemental reactions on the side of Windy Iceberg either. You really need to play around Tignari and keep him alive in this case, because he is your only Dendro application. None of that Pyro on Diona or Electro Cube is going to matter. And, you know, Egg brings Enjo back to life. That is a second revive.
It is a second revive. I mean, you know, don't count the top deck out yet. It still has a lot of options in its deck based on food, and we haven't seen Klee take the field yet. I think a well-timed Klee burst could still turn the game around, but it's going to be close. With all that healing in the Quicken Chicken deck's hand, you know, I think it needs to happen in this round or next. Or we're going to see some revivals and then potentially some heals.
Yeah, I do see Tignari's talent in the hand of Vesta here, and that would have been really useful when he was alive. I feel like Tignari's talent is very core to this deck that
it is very cool, yeah, but unfortunately losing it very early and switching over to Cube. Oh, we're gonna see a Heavy Strike charge attack. I think this takes out the Cube, if I'm not mistaken.
It doesn't take him out. He's gonna revive.
He's gonna revive, but you gotta fight through those revives. Oh, and he's gonna use the chicken as well to reduce the cost further, or maybe not. No, if you use the chicken, you get a dice from Chef Mao, and it will no longer. Okay, that was close. That was close. The play there was almost a miss. If you had used chicken there, Chef Mao would have actually counteracted that, but there we go, the Ice Cube, and we're gonna probably...
Would it have counteracted it? So Chef Mao Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it would have gone up to 3
It
or
would
5.
have gone up to 3, yeah.
Yeah, and then you would not have a charge attack anymore. Okay, I wonder if we're going to see... Yes, we're going to see the Electro Cube talent there, healing by 4 and re-equipping that revive.
Oh my
You have to kill
God.
an additional time now.
Now the question is, are we going to see Sangonomiya Shrine go down, or are we going to see the egg revive Enjo?
I mean, egging revive Enjo could be dangerous here. Being on 1 health is pretty difficult, but it is... you know, Shrine, I really think you want to lay it down when there is exactly 3 characters left alive. I mean, honestly, I don't know. These pro players are probably still better at playing these decks than I am. Here we go, Chef Mao.
Oh, Chef Mao giving the 3rd dice.
But the 3rd dice is what you want, because I think you want to tune here and potentially go for another Klee skill to set up burst next turn. You know, you don't need a charged attack here. Okay, potentially, okay, we might see a swap into Xiangling.
He's thinking. He's thinking.
Yeah, in this spot, I would probably tune Tignari Tana. You really don't need that. And yeah, make use of that with another Klee skill. Or, actually,
Paimon coming down.
Yeah, that's actually
Okay.
pretty good.
I mean, I think it's actually good for Ting because it gives him some
It does give him some breathing room. Yeah. But we'll see what Ting decides to do here, whether he wants to just attack, go on the offensive here with the Electro Cube. His characters are getting really low. I mean, that revival is there, but Diona is only on 1. The cube will be able to heal up to 6 at the end of this round.
Superconduct does go down. I mean, I think it could be some good damage onto both Klee and Xiangling because Diona's burst should apply cryo again onto Klee.
Oh yeah, look at how that cube is very
7
threatening.
health with the revive.
We might see another rock, paper, scissors, or maybe even a burst out of the cube.
Wang Shu-in is in Quicken Chicken's hand. That is similar to the Favonius Cathedral, basically the same exact thing, except instead of healing your active character for 2 at the end of turn, it will heal your lowest health inactive character.
Yeah.
So they have to be alive. It won't revive anyone,
Yeah.
but it will heal, like, say he plays it now, and Cube is the active character, will heal Diona by 2. Good turn.
Yeah, very handy for, you know, the Cathedral's downside is that you have to expose your characters usually you want to heal to the enemy's attacks, but the Wang Shu-in gets around that, so putting on the Crisp there to get around the rock, paper, scissors combo here. Now, there's 2 Pyro Resonance card in Windy Iceberg deck's hand is going to be dead. There are no more reactions coming out of that. Oh,
That's
that
repair
happened?
skill. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot!
Hey, 2-1 in my favor. Ha! Paper wins every time. Ooh, okay. The Klee Burst is on. Oh! Does this actually trigger? No, it doesn't actually trigger Klee Burst because the skill is not used. Did Vesta know about that interaction? Ting is rubbing his hands together in joy. Say, yes, that is right into my plans. He is the master of Electro Cube.
Oh my god.
We can call him that, right? He's just the master of the Electro Cube. They're knowing
New
all
title.
the interactions.
That's how the audience is gonna know you now. You performed well with that cube yesterday, and now you somehow by fate picked it today without even knowing it was in that deck. So
yeah,
how
look
you're
at that
winning
calm
with it.
confidence there. Look at all the
Oh, they're
characters.
playing rock paper scissors shoot.
Oh, I did see it. I did. They're copying us.
They are copying us.
That's
they
fine.
took that idea from
That's
us.
fine. We'll let them have it. But look at these two. I've never seen this before. 2 characters on each side on 1 health.
Oh my god.
You know, Ting with the Sangonomiya Shrine and the Wang Shu-in might, you know, be able to have this tremendous advantage here because the Windy Iceberg, the hand for Vesta is not very good. You know, 2 dead cards and no other way to generate dice.
Yeah, I mean, what you could do, you could play Wang Shu and Sakunomiya Shrine that'll heal both Diona and Cube. They could end turn, and then
You put both of them on
next
4.
turn, Enjo can come back to life with Egg, and also, like, I mean, Cube has a revive.
Cube does have a revive, although that Klee Burst is threatening next turn. You know, it's not going to be threatening them this turn, but it will be threatening them this turn.
Windy Iceberg has to swap to Xiangling, otherwise that Superconduct will kill both of them.
Oh yeah, that is true. Ugh.
So that means Ting gets end first, and it's just game. Because
I think it might
Diona's
be.
burst is going to take down Xiangling, and then at the beginning of next turn, everyone's going to be nice and healthy. Maybe Ting will even bring back Enjo with that Teyvat
Would
fried
love
egg.
to see that. Would love to see that.
Are we keeping track of how many times there's been a revive?
I mean, so far there's only been 1. 2.
2.
Ooh.
Oh,
we're
wait,
gonna see
you're
the
just
game
ending it
just end.
now.
Yeah. That's it. There's really nothing that Windy Iceberg can do. You know, I really think they're not quite playing the deck as... Just coming back again and again. Oh, and I haven't lost yet. No, not going to be enough. There's
It's not
no
gonna be
way.
enough. There's no charge check.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know, if he had kept that second Chef Mal, he might have had additional dice right now.
Oh, are we gonna keep rubbing that in their face?
Yeah, I mean, when you play these decks, you have to play them correctly. You gotta know about the lines of play. And I think Wicked Chicken is gonna take this round, and that might, score-wise, tie up the game point-wise. Oh my god, I am in love. And there's an achievement unlocked there. Congratulations.
Congratulations on that achievement.
Yeah,
and let's head back to the stage right now.
Thank you so much. Achievement hunting, too, at the same time. Wow, well done, well done. The Phoenix rises, my friend. You did it. Yeah, so many revives there. Well done for the team. How did it feel to play that never-dying deck? Okay, hell yeah, that's what I'm at. Have you ever played a deck like that before? You're such a well-put-together, intelligent guy who's making these great decks. Have you ever seen something like that?
Of course.
Of course! Have you ever succeeded with such a deck like that?
I would say it's a bit beyond what I'm used to.
Wow, okay, I will take that as a positive somehow. Thank you very much. Fob, didn't work out on that one. What went wrong there?
We put too much water in the rice cooker.
Ah, it happened again, my friends. Well, maybe next time we'll use the correct one there. How are you feeling about that deck? Do you feel like your ally will have any chance in game 2? Any advice?
Yeah, I just hoped it had Adeptus for 8 damage burst, but it just didn't.
Yeah.
But it's definitely winnable. I'm just bad at this game.
No. It's math. It's math. Counting calories, right?
I just... Tinari was dying too early, and I think I started it wrong completely because I thought I could do something, I just couldn't. And yeah, so it just ended up like that. But it is fine. It's definitely winnable. They'll win. I trust in them.
Okay. Well, we will see if they will win. Thank you so much for your time, my friends. Off you go, as we must now get our next 2 competitors. Let's bring it back. We're starting full circle here. This is Binzu and Robot Wizard. Please come to the stage yet again. Now, just a reminder, if you are joining us, we are having a bit of a fun day where we already crowned our EU and NA Grand Champions here of Genius Invocation. And these are them. We got Grand Champion number 1. Binzu, you're one of the best minds in all of Genius Invocation now. You are the best European player. What do you think about this awful deck?
I mean, we just saw it win, so it can't be awful, so...
Yes, that's true. Yeah. There's certainly merit to it. Well, that's very positive. Thank you very much. Robot Wizard, you're the only one who won in the last series, despite it being actually pretty much a meta deck. How are your thoughts on this one?
I think this deck's also pretty good. I feel like the opponent's deck is much stronger this time, so it'll be a little harder to win, but I think I can do it.
Your team is counting on you. That game win is a lot of points. Can I get a confidence level here, 1 to 10? 10 being I'm going to instantly win?
I'd give it a 3 or 4.
A 3 or 4? Oh no! Well, fantastic. All right, that's okay, guys. Well, to your stations here as we prepare to go to game 3. Please, away to you. And yes, we are about to head into game number 2, of Series 2. Winner of this, the game is so close, we will find out, and it will make one heck of a big deal. Now, before we go into the game, I know you're watching right now. Obviously, there's going to be a QR code here. I believe right here. Boom. Show it. Magic it. Boom. Scan the QR code. Okay, well, we almost did it. Anyway, no worries. Scan that QR code and let us know how you are doing, my friends. Tell us if you like the show, if you don't like the show. If, you like Genshin Impact Genius Invocation. We want to hear your feedback because it matters to us. What matters to me is watching these poor players get tortured by playing some of the worst decks I've ever seen in my life. So let's go ahead and throw it to our casters.
And so Cube's going to appear again. We made a challenge between ourselves. Every time Cube appears in a game or uses its rock, paper, scissors preparation combo, which costs 5 electro dice, we will play a match of rock, paper, scissors.
Yep.
And so far we are 2 to 1. He's 2. He's 2.
Yeah.
So
all the strategy is in my bucket.
Cube is about to appear.
Okay.
Let's do rock, paper, scissors as the
Oh, this
start.
is the highlight, but let's do it now.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh!
I won. Okay, I got rock, you got scissors. Okay, we're even now. So these are the highlights of the last game.
I think the whole game is the highlight. You know, I couldn't pick any one moment in that game that stood out any particular way, aside from Vesta struggling there, obviously, with doing that. I mean, that deck has so many things to consider. Like, if you forget about Chef Mao, if you slightly use the wrong food and get the wrong dice, it just suddenly stops working, so...
Yeah, so some food costs 0, some food costs 1, and then Chef Mao will give 1 dice... And if you 1 dice back, and then if you stack Chef Mao, you'll get 2 dice back when you use any food. And so, like... it's a lot of counting because you're trying to get even dice for charge attacks on either Cleat or Tignari.
Yeah.
And I mean, ideally, Vesta could have drawn Tignari's talent earlier. I mean...
Yeah, that was actually unfortunate. Losing Tignari early, they're very much affecting the game. They're losing all of their burning reactions there. So I'm sure we'll see Robot Wizard kind of favoring to protect Tignari as much as possible. There's plenty of food to do that, although there's actually surprisingly few healing food in the deck. A lot of it is offensive.
It is a lot of offensive stuff. There's food that buffs damage. There's food. There is Lotus Crisps, though.
There is Lotus Crisps. There's a lot of other aggressive cards. But yeah, it's an interesting deck. I mean, you know, having known these players a little bit, Robot Wizard obviously very well known for being able to calculate and, you know, do mental arithmetic on damage. Like, he might be the perfect person.
I think he's going to be good on this deck. And as for Binzu on the Cube deck, I mean, he's not Ting.
No, he's no
not
Ting. He's not the expert on the Electro Cube, but I think he's seen how the deck plays up. And yeah, we're going to see, I guess we're going to peek at the Counting Calories deck here real quick. Look at the action. So those 2 Tignari talents, obviously, we didn't get to see this time, but hopefully this game.
Tignari's talent is honestly one of my favorite cards to use. I always try to build decks around my favorite characters, and if you've been following me for a while, Tignari is my favorite character, so I really like his talent. I know a lot of people build around his burst, which is what Vesta was trying to do last game. He was trying to utilize his burst to get those points, but this deck is not the energy deck that the Raiden Child one was. You have to be counting calories, you have to be counting your food and your dice, and Tignari's talent helps with getting low-cost charge attacks. So.
Definitely the dice efficiency greatly favors, I think, the food deck because it's able to deploy things like Chef Mao, has a lot of ramp cards. It can really do a lot of things in one turn, and we didn't really see that. So hopefully we can recognize the strengths of the deck, lean in on them, and not so much rely on things like charge attack, bursts, and other things.
You know, I don't think that deck has gamblers. Did you see it there? So
no,
the thing
none of these decks do.
Even without gamblers, because of the dice efficiency on the food deck, I feel like you could even go for the 150 point bounty, which is the OTK, eliminate 3 characters in 1 round, 1 turn kill.
Definitely
I feel like you could with that deck.
Yeah, there's also a lot of summons as well. You know, I think that does count if the summons will kill at the end of turn, in addition to getting the summons bounty with Burning Reaction and the Tignari charge shot there. We do see a Pyro Resonance card. That came in a little bit too late in the last game.
You see, you already see Windy Iceberg Robot Wizard already beginning to count, even when he's just drawing his first cards. Is choosing to keep Tignari talent and the Pyro Res. I think it's very important. Oh, and draws NRE. NRE is super important to get early. You normally take 2 copies of NRE in a food tech deck because, not because you want to play both of those copies, but because you want to draw it as early as possible. The more copies of a card you bring in your deck, the more likely you are to be able to find it. It's not really good. Like, you would think that bringing a wealth of different cards could really help you utilize them and like have a variation in your hand, but the thing is, you gotta bring multiples for the ones you really want to see.
Yeah, and really bad rolls out there for Windy Iceberg on Robot Wizard sides, but I think he has 2 Liebens in his hand, which might actually save him here. He's going to be able to go NRE, if he uses his dice correctly, into double Lieben and just set up for the next turn.
Was that?
I think it was.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot!
Oh, it's a tie. Okay, we're still tied 2-2 with 4 draws. Oh man,
2-2.
This is intense.
I'm gonna start losing track, honestly.
Oh no. Okay, we're still fine. So Robot was at 6 more dice. Yeah, look at this. It's just gonna double Lieben, end the turn first, leave everything into the next turn. Oh,
I think we're also gonna see a Lieben pass.
Yeah, he's gonna leave himself open to whatever the Quick and Chicken deck is gonna do.
You gotta go through the rock paper scissors combo first before you can leave it pass. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that ramp.
That was so much damage as well coming. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's still good for Windy Iceberg because like you don't really have. You know it's not gonna FTK first turn kill Shining, so you can kind of afford to do that ramp. It's normally really risky, you get punished for it, but if you know what's gonna happen for the rest of your round, yeah, pretty safe. Pretty safe.
I don't think the other deck is even running. Of course, being a Rainbow deck, it doesn't have any extra dice cards, and don't think it has the changing shifts. Ooh, and we're starting to get the we might see an overdraw as well. Ooh, there's the fried egg. Mmm, yummy. When's the last time you had a fried egg?
No Chef Mao, unfortunately.
No Chef Mao,
for Robot Wizard right now. Despite all that card draw.
Despite all that card draw, but look at that, 12 dice there, a lot of Omni dice. He has a lot of options. I mean, we're probably going to see Guoba come down. You know, you're not actually in any risk here of losing Xiangling. She'll go down to 1, potentially to a second rock, paper, scissors combo. But then if the Quick and Chicken deck does commit to that, it's going to be the entire turn, and they don't quite have the right dice.
And you have to keep in mind, for those of you watching at home, whether you were here these past 2 days or not, but these 2 players that you see on your screen right now, Windy Iceberg is headed by Robot Wizard. He is their team's captain. He won the NA brackets yesterday. Binzu at the bottom and Quick and Chickens won EU. So we have the top players from both of these 2 regions going heads-to-head with the most ridiculous decks they've ever seen.
Very ridiculous. And yeah, here we go. Switching off to Xiangling after using the Guoba. We're going to see Tignari deploy probably his talent. And that's going to get a really good setup there for Windy Iceberg, because they have the NRE. Of course, Chef Mao's still missing, but they have a really stacked hand for damage.
Oh man, I'm looking at Quick and Chicken's hand, like
Here we
Ramp, Favonius Cathedral for healing, and also Enjo talent. For
The tricky thing here, though, the opponent being on 6 dice, you don't really want to end on Tignari here, so you may not be able to have an opportunity to deploy Paimon. Leaving Tignari exposed is probably too risky.
Granted, I think Binzu is going to Cathedral and Ramp, because look at those dice. You have 2 Cryo, 3 Animal, only 1 Omni, so no dice fixers.
Yeah.
No dice fixers.
You know, if he tunes that fried egg away for dice, we're gonna end our friendship, I think.
Yes. Okay, I thought you were gonna say that would be the optimal play, and I was about to be like, Blep, you cannot say that. You cannot say that. Listen, you have to utilize those revives in this deck. Binzu, if you can hear us right now, I don't think he can.
No, he can't hear us. He knows though. He knows. But, you know, I would trust the E champion knows. Yeah, here we go. Look at. Oh, wait, isn't Enjo's max health 6?
How does that work? Can you heal above the max health?
You can't heal above max health, but it also means the Favonius Cathedral just will not trigger, so he's just deploying it to use his dice effectively for this turn. He is also choosing to end first. It is funny that when you are using the Electro Cube deck, if you rock, paper, scissors, you're guaranteed almost never to end first, so he's only at a 1 streak by doing this.
Yeah, so, I mean, it also breaks the streak for Robot Wizard, but we will see. Maybe we will see a... Actually, you don't want to end on Tignari, you're right.
No,
you don't want to end on Tignari.
I think Robot Wizard really wants to put down the Paimon card, but that will leave Tignari exposed.
I guess there's no quick swap away from Enjo. I don't think Tignari is in any kind of lethal range here. The Burning will add another summon to the board.
Ooh, Sangonomiya Shrine. Lots of healing now on the Quick and Chicken deck.
Robot Wizard is about to trigger the last stack. 3 stacks of Sealy, you get 3 cards.
I mean, he already has plenty of cards in his hand. You need to start using them. You know, you keep drawing a new food every time you use NRE, so you almost never run out of cards there. The Treasure Sealy might end up overdrawing him, although that gives him plenty of dice to tune, as he has not rolled very well.
I think he's hoping to draw Chef Mao, and I would be too. I would be too.
Chef Mao would make a huge difference. You know, like I said, I really think in the last game he was very underutilized. He's the key card in this deck when you are using food every single turn.
Yeah, NRE and Chef Mao go hand in hand. NRE draws you the food cards, and then when you play those food cards, Chef Mao gives you the extra dice that you need to manipulate for charge attacks and such. So.
And look at this, you know, we have a Threaten here with Diona on a Melt on Tignari, which would be a significant amount of damage. I think you might have to swap off maybe onto Klee here. You would really love to start applying more Dendro.
We see teams down here. They're discussing amongst themselves. They're trying to figure out how this deck works, because they know they might have to go play this too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this could very easily go into a game 3 here. But we'll see what they decide to do. It looks like they might start with the chicken. So this is going to prevent any healing from going on Tignari. We are going to draw an additional food card here. Minty Meat Rolls.
Well, so, I mean, the melt damage from Diona shouldn't be enough to bring Tignari to lethal. We know because Binzu is playing a rainbow deck with Pyro, Cryo, and Electro that there won't be any Cryo or Pyro res to boost the damage of those elemental reactions. So I think Robot Wizard feels pretty safe in doing this. You know, even though Tignari is going to be taking a lot of damage as a punishment, it will not be enough to actually remove Tignari from the game. No. And with that Cluster Bloom summon, that will be additional burning with the summons.
Yeah, and we also got that Chef Mao there drawn. You know, Robot Wizard very, you know, counting the cards in his hand. You know, there's a lot of counting in this deck. Not only is it the dice, you have to count the number of cards in your hand so you don't overdraw with those Treasure Sealies. Tuning one of his cards, the secondary Tignari talent there, making sure that he can utilize every single card in his hand.
And you have to be, counting for bounties. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
us casters are focused so much on how you win this game with these decks. We are struggling to keep up with the bounties. But if you look at the points on the left here, Windy Iceberg is at 580 and Quicken Chickens is at 640.
But look at how much more dice efficient the Counting Calories deck is, right? It's already performed in action, but it's still sitting at 9 dice for the turn. And if he deploys Chef Mal, that's going to be an additional dice, probably from a Hash Brown or one of the other zero-cost cards. I mean, I really like the position now on the top deck right now.
Yeah, I do too. I feel like with those Sealy cards, Robot Wizard kind of was able to get everything he could ever need with that deck. You just need Chef Mal, NRE, and even Pyro-Res and Ito, two charge attack strike cards. So
yeah, that's certainly a lot. I mean, I think that Pyro Resonance is going to be very tricky to use, unfortunately. In this deck with a lot of summons and end of turn reactions, it's a lot harder to actually trigger that Pyro reaction, unlike with Overload deck.
I think what you would do in that case, so I think you would swap to Klee and try to apply some Pyro, and then get Tignari's Burst off with the Pyro-Res, and then that would even contribute towards the 60-point repeating bounty. 8 more damage in one combat action, I think that would be enough, especially...
That might be just enough. I think what also might happen here, we have the summons at end of turn, and they'll probably leave a Dendro Aura on one of the characters, and we might be just hoping for that, and we might re-trigger the Burning reaction here. It's probably one of the better plays of the deck. Yeah, setting up Klee's charge attacks here could be pretty important.
Ooh, he's calculating if this will be enough damage. I mean, if he uses...
Yeah, I mean, you really got to find a spot to use this because it's very hard to trigger otherwise. This is going to be, I think, 6 damage.
Wait, 6 through the shield. What was the shield?
The shield was, I think, Diona's shield is 2.
So, was that 8 damage then?
That was 8 damage.
8 or more damage in one combat action.
Does it count as...
It should count. It broke through the shields.
Yeah. Okay, that was quite a heavy hit there. And we'll see Diona... hoping to... She's the only one who cannot revive.
Well, I mean, I see the egg.
That's true.
You can revive her with the egg.
It's like, oh, and, Binzu here ending the turn is going to give Klee the... Klee might be able to finish it with 2 more charged attacks.
So, one downside, and it's really funny to call this a downside, to the dice efficiency of the top deck is that it's not going to be ending first.
Right.
So I do think this is the second round. Quicken Chickens is ending first.
Yeah.
The next round they end first. It will be 60 points.
Here's Heavy Strike.
And as you can see, the points 640 to 640 right now. They are tied currently.
Yeah. Look at this really clever play by Robot Wizard. He's going to play the Hash Brown and hope for a Pyro Dice off of the Chef Mao. Does not get it.
Doesn't matter.
Does not need it. Yeah, there we go. 4 damage on Diona. Ooh, she goes down. But that egg might come in clutch.
Yeah, that heavy strike. That heavy strike's really good. So
yeah,
2 damage to the charge attack, and then manipulating the dice so that it is perfect. Really, Robot Wizard is doing the math.
He's doing the math.
He's counting the calories.
When you count the calories, you get rewarded. And look at this. The scores are getting tied up there because he got the bounty for the first kill there using the charged attack perfectly, I might add. And we'll probably see, I'm thinking a switch to Enjo. That would let him melt onto Klee and do a significant amount of damage. Enjo still having that burst up, and also the talent card as well, could see a significantly well turn. Oh, but you do have to consider the summons at the end of turn will be doing an additional 4 to 5 points of damage.
Oh, Enjo will just revive, and does the shield from his talent go away at the end of the round?
No, it stays until you get through it, but of course the talent card isn't yet equipped, so he's not going to have access to it. So
well, if he... Oh, he ends his round, so he can't use I haven't lost yet.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so the Chthonius Cathedral will prevent him from going down to the first 2, but the last summon
will trigger that revive.
And refresh the burning. We're seeing a lot of efficient damage kind of on the deck. Enjo does revive.
Back. Rise of the Phoenix. Good. Welcome back, Enjo.
Yeah, those Ito cards not looking too great in a deck that doesn't have characters die too often.
Maybe the play is to have Enjo go down.
Maybe.
And then you use Tevat Fried Egg. And
oh yeah.
I haven't lost.
Oh yes, you can. I haven't lost yet, and then into a revive. That's quite the play.
See, these players don't get to see mechanics like this very often because they're right now the game state is in like
It's just chaos.
It's very chaotic right now.
Yeah.
There are certain archetypes and decks that just put out damage really fast and secure wins. They are consistent in winning. And so those are the decks we've seen brought to the past 2 tournaments over, EU and NA past 2 days. But decks like these are very rare, but it's not that they're bad, it's just they're not optimal. They're not optimal.
They're not optimal. I mean, again, they have a theme and they really go hard at that theme. I can really respect that. Yeah, I'm going to see what happens here. We could consider maybe equipping the Enjo talent here.
Does that do anything?
It does. It gives you the 3 shields retroactively, so it's kind of like a little bit like a Lotus Crisp there. Yeah, so this also increases your pyro damage by 1. But it is going to mean that you don't have a lot of pyro dice left. You will have to tune. There's also the option for a toss-up.
Yeah, toss-up, I think.
It is probably time for the toss-up here.
I think so too. Use it. Binzu, go.
Here we go. Tossing up and hoping to roll some pyro dice. The 2
dice
Omni
gotcha.
there, already pretty decent. Oh, what is that? Oh, that Geo is laughing to himself. Oh, a miss on everything.
What?
I mean, that is still enough to be able to do this. He's going to draw 3 new cards from Treasure Sealy, which will let him have more ability to tune. Ooh. Electro Cube tune. Okay.
So I think we might see Liben and then one of those 2 cost healing cards.
Yeah, that's probably one of the better plays there. Making them... Enjo could potentially... I mean, 10 dice is actually really scary on the opposing side. With the amount of attack discounts that they can get from just using food, I think they could actually sweep this round. Unfortunately, it's not a 1-turn kill because Diona did die the previous round, but I'm going to bet that we can actually see a round end or the game end in this round. It
looks like Binzu's trying to calculate how we can make use of those 2 I haven't lost yet cards.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have enough time. He's going to need to like swap twice to delay and stall, but here we go. Hash Brown, Chef Mao drawing a Lotus Crisp. That is so many useful cards here.
Xiangling is being a great chef this round.
I mean,
the best food.
I'm going to say Chef Mao is really doing the heavy lifting here. Xiangling put down Guoma and then kind of stayed on the silence forever. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here.
The true Liyue resonance.
Yeah, so we had a tune there. Not sure what the... Oh, okay, trying to go for the burst potentially. Yeah, going to tune the Shrine as well.
Oh, I see. I don't think he's going to end up using Liben anymore, right?
No, he probably won't. I mean, honestly, I think you have to throw away those I haven't lost yet unless your plan is to revive with a fried egg.
No, I think he wants to tune Liben here, use the burst. It's only 3 cost, right?
Yeah, it's 3.
And then, so Enjo should fall here.
That's true,
And then
yeah.
you bring out
The cube. Ooh, I guess it's a 4-cost burst there. Potentially. Going to tune for the 4th one. I mean, you want to do this anyway because there's piercing damage coming out from the burst, which is going to be really important in hitting that back out. Like, look how low all those characters
also Overload is going to kill Xiangling, so...
it's piercing damage on the backline, not pyro, so that's not going to happen.
True. It's not pyro's roll, yes.
Yeah,
true.
but it is still very offensive here. Robot Wizard here, though, with a significant dice advantage. So as long as Binzu can survive this turn, he might have a pretty good follow-up, but those I haven't lost yet may not come into play, particularly if Robot Wizard chooses not to play into it by killing Enjo here.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering his dice here, so there's 4 Dendro dice, noticeably no Pyro, only 1 Omni. I mean, like, you could go for Clee Burst, maybe the first thing like someone would normally do is go for Clee Burst, but the thing is, if you slow swap onto Tignari, then it might ruin Binzu's plans, and that's exactly what we see here.
Yep, this makes the most sense. I think if I was in Binzu's shoes, I probably would have tuned away those I haven't lost yet, at least one of them, because you might not get a chance to use the second one. But again, that fried egg complicates things so much, because you could always revive a character, swap to them, and then open up both I haven't lost yet once again, because another character has gone down. These are the next level strategies they have to consider when running these decks.
I think you end here specifically because of the points that he gets from it. So 60 points to clear the end of your round first, 3 times in a row.
I mean, your opponent is going to act again. I don't think you can assume that they're going to just pass on 6 dice and ramp. I think it's safe to go over to Cube if you don't want Enjo to die this round.
I would want Enjo to die this round. He has an egg and he has 2. I mean, you can't use the Ito now, but you could use the egg and then Enjo could die again. And then
you could. I mean, you're kind of spending, you're kind of spending 3 dice to get back 2, but you do get back 2 energies, which could be important. I'm really curious to see that summon. You know, that summon is actually going to make a big difference in the game. And yeah, I think we are going to see the swap.
Swap to cube. Probably the optimal play here.
Yeah, it does expose cube to getting pyro put on it, but I think that's something you can... It's a trade you're willing to make. But Tignari probably going to go in for a charge attack here. Maybe even with Heavy Strike. We might just see, like I said, we might just see a bunch of damage here piled down from the food deck very quickly and unexpectedly.
Robot Wizard is carefully thinking about what to do here. So many options with those cards in hand. So much math you have to do to figure out what the best play is.
He's down to 9 cards in his deck. If this game goes down to you being used every single card in the deck, that's going to be hilarious.
Burst does come down. And that is 60 points to Quicken Chickens, if I remember correctly. It should be the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think so. So he has a choice here. He could just let Burning apply on the Dension Probe and re-trigger the starter turn, or he could go for a Heavy Strike.
That would
charge
take
attack.
out, yeah, that would take out the cube because of Tignari's talent.
It would, and then it would die. You know, cube revives only on 1, so it will die to the Burning at the end. Ooh, here we go. Oh.
I don't think, yeah, he's on Tignari's talent. He doesn't need to do that. Or what's his plan here? What's his plan?
Well, if he uses this chicken, it's going to reduce his attack to 1, but I don't think he'll have enough to do another charged attack after that. So I'm not sure what this play achieves. He will be able to swap off of Tignari if he does this, because he'll be down to a single dice. So that could be his plan. It doesn't make a difference to this charge attack, but it will make a difference to who is the end of turn character.
Singular dice coming down.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see swap off to Klee so that the Pyro Aura does not reapply.
Also, you know, wait, that's game. That's game from the summons. The Burning is going to take out Cube. Cube already revived once.
Cube does have... There we go. The Phoenix coming in a little bit clutch there.
1 HP.
No, he's going to die to the Tignari arrow, but Enjo is going to be alive.
2 HP.
So here we go. We'll see if... Oh, I don't think there's a... No, this has to go to the food deck. There's just too much damage and food that comes out of all of those charged attacks.
Now, if Binzu hadn't tuned Electrocube's talent,
he could use it here.
Electrocube would be alive again.
Could be alive again. Yeah, and those I haven't lost yet. It's definitely dead cards. Yeah, I think this game is going to be pretty comfortably go to the food deck. I mean, the scores are just so close, though. Like... Before
time
the
for the egg.
Oh, it could be time for the egg. I mean, if you're not going to use the egg now, when are you going to use it, right? You are going to lose next turn. You know, using the egg, the Lecter will go down this turn, but after you use the egg, you'll be able to double I haven't lost yet. It might actually be better to use egg on the cube because Diona, yeah, Diona can't use a burst after being revived. Oh, the fried egg tech.
I don't think I've ever seen Team at Fried Egg actually play.
No, here we go. No, the I haven't lost yet is going to be able to burst and take out both characters.
Yes, the piercing damage will also take out Cube. So unfortunate for Binzu that 1 damage just being enough to take that game.
Yeah, and more achievements. All right, I guess we'll throw it back to the main stage and be back shortly.
Yes, we'll be back shortly.
Thank you so much, guys. There is just something so beautiful about watching the 2 best players in both regions play these decks as seriously as that. That was quite joyful for me. How'd it feel? You did it again, Bob. It was good.
You know, we just needed a better chef in the kitchen.
Okay, gracious me, oh my. You made that deck work? Did you learn from your teammate?
I ended up going for a very similar line as my teammate, but I got really, really bad dice on the first round, and then it ended up working out. I got to sink a lot of damage from the same target because I ramped a lot onto round 2. But
all right.
Got lucky, I guess.
4 Omni twice. Yes, very impressive. How did you make that happen?
Yeah, I'm really lucky.
Yes, we trusted in the cards and they delivered. What happened here, man? Rise of the Phoenix, broken deck. How could this possibly... The fried egg was used, the greatest card in the entire game. What happened?
It was just a luck dip, you know? Honestly, skill-wise, I think Binzu, you know, he's got it all. He puts the genius in Genius Invocation. And, I put the cat in Invocation, meow.
Okay.
I honestly think that we just got unlucky.
Do you feel the same way, Binzu?
I mean, yeah, we had to tune like everything at some point.
Yeah.
And then the cube talent.
Yeah, blame the
gone
cube.
Away,
Yeah.
And somehow we couldn't unlock the full potential.
It was the cube. I mean, I'm not going to be this guy. I'm not going to point any fingers, but the cube really let us down on that one. It's okay, though, because luckily for us, we do get to go to a Game 3. Very exciting stuff here, as we will see once and for all the question that's been on all of our lips, which one of these is the better awful deck? Please, to your seats once more, and let's call in your replacements one more time. I believe it is Claude and Nahida. Is that correct? Oh, come on up. My friends, time for another match again. Gentlemen, are we ready for some Phoenix action here? Are you feeling it, man? Last time, you were the one who turned it around from the very bad deck, and now it is in your hands again. It's very close. You confident?
Honestly, I have no clue how to play this deck, but Ting gave me some tips, so maybe I'll make it work.
All right, shout out to Ting, giving tips. If you lose, it's 100% his fault and the cube. All right, and how are we feeling?
Well, I'll try my best and cook up a good match, I guess.
Oh, there we go, the puns! Oh, well done. All right, Fob. Listen, you've been given a lot of one-word answers here. You've been making it real calm. I need you to buff your boy up. You actually have to win this game this time, or you guys will be in trouble.
Well, at the end of the day, 2 of their characters are literal like creatures. We have actual like 5-star characters on our team. So, just saying, you know. Also, we cook better meals than their egg.
It's fantastic. I hate you, Fob. Thank you. Wonderful. Pump your boy up, please. Let's go. Get the rousing speech.
Let's go, baby! Yeah!
Yes, wonderful. Okay, back to the stage. Let's go. Thank you so much, everybody, as we will get them to their stations to bring you game number 3. Who shall win, the Phoenix or the eggs? We will find out for you shortly as we throw it to our wonderful casters.
Thanks so much again, Slacks. I think Sino would be very proud of that cooking pun.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I mean, this whole invocation tournament, I'm sure he'll be very proud of as well. This last day is definitely in his honor. And the puns will not end there.
He's the poster child. He's right here.
Yeah.
So...
Too bad we didn't see much on camera. There is a Sino deck in the list here, so hopefully, maybe we won't get to see it today, but maybe some other time. But let's look at some highlights from the previous match. I mean, I think this is definitely, you know, showcasing, if you use all of that food correctly, how much damage and dice come out of the food deck. Chef Mal there being pivotal.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard on Windy Iceberg's team really secured this win. I'm really happy to see this deck played this way. He was able to do all the math. He was able to count those calories. Good job to him.
Yeah, and we haven't seen the Sangonomiya Shrine come down yet on the Revive deck. I think it's pretty crucial. You know, the other deck is very efficient at putting out damage quickly with charged attacks, but you can counteract that with all of the healing in your deck as well.
You know, I feel like players might hesitate to use the healing so much because they're used to a very fast-paced meta.
Yeah.
You want to get the damage out quicker in this meta, but it's not always necessary.
No.
Sometimes if you have the resources, you can, in fact, take your time.
Definitely.
So maybe we will see Sangonomiya Shrine go down soon.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Otherwise, I am very excited to get into round 3. We are once again 1-1, and here on your screen you see the bounty objectives. So these are once per game objectives. 150 points for eliminating 3 opponent character cards in 1 round. That's such a bait, and it has not happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet. I mean, it's that high. It's kind of like the golden snitch. You know, it's like the very rare thing that can happen once in a blue moon. You know, maybe if we get. You know, we saw how low some of those characters go. We had a lot of times where characters are left on 1 health. If we could just kill all of them in 1 round, leave them low, then that might actually happen.
I feel like there are many opportunities for that to happen so
there
far,
are.
But
yeah.
Players seem to be thinking about that repeating 60 points for 8 more damage in 1 combat action.
Yeah.
As we saw executed so cleanly in the first best of 3 with the Child Raiden deck. But the thing is, I don't think every deck is equipped to do something like that, especially not the the animal mono animal deck.
And you know, Vesta was making a comment. He was expecting the food deck there to be Adeptus Temptation, and that didn't come. But I mean, honestly, if it costs 2, that doesn't really help you with your charge attack plan.
Exactly. This is counting calories. We are counting the dice for charge attacks. You have to have even dice. This is about normal attacks, not about elemental bursts.
I'm pretty sure Adeptus Temptation is pretty unhealthy to eat. I don't see what goes into it, but I don't think I can eat too many of those in one round.
I think it's like some of the only food Xiao likes from the human realm. Oh, we are going into game 3 now.
Okay, let's see who can take the victory. Again, the game wins matter, but the points matter more. It is tied on 1-1, but Windy Iceberg has a pretty decisive point lead here at 780. Now, depending on which objectives the other team goes for, the gap can be closed pretty quickly, but NRE drawn first round again.
Top deck. Oh, the Pyros is going away. Oh, Tignari Talent. That is perfect for that deck. Let's see if Windy Iceberg will be able to utilize it.
Yeah, and we haven't quite seen the... and look at that, checking and reading what the talent does. Very important. Read your cards, folks at home.
And we are starting with the Chef Xiangling on Windy Iceberg side and the Electro Cube, Ting's favorite card ever, as we factually know, on Quick and Chicken side.
Yeah, and here they're saying that, of course, Tim coached him on this deck just before this round, and I think, oh, very good dice there. 1 short, though, of the 4 Omni required for that other bounty.
Oh, we have to do rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, yes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, still a
another
tie. Are we still tied?
Wait, so
I think we're 2-2 with 5 ties.
I trust you.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we're tied. I mean, I'm excited about this match. I'm kind of more excited about who's going to win between our rock, paper, scissors match.
I mean,
This will be the last chance.
Nyahida was saying yesterday he was coached by Robot Wizard.
Oh, yeah.
Got to the finals and everything, and now he's being coached by Ting. Two very strong players from NA. So we will see if that coaching...
Oh, actually, that was the rock, paper, scissors combo once again.
Was it?
So,
oh
yeah,
my
let's
gosh,
go.
okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, still a tie. You guys scissors a lot. You should stop doing that.
Are you trying to play mind games with me?
No, of course not.
You're trying to convince me to not do scissors. I'm just going to do scissors next time. I promise.
You should.
I promise.
Anyway, we're trying to see NRE come down for the Windy Iceberg deck. You know, it's interesting with a cube triple attack. You kind of are incentivized to stay on the same character, or else you're going to spread out your electro reactions here. So we might actually see the NRE come down, although, you know, you're going to have to tune some cards to get Paimon. But honestly, you have so much food, and you get so much food in the deck, it might be worth it to tune some cards to lay down Paimon and just hope to recover those cards later.
You don't want to tune every food card, though, because there is the chance that you don't naturally draw those food cards, and you need the food. You need to play a food card with NRE out to be able to actually utilize NRE's passive.
NRE will draw you 1 additional food when played, so at the very least, you'll have 1 food left out of this. So we'll see what food he draws and whether or not that is something he wants to tune, or he can normal attack with Xiangling here.
I guess you could, well, you'd have to tune 2 cards, right? So...
Yeah, I think 2 cards might be okay. You know, Paimon should be pretty important in this matchup, but looks like he's going to go with the normal attack.
You could have used one of those 0-cost cards on... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Xiangling here just, you know, put down the burst at the beginning of the next round and then move it off to Tignari.
So the first end goes to Windy Iceberg, and if you remember, if you declare the end of your round first times 3 in a row, you will gain 60 points for your team. If you look at the scores right now, it's actually pretty even. 780 to Windy Iceberg, 710 to Quick and Chickens. And the score of the matches doesn't matter as much as it does they get those points. So right now, these 2 teams are 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. But still, Windy Iceberg in a little bit of a lead here. But they got a lot of points in that first round with the Anemo versus Child deck. Before they figured out, ooh, that's a rainbow dice roll. Before they figured out how to play those decks, that deck really racked up some burst points. Oh,
that's
unfortunate.
1 Omni and it would have been another rainbow. Oh my gosh, what is going on?
Yeah, I think that has to be the worst roll and re-roll in the history of Genius Invocation TCG. Another achievement unlocked by that team.
Where is it? It should be an achievement. Where is it?
And we'll see what re-rolls happen on the top. They might be considering if they want to try to re-roll into 4 Omni dice. But I think keeping the Pyro here is important. You really want to make that Xiangling burst happen. She's already quite low. Yeah, only opting to re-roll those 4.
Do you see one more Pyro?
Ooh. Okay. Now we're cooking.
Now, the thing is, you could have Xiangling's burst go off here, but the problem with that is that Xiangling will most likely fall, right?
Well, Electro Cube can't actually deal 3 damage in 1 round without
and there's no
help.
quick swap.
There's no quick swap in that deck, yeah. So I think you're safe if you want to Xiangling burst this turn. Although, honestly, Xiangling bursting this turn isn't necessarily that great because you're wasting a lot of Pyro application. So we could just see a swap off onto Tignari and start applying the Dendro, because that can be important. Although with those 4 Pyro die, I think you just want to take this chance to use the burst when you can.
Now the question is, does Windy Iceberg know the deck list of their opponent? Like, do they know each other's deck list, or do they only know their own deck list?
I don't think they're supposed to know their deck list. I mean, I don't think it matters. You're not really going to remember what is in these decks, let alone your own one. You're probably not going to memorize your opponent's deck at all, because it's just such weird combinations of cards.
So, I mean, my point is that we know that Quicken Chickens does not have a quick swap, but does Windy Iceberg know that Quicken Chickens does not have a quick swap?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, we've really, I think only one deck so far has ran quick stop. But yeah, here we go. The burst coming down and then a swap onto Diono. I think it's a pretty safe spot to switch over to Tignari here.
Yes, I agree. And it looks like that is exactly what Windy Iceberg is going to do.
Yeah, and we're going to see a tune of a card here. Oh, yeah. Going to play some Cathedral. And maybe a double leap-in.
Exactly, 6 dice. That Mushroom Pizza coming in to heal the Electro Cube. Double leave-in is going to be some considerable ramp next round. And also, the Favonius Cathedral will most likely get utilized here at the end of turn. Diona is at 10 HP, but if Windy Iceberg attacks one more time, then basically she'll go right back up to 10. So maybe it's in Windy Iceberg's best best option to ramp here with Paimon.
Yeah, I think so. Although getting that Dendro application started will guarantee the burning reaction and getting that on the board quickly. It's really tough here. I mean, I think you get enough cards, especially that Sea Lead leader, to comfortably tune into bad rolls. But it looks like it's going to deploy the Paimon. You do have to kind of counteract the ramp the opponent is doing there. Quite a lot. They're going to have 14 dice.
That's a lot
at the start of next round. 14 well, 6 of which is Omni as well.
Yes, Lieben, double Lieben, both giving Omni, and also the last stack of the Paimon card.
Yeah.
When you have 2 Omni.
Yeah, the Enjo talent there, Hina laughing at it, probably realizing that it's not that great of a card. It's not very efficient in terms of healing, but still usable. I mean, we saw it used to good effect in the first round.
Also, the Favonius Cathedral did not heal Diona at the end of that summon because the Favonius Cathedral goes first because they ended their turn first. So if Tignari had attacked there, it would have healed.
Yeah.
But because Tignari did not attack there and ended after, like, Diona was already at 10 HP, when Favonius Cathedral was activated, did not get the heal. Just in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah, and luckily there's charges still there on the Cathedral, so they will be the next time. But look at this ramp.
Oh, there is the talent for Electro Cube, the other revive.
The other revive. I really like the spot here on the revival deck. You know, ramping's very, very hard there. Has a lot of healing in hand as well as both talents, whether they are good cards or not.
And also Dice Fixers, 2 toss-ups in hand, and a Lotus Crisp.
Yeah, we're going to see Diona deploy the skill here, start charging up both that Treasure-Seeking Sealy and also her own burst. I think that burst from Diona actually made a lot of difference in the first round. So one of that was the hot tip that Ting gave.
I do agree that that burst really helped sustain Rise of the Phoenix's characters, and then also was able to apply cryo for the superconduct reactions.
Yeah. And I think we're probably going to see a Tignari talent come out here. Now, the interesting thing is Tignari's talent does cost 4, which is 1 more than his skill usually does. And so you have to follow up with a charge attack in order to save dice on that. But I think I like that here. You know, it will trigger burning, and then the Pyronator will reapply Pyro immediately and allow you to stay on Tignari.
I really do think Tignari's talent is always worth the play in this deck. It is one of the most important cards in this deck because it really helps you. Okay, yeah.
Chef Mao's more important.
But it helps you with the dice manipulation big time. It's basically a free minty meat rule.
Yeah, and here we go. Here's the play that I said. Reapplying that Pyro immediately and also triggering the burning. I think it was a very good use of that turn. And we might see some heavy strikes come out as well from Tignari. Cricket Chicken in a tough spot. If they swap to any other character, Tignari's going to start sniping them off one by one.
Yeah, so 1 heavy strike. I mean, you don't even need heavy strike in this case. You could just do a simple charge attack and take down Diona. But if Diona heals for whatever reason, you could do a charge attack with heavy strike and deal a considerable amount of damage.
Yeah.
Also,
And
look at these two players laughing. What are they laughing about?
I have no. I think they're just laughing at the ridiculous plays they have to make. Oh, a Lotus Crisp here on Diona, maybe even into a second Icy Pause. I really like that play. You know, rushing out, keeping Diona on field and rushing out the talent. There's also the option of switching over to Enjo to prevent another burning reaction.
I think the play is to swap on the Cube and then let Cube take the damage and then equip Cube talent and then let Cube take the damage again.
Well, here's the thing. You know, the Cube talent, you have to be very careful. If the revive status is still up on the Cube, equipping that talent would not do anything other than heal for 3. So you really want to wait until the Cube has revived exactly once in order to do that.
Well, I think you swap the Cube now and then let Tignari do a charge attack.
Here we go, yeah. And it is going to be swapped to Cube, but with a Lotus Crisp first. Wanting to keep that Cube alive. Now, do keep in mind, if the Electro Cube dies and revives during the Rock, Paper, Scissors combo, it will interrupt it. So it is not a great time to use it. So it'll be interesting to see what the play here is afterwards. I still think, you know, a heavy or charged attack out of Tignari makes the most sense here. It does charge up his burst as well.
Yeah, his burst is very scary. You don't even... Well, I think you would use that card here.
Yeah, I think you still definitely want to use Heavy Strike, get through the Lotus Crisp, and I think the Pyronado might be enough to finish Electric Cube off the first time. But this might be a play right into the Electric Cube talent, and we'll see a refresh of the Revive status unexpectedly. No, don't use a Hash Brown.
Don't use anything like that. Don't use you just do it. No, don't do that. Stop.
No.
Stop.
So it's perfectly fine to use the what is it, Dewing Smoke Chilling. That will reduce the cost by 1, but it's still going to be a charged attack. You do want to start using food here to, you know, draw back into more food. But here we go. Going through the Lotus Crisp, the Pyronado are gonna finish off the Cube the first time. The Cube will be right back. Are we going to see the Revival talent?
Here comes the talent.
Yeah, here is the Revive talent on the Cube. The nod of respect from Clotto there is, yep, he has it. But what is the follow-up here? Oh, the Cube. So the Cube talent, yeah, actually taking up a turn. So passing the priority back to Tignari.
See, I think if there's not enough dice for burst, you could do another charge attack. You could tune charge attack and then...
I think a second charge attack makes sense. The burning, I believe, should be enough to take out the Cube, and then the end of turn summons will be enough. But the Cube has certainly tanked a lot of damage.
Is it actually beneficial to just tank damage and not, you know, dole it out? I guess, you know, Pyronado ran out. So Xiangling's burst is gone. That is less damage coming out from Windy Iceberg. So Cube is left at 1 HP with that revive up.
But here we go. You know, Cube is only on 1, but with 5 dice remaining, there's the option of going for a full rock, paper, scissors combo uninterrupted. That would actually be enough to... Oh, no, just going to go with a normal attack.
Oh, I was getting ready.
We were ready!
I was getting ready. I'm going to show you scissors, Blep.
No.
I'm going to show you scissors.
Well, so am I.
So are you?
Yeah.
Can I trust you?
I always go scissors.
That's not true.
I've got scissors all my life.
You're going to go paper.
I think you're imagining things.
I think he's going to go rock. Actually, he knows I'm gonna go scissors because I don't lie. So we switch to Diona with 1 dice left on Quick and Chicken side. We're gonna end the round here.
Yep.
That Favonius Cathedral will come in. Well, I think Diona will be at 1. So the
Yeah,
Favonius
Diona will be at 1.
Yes. So for 2.
So all the healing coming in there. Yeah, switching to Diona there to clear all of the pyro off of their characters. Ooh, another healing card.
Another healing card, and also I haven't lost yet, which is the Ito card. So for those of you casual players out there, if a character on your team dies in that round, you can utilize that card to give your active character 1 point of energy and also 1 Omni die.
Have we? No characters have gone down yet, have they? Everyone's still alive.
No, we have no Friday.
This is like the 3rd or 4th round, and no characters have died.
Well,
but there is double Chef Mao out on the Windy Iceberg deck. The best card in the deck.
Exactly, you gotta play them. You gotta start playing them.
I really think you want to start playing them. If you play 2 Chef Maos and use a 0-cost card, you'll recoup your dice immediately. I think that is very worth it in this case. And especially, I think an attack with Joy, we can snipe off Diona here with the help of one of the food cards, and that might be what he's considering here. Or just a burst. A burst would actually be very good too.
A burst would be pretty good.
We might start with the burst.
Cube at 1 health. I mean, Cube does have revive, so does Enjo, so... But will Windy Iceberg
we go.
put down Mao? Nope.
Not yet. I mean,
Not yet.
no food has been used. You can use those Maos as a surprise card. Here we go. The cube comes out. We're probably going to see, for the first time on stream, the cube burst there.
Yes.
Yeah, the pillars that lock your character in. Wow, what a great roll there out of Ning Kwang.
No, it's not.
Not perfect.
Not perfect. It's
But
not
we are going to
Mario.
see, oh wait, we're going to see rock, paper,
What?
No.
No. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Do you know how this,
Oh,
no.
God. Okay.
I wonder if you he realizes that the revive will, oh yeah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You did go scissors!
I did go scissors.
But I didn't.
You trusted me.
Uh-huh.
I lost.
At 3-2.
And lost.
But yeah, if back to the game, if Claude can actually just kill Electro Cube here, it will interrupt the rock scissors paper combo, I believe. So very unusual play there. I was really expecting the burst. You know, the burst makes it more expensive for your opponent to change off of the active character, which kind of plays right into the rock paper scissors of the Electro Cube.
I just feel like you take down Electro Cube here. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the simple play. I don't know what else to consider. There is, of course, that I haven't lost yet, which might come into play here. And this is the last chance to use it. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, I guess it is still continuing with the combo.
Nope. Yes. Oh,
Still
it
goes.
is.
Okay, so I guess this
You
must
were
be the
wrong?
hot tip that Ting gave to... Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trained personally by Ting, so I can make mistakes.
Understandable. I mean, how often do you actually see Electro Cube? I guess we saw it win a game yesterday, but...
Ooh, and switching off to Klee here and gonna finish the rock, paper, scissors combo for maximum damage here. Electrocube doing a lot of damage.
Wait, so why not just take out Cube after it revives?
I mean, we're definitely gonna see Cube go down now to the burning at the end of turn. You know, I think there is a plan here to sacrifice Cube, use I haven't lost yet, start getting the stacks onto the Abyss Selector, who still has his revive up.
I want to see the second Chef Mao. I want to see 2 Chef Maos.
I mean, 2 Chef Maos into a food is the right amount of cards anyway.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Come on, play your ramp cards. Okay, here we go. And then we have Hash Brown. Yeah, we can Hash Brown onto Xiangling there to put her back up to 4, and we'll give 2 dice back.
It's going on to Klee instead.
Onto Klee. Okay, either way.
Doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, although now we can't make use of those 2 random dice. Oh no, we have a Woven in hand. So yeah, we might see a Woven into a double attack. But on Pyrocube, it seems a little bit wasted because it's already on 1 health. I don't know if you want to be using that on Pyrocube. I think I'm having a lot of trouble figuring out the different lines in this deck. Maybe a second Hash Brown.
I think it's once per round that Chef Mao.
Yeah, Chef Mao only triggers once per round. You can't use it to generate infinite dice from your food. But opting not to use the second one and really not making use of those 2 extra dice.
So have you been keeping track of the other bounty?
No, of course not. I'm keeping track of our rock, paper, scissors, so I don't have time for that.
I see.
Mhm.
I see. Well,
I have my priorities straight.
Windy Iceberg is at 830 points to Quicken Chicken 720
Yeah.
points. So they do have a considerable lead right
They
now.
do have a considerable lead, so even winning this game might not be enough. And here we go. We're going to see the burst finally come out from the Electro Cube. Feels a little bit late. I would have liked to see it go on Tignari earlier than before, but maybe that will be just fine.
It does feel a little late, but you know, I wonder. It's really unfortunate that Quicken Chickens will not be able to use.
Ooh.
Oh, I guess we are going to see the Ito card. Huh?
This is interesting.
Oh, this is so Enjo doesn't take the Dendro damage.
Yeah, so, yeah, removing the Dendro Aura from... Yeah, so the cube will still go down, but the way the damage will work out, Enjo will be the one to take the field without any Aura on it. And look at this. All the opposing characters have Electro applied. So we could see a sweep now from Enjo, especially with that talent card, giving him 2 extra shields. He has 3 extra shields. He's essentially on 12 health right now.
Has Enjo even revived before?
No, the Abyss Selector has not revived yet. He still has that green bubble up. And the dice, though, are not favoring. You need a lot of Pyro dice to make this play work, unfortunately.
Rise of the Phoenix may strike.
Yeah, we could see a Teyvat egg. No, there's still not quite enough of the dice there.
I don't think you go for Teyvat Egg. I think you would try to build up Enjo's Burst.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be enough Pyro die, sorry, to do that for this round, especially with Sophie. Oh, there is a Ningguang card, so we could see a toss-up to fix the bad dice here.
That is exactly what Quicken Chickens needs to get the dice.
Yeah. And we're going to see Klee leading off with the Jumpty Dumpty here, putting some damage onto Enjo.
So what does that cube burst do? Can you explain it?
Yes, I can. So the cube burst does 1 initial damage to the opposing player, and then it puts a status out where swapping between characters costs an additional, I believe, 1 or 2 die. And then at the end of every round, it'll continue doing damage. But Enjo might be able to clean up here. Even with basic attacks, each character is going to die to overload.
What if this is what if this is a one-turn kill?
I don't think it can be just based on the amount of dice remaining. There's not quite enough dice in order to kill all 3 characters. If that hash brown hadn't happened, there may have been. But there's no gamblers in this deck. There's no way to generate extra dice.
And there's no way to generate that extra energy point that you would need for Enjo's burst, unfortunately, which, you know, could have won the game if he had one more point of energy, but the dice aren't there, and
yeah, and here we go. A charge attack on Tigari. Gonna bring Enjo down. The Abyssector is gonna revive there. Still on 3 health.
it's back to life. I mean, so Quicken Chickens has to be careful of those summons on the board even after this round ends. Those summons could just win the game for Windy Iceberg, right?
Yeah, for sure. The summons are very scary here. Like I said, equip the talent.
Oh.
Okay, going the defensive route.
I think this is smart.
It's smart, but I don't think it's going to be enough because of all the food in the opposing deck. They might be able to close the game out regardless. The charge attack still only costing 2 because of that Tignari talent.
Only 1 stack left on that though. So after this normal attack or after this charged attack, that will be gone. You'll have to use Tignari's skill again. So I mean, with the Woven, you could tune into Burst afterwards. You could just tune into Burst now, honestly, and then the summons would end the game.
Yeah, I believe that is the case.
Woven tune Burst.
Yeah, it might matter which goes first between the Fenris Cathedral, but I don't think it will because there's not going to be enough damage coming from the Revive deck side at the end turn to finish off the opponent's characters. Each of them still on 2.
You don't even need the summons to win.
No.
You just Woven and charge attack.
Yeah, that also will work here.
So much counting calories.
We'll see if Claude sees that line of play there, because I think very much believe that that can work here. Yep, he's hovering over the Woven now.
Yeah, I think you do it. It doesn't show as a charge attack because it's uneven dice, but if you play the Woven, if you know that it's going to be 1 less.
Yeah, again, you have to know your mechanics very intricately here in order to play these seemingly random decks. But here we go. He sees the play. Oh, he's going to switch instead. Unusual play. Okay, well, this really comes down to the ordering of the summons here. I believe the Cathedral will heal first, along with the Mushroom Pizza.
Why didn't you just end it?
Okay, Enjo's going to stay alive, but he's at a very precarious spot here. Going to be at 2 health against the opposing characters. Not really any good way out, but those fried eggs, oh man, they're really expensive, but they could come into play. But I think there's too much, with those 2 Chef Maos, there's just too many dice out of the food deck. I think it's going to win.
I'm just confused why.
Look, everyone's confused. We're confused here in the booth. The player's confused. I'm sure people at home are also very confused. Confusion's the name of the game here on this Sunday, the 3rd day of the Cat's Tail. Oh, no, not that. What are we?
For Astro Carnival
Astro
Prince
Carnival
Cup.
Prince Cup.
We're
Here
so
we
used
go.
to casting for the Cat's Tails Gathering. It doesn't matter though. It's over this round.
It is. And with that point lead as well, I think if the food deck takes away this game, it's going to be a very decisive point lead for them. It's going to be really hard for the Quicken Chickens to come back from this.
Now the BM thing to do would be to revive one of the characters before doing something.
Yeah. Well, you want to be careful. If you use both fried eggs here and revive 2 characters, you can give your opponents the 1-turn kill achievement if they manage to kill off all your characters in 1 turn. I believe that technically would still count.
I think it's over anyway. You see double Ito, you just have to go to either Klee or Tignari and double Ito burst.
Although,
yeah, it's over. Tignari burst is 4 damage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Either way, I don't think there's a way out of it. Man, the lines in this deck are so difficult to see. Still, Nahita's going to do his best to try and win with this deck.
I think you need to heal Diona here with the Hash Brown before anything, because Tignari burst would do 1 piercing damage to Diona. Oh, it's going on to the
Oh
wrong.
no, what are you doing?
This is not going to work the way he thinks it is. This is not going to work the way he thinks it is.
Okay.
Might as well use the egg.
No, but using the egg here could let your opponents, again, do a one-turn sweep, potentially.
No, it's already over. If he attacks Xiangling, you go to Tignari, you use double Ito, and then Tignari's burst is 4 damage. Why are you picking Klee?
No, that was Overload. Overload, they're pushing Xiangling off onto Klee automatically. But again...
Oh, there was Electro applied onto Xiangling. Okay, so it automatically goes to...
Yeah, but again, you know, with all the food options in the hand, it's not going to matter here. We're going to see 2 Ito cards come out. Probably a Lotus Crisp go on just for good measure. You know, it's a food deck. You got to eat some food at the last round just to see what happens. And there's just so many cards and dice.
You still do double I haven't lost yet into burst, maybe. Or
Look, at this point, it really doesn't matter. I think Chloe can just go with whatever line is most fancy. I don't see a way out of it for the revive deck here. Unfortunately, the Tiamat Fried Eggs proving not to be a great choice after all. The inferior food.
Well, it's because you're spending so much to revive characters, but then they're only revived to 1 HP, and then they can't actually do... They're not dealing damage back, you know?
No.
You're spending all of your dice just keeping them alive, and that doesn't do anything unless you have damage to be dealt back, so...
Yeah, it probably would have done something against some other decks that... you know, try to deal their damage in large increments, but the charged attack deck just has so much dice efficiency. And here we go. This is the end.
This is indeed the end. We're going to finish off with Klee's burst, I believe. Who are you?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta go fancy with this. Tune all the cards that you want to tune. Yeah.
Tuning.
Just don't make a mistake. You know, it would be a shame to
tuning
mess
everything.
up.
Tuning everything. Pyro Res, not necessary. Diona's only at 1 HP. This is overkill. This is overkill!
Hey!
And Diona falls!
It's finally over, yeah.
Counting calories, 2 to 1 against the Rising Phoenix decks. And we will throw it back to the stage.
Thank you so much to our wonderful casters. Wow, what a fantastic end there. The Phoenix, the Forbidden Egg Tech fails us. I really thought you guys had that one. How are you feeling?
There's not much we can do, man. 1 Chef Mao is hard enough. There was 2 Chef Maos.
It's a
Chef Mao diff.
It's multiverse stuff. I mean, how can we possibly compare with that? There could only be 1 Chef Mao. How could that be? Well, I'm so sorry. You first, I believe, lost on the stage here today. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. How do you feel?
Feel bad.
Okay, great. Well, that's what we wanted to hear here today. Emotions, that's what we want from esports. We want to see the players crying, laughing. We want it all. Speaking of emotions, Bob, congratulations on your big win.
Thank you.
Anything out there you'd like to say to the haters who never thought this day would come?
Well, everybody was telling me that I'm terrible at TCG and terrible at making decks, and all our decks are terrible.
That's great, Fob. All right. All right. And anything to say after that loss?
Well, I have one thing to say. We cooked them.
Wow, thank you very much. The puns just keep on coming. Well, don't worry, my friends. I know that was a rough series, but the match is pretty even. Now, remember, it's not about winning and losing. It's about how many points both these teams can acquire. And we are about to find out what will happen next at our grand finals. We still have a grand finals to go with one last surprise, but let's go ahead and check out our casters who will walk us through that fantastic series.
So I know there were some comments about, 2 Chef Maos in the multiverse, but this is Hoyoverse.
Yeah, it's true.
We've seen copies in Star Rail, right? So
yeah, anything can happen, especially in TCG, and there's been some really crazy games. Things have dragged on so much longer as well with these inefficient decks just battling at each other, eating food, healing left and right. I mean, we didn't quite get a stall match during our main finals, and this was probably the closest that we've gotten to that.
This game was really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, both sides basically refused to die, and I think Windy Iceberg definitely closing out the game with 2 characters left alive in the round 3 is going to get them additional points. And you can see that pretty tremendous point lead here coming out of the end of this game. So we have our grand finals coming up, the last chance to acquire more points for each deck.
And they were already at like about 110 point lead.
Yeah, very significant.
Winning is another 8 points towards their bounty, so...
Yeah, it's really going to come down to those finals, I mean, both teams have made a very good effort to rack up the points so far, and they've been really good at trying to keep an eye on when it is correct to play well and when it is correct to play to the bounties.
It is just really unfortunate that the Ento Cube deck wasn't able to win. You know, Rise of the Phoenix. I was really rooting for that
I
deck.
was rooting for that. It was definitely my favorite deck out of the list, but I guess that food deck was just proving how powerful it is. You know, very early on in TCG, NRE and food were a very popular choice for quite a while. And we can see that strength come back here. And yeah, cooking the opponents very cleanly.
I do feel like the classic mechanics of the food tech is still a strong option. It's not favored amongst competitive players because there are more optimal decks that you can use that require less math in your head and are just more consistent at winning. But the thing is, that deck is still pretty strong. I would still use it. So I also like the burning tech there, you know, with the summons.
Yeah, the burning's very interesting take, and it's very thematic.
For now, we will throw it to the break, and we will see you soon for Series 3. Thank you so much. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
What an incredible journey it has been at the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Invitational, EU and NA. We have gone 3 days with such fun, such competition, such great friends, but we have finally made it to the grand finals of the Fun Bonus Day, and I couldn't be more excited. Now, we do have a few more twists coming out here, so I want to explain these twists to you. I want to make sure you guys all understand what's happening, all right? Now, what we're going to do for the grand finals is have each team nominate a person to represent them. They're going to come up and play a full BO3 grand finals. We're not switching players. We're not switching decks. They must choose their favorite deck throughout the day. Whichever one they think can win them the grand final, they will play. And depending on who made it, also gets a prize between you two on who made the best deck. Whoever wins the grand final with your associated deck will win you your prize. Very exciting stuff. Twist number 2, we're gonna have you guys hit the buttons. The pro players, my friends, are gonna be sitting telling you what to do, but you will be the ones that have to actually play the game. All right, so if they tell you to use a card and you use the wrong one, you have thrown your chances down the drain. Finally, they are able to pick not only any of the decks that we've already seen today, there's still 2 unused decks. If they hate your deck so much that they thought none of them are even worth going into the grand finals, they can, just risk it all, throw the dice, and pick a deck they have no idea what it does. All right, how's it sound to you, Fob?
I'm gonna destroy you.
Okay, that's, I was asking for a personal reflection, but threats.
I'm gonna destroy you.
That's what I like to hear, baby! Take them down! The Genshin community, the Genshin Impact community might be one of the kindest of all time, but you two are here to destroy each other. That's what I like to see. All right. Well, it is time to find out who will be representing. We told the teams before this, during the break, that they must choose the best among them. Who would they like to represent their team? May I please ask for the representation of Team Quicken Chickens? Quicken Chickens, who have you chosen to rise above and battle? That's Binzu's team, in case you don't know what your own team name is. Quicken Chickens. Come on, it's Tang! All right, Tang! Welcome, Tang! Oh, reunited again. Fantastic. And Team Windy Iceberg. Which way does the wind blow? Oh my goodness gracious. That's Robot! The Robot Wizard! Fantastic. Wow, this is an NA v NA duel here. This is pretty exciting. How's it feel to be back on the stage once more?
I did not sign up for this.
Fantastic! That's how democracy works, baby! Don't matter what you want, here you are, welcome! Tang, you're back again, such confidence, such grace, and now to defend your team. You guys need every point you can get.
Yes. I'm going to take down the best NA player and become the best myself.
Okay, that's fantastic, Just because he beat you in the official tournament, if you win on Fun Day, then you just win, you're just the best. All right, fantastic, all right. Now the time has come for us to pick the deck. I'm sure that you are wondering how we're gonna do this fairly. We've seen a lot of rock, paper, scissors here today, so I need both of you to come in. It's a best of one. Whoever wins this gets to pick first, please. Rock, paper, scissors, that's how it happens. Shake it out, shake it out. First. Well, you better lose. It's okay, just throw it. Throw the game then. Tell him what you're gonna pick and then pick it. Or is that the prisoner's dilemma? Well, you know that. All right, here we go. On shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Oh! Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Oh! Let's go!
According to our plan.
Yes, of course. All right, let's go ahead and see those decks one more time. Now the choice has come. You can pick whatever you want. Also, your enemy can pick whatever deck they want, even if it's a mirror match this time. You could go for the ones that you've already seen, or you could just throw caution to the wind and pick one of the 2 that have yet to be picked. What would you like to do?
I'm going to feel spicy. I'm feeling spicy, so I'm going to choose Tubby Trouble.
You are not gonna, he's gonna pick Tubby Trouble, a deck that we have not seen today. That is depressing for you guys. Wow, you really don't think any of the decks, you would rather just, okay. Sure, Tubby Trouble, that was made by Fob. Congratulations, Fob. It's the Tubber Trouble right there. Now this is a big moment for you, Robot Wizard. You can probably guess what the Tubby deck does. So what could you possibly do?
Well, Tubby sounds like stall, so I think the best, I think the real Mother and Child Energy deck should be able to nuke any 10 health characters.
Okay, real Mother and Child Energy. Oh my goodness, it worked out perfectly. That is Jason versus Fob's deck. We are doing it. They're gonna go head to head. Winner of this one not only win the event for their team, but we'll also find out which one of these 2 memers is the greatest dank memer indeed. So let's go ahead and begin over here. Now, I will tell you guys the point of the Tubber Trouble deck, all right? Tubby is a wonderful character card, or wait, not a character, I don't know, it's a card. You put down Tubby, and you get to play a building for free, a location. That is all, that's it. The entire deck is just locations. There is literally no DPS, there's no damage. It is simply the Tubby Trouble, my friends. The Tubby Trouble. There we go. Let's go ahead and build this one.
Okay.
What do you think about Tubby Trouble? Is it gonna live up to your expectations now that you're seeing it for the first time?
It will tubby it up.
Of that, there is no doubt. Indeed, it shall tubby it up. Unbelievable. Okay, let's talk about the character cards at least. As a pro player, as one of the best in the world, what do you think about these character cards? You think they're any good? Good synergy between characters?
Yeah, Quicken is always good.
Okay, very good. We do like Quicken. Fantastic. As we start to build these ones, you know what? Since the cat's out of the bag, I'll go ahead and let you guys build your deck, and we'll go and talk to these folks as well. You guys can build your deck as well. There's no surprises here on Mother and Child Energy. It's already built. It's in this
We already
one.
played it, yeah.
Ah, yeah. So going with the old classic here, you did a lot of damage. You got a lot of bounties out of this deck. Are you feeling confident? Is that why you picked it?
I'm not feeling that confident considering it lost to Mono and Emo twice. But I'm sure I'll be able to farm a lot of points.
That is right. I believe you were the only one who actually did win with the deck. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, well, there you go. The master himself. Fob, are you worried at all that you have to be the person in the driver's seat hitting the buttons?
No, I'm actually, I've won all my TCG Arena games.
Wow. It's 100% win rate through all the time?
Yeah, I played it once.
Okay, that's fantastic. Well, good luck to you, Fob. That's great. You have the best coach in the world at your side. What a wonderful, it's like, what's better, nature or nurture? Now you get to know, is it hitting the buttons or having the big brain? As we are finished building our decks. Oh my gosh, I forgot, guys. We were supposed to do a handshake before, a sign of respect, please. If you two could, for your entire teams, if you could stand up and just give a nice handshake. Why, don't shrug. This is a big moment. Are you kidding me? Look at this guy. He wins one giant tournament. He thinks he's the best in the world. Can't even handshake our boy. My goodness gracious, the arrogance. I'm just kidding. All right, guys, it looks like we are just about ready. So, thank you all for joining us for this event. We've been having a blast. I hope you guys have been laughing and having just as much fun. This will be our grand finals. Remember, no swappies. This is a full BO3 with our same players trying their hardest. And we will see who will come out as the champion as we put it over to our casters.
Thank you so much again, Slacks. And so this is the last series we're going into. One more time, my name is Aaliyah, and this is Blep here with me. So what do you think going into this match?
Well, I mean, we haven't seen the Tubby deck play out before, but it's one of the ones I had my eye on. It's probably the closest, aside from the Mullen strategy, we probably have the closest working and functional deck. It's got a plan. It's got a couple of suspicious location cards, but other than that, I think it's pretty well built.
What?
I mean, it's a Tubby deck. It's full of buildings. It has to be well built.
Anyway, so I think that the Raiden Child deck, I was expecting that to be picked in the finals.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
SI having his hands on that deck, pretty expected. I think he's going to rock it. He knows. He played it really well in that first match. He was the one who chose it originally, and he played it super well in that first match. And I think we're going to see that again. He's going to be playing a best of 3. He's the only player, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Fob and Jason are going to be clicking the buttons, but I do think that the players are going to be coaching them on what to do. So it will be them both making decisions together. The Tubby deck, I'm very interested in the support cards. So Blep isn't wrong in saying that the core of the deck is pretty good. It's a Quicken core. It's Tignari, Sino, and Fischl. Fischl and Tignari are pretty good together. And Sino is a good anchor for cleaning up at the end.
Definitely.
But the actual composition of the support cards, I'm not too sure.
Not too sure, but
I'm not too sure about that one.
Well, we'll definitely see. If anyone can make it work, I think it will be Ting. I'm rooting for that team.
true.
I think they probably have better the communication and when you're piloting 2 decks like this, when you're on top of the NA bracket, you might overlook things and talk about cards in such a way that maybe won't be clear to someone else clicking the button. So we'll see if there's any misplays there. Very
that's
obviously.
true. The communication might be really crucial between the
extra
player
element.
and the person who's clicking the buttons.
Exactly.
Another extra element on top of all the tracking that we are already doing as casters. We're keeping track of the bounties, of the deck lists, of the wins. Speaking of wins, so each team has come out on top in these 2 series so far. So the first time it was
went to Windy Iceberg, I believe.
Mono Animo.
Yes, it was Mono Animo.
Let the wind lead.
Yes.
And that took the win over.
Oh, I'm remember. Some other deck that is not. I think it was this deck.
It was this deck, yes.
Yeah.
And then the next
this
series.
Tubby.
Oh, wait. Okay.
So this is the ideal start, but look at the point lead on Windy Iceberg there, 230 points ahead of Quicken Chickens. But Tubby in the opening hand exactly what you want. There's a couple of redundant location cards. We'll see which ones they throw back.
Oh yeah, I guess you don't want Chinchu Forest because, you know, that one, you gain a dice if you end your turn last. But, I mean, you get a bounty point, 60 points, if you declare the end of your round first 3 times in a row. So you don't even want to keep that one, do you?
No, definitely not. I mean, I think it's only a one-of copy in the deck, so if they put it back, they probably won't see it again. We'll see how the dice rolls favor it. You know, I think the thing I really like about the Tubby deck is going to have a very efficient turn 1, playing Tubby, a location card, and then using 2 different skills. And we'll see if the Child deck can actually make use, starting with Raiden here, very strong. Has the 3 Electro required for the skill.
And we can see just choosing what dice to roll and what to keep.
Oh yeah, and we can see that, you know, being coached to keep those. If the Windy Iceberg team is a little bit too conservative in keeping their characters alive, and then that Sino hits the 4th stack, we could see a 1-turn kill out of Sino. Not entirely out of the realm of possibility here.
That's true. And I think we're going to see a swap to Sino right now, trying to avoid any further damage onto
Tignari. Yeah, Tignari already looking really low, unfortunately. Having to tank that Raiden burst, that Exile's charging up all that. It's actually looking very dangerous here. You know, I think Robot Wizard, when he said he wanted to lose the rock paper scissors game there, going second, countering picking the opponent's deck, who is very much playing for the long game, but the Child deck very able to get off to a very fast start, already threatening a Child burst on the next round.
I don't know if it's so much of a counter pick as it is he was just going to choose this deck anyway. I really feel like you really like this deck.
It's true. All right, we're going to see what happens here with the Quicken Chickens team. Yeah, so, a switch to Beidou.
Oh.
Very unusual here. So they're going to put some damage on Beidou. We'll probably see a Sino burst pretty early, which is unusual.
I wonder, I guess we're going to see some card draw come down first.
I mean, it's a little bit late to be using Treasure Seeking Sealy. We'll probably see a tune into a normal, attack or the burst here. I can't quite remember. Beto's cost is 4 or 3. I believe it is 4 for the burst. So we're not going to burst this round.
On Windy Iceberg side, I feel like we might see Emblem Equip onto Child, but then on Quick and Chicken side, I think we're going to see Wharf Blade.
Yeah, Emblem Equip makes a lot of sense. You know, maybe not planning to use Beto burst at all. I mean, your dice are a little bit awkward right now. You don't have enough to swap onto a different character, so I think you're kind of forced into this Emblem play. Could also, of course, consider Paimon into something like a Beto skill.
The thing is, it's 3 unaligned dice, so you don't really need to use Paimon. It looks like we're going to be tuning for Beto's elemental skill.
Yeah, not choosing to equip the Emblem of Severed Fate here. Maybe not wanting to play into the long game plan here of the other deck. We might just see a swap off of Sino here.
You know, I almost wonder if you just end here. I know it's a waste of dice, but like the dice are really bad anyway, and...
Well, you know, you have one more turn before you need to end because it still doesn't count as the opponent ending their turn when they prepare a skill. So yeah, switching off to Fischl to not give Beto the extra damage from that counterattack and play into the shields. We might just see 2 location cards here dropped in the end of turn. Maybe a switchback. Oh yeah, switchback on TRI makes a lot of sense here. Gonna go trigger that Quicken. Probably gonna tune away the second Dawn Winery card. Not requiring to be used here.
Dawn Winery is a card that is just rarely used in decks, but it can be useful. So basically, once per round, it will reduce the cost of swapping characters by 1. So there are better options, I think, than Dawn Winery, which is why it's not commonly utilized.
Yeah.
But in this case, it proved to be useful because Tignari was able to get the Quicken proc off and then swap off and not
use up the
threatened.
dice.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got to save 1 dice, and that also makes it so you can switch back to Fischl at the end of the round, protecting Tignari and setting him up for a burst.
And this will also be both a summon kill and also taking
yeah.
out an opponent's character
Very
first.
good,
So that is 30 points and then another 30 points.
Really important to be counting those right now to be getting into the point lead. But here we go, threatening a chilled burst on the other side. Could be a pretty big turn for the burst deck here. Really set up how they want it, although their characters are very low. If Child goes down here, Raiden will not be able to close out the game beyond anything else. But I believe the burst here, especially with the Emblem equip, would be, or the Adeptus, would be lethal.
You know, I think it's okay if Fischl sacrifices not using either Adeptus or Emblem. I wonder, was that a miscalculation or was that intentional?
No, I think it's intentional. You know, wanting to force the opponent to manually swap off of Fischl rather than letting them. So yeah, but we're kind of just seeing Oz.
It's just gonna be Oz.
Yeah, just gonna be Oz, and that's gonna probably force Child. Although we will probably see a slow swap onto Raiden here. Yeah. So this, again, trying to make the opponent switch off before you and go into a strange situation. But here we go, gonna swap back into Sino.
I think this is the smart swap to do.
This is, yeah, using up that charge on Dawn Winery here. We'll see. Unfortunately, there's no way right now in hand to generate another energy for Child to follow up with a second burst. Unfortunately, the refund is only 2 energy, not 3.
And I'm just looking at the support cards on Quick and Chicken side. You know, it's really funny that Quick and Chicken, that team, chose the Quicken deck.
It really is. I mean, living up to their name here. Windy Iceberg, of course, not choosing anything to do with winds or anything to do with icebergs.
Do we swap back to Fischl? Do we swap back to Fischl? Are we playing mind games with our opponents?
I mean, I think it's actually fine here to go on Sino. I think you must be thinking of potentially an Energy Adeptus Burst shield here, but that's not going to be enough to finish off Sino anyway.
I think the problem is that, so there's no usable dice for any Electro. You'd have to considerably tune. I feel like if you go to Fischl, we're going to use Nature and Wisdom to maybe look for something.
Yeah, gonna probably throw away some usable cards. That Dawn Winery almost certain to go. Want to definitely keep a hold of that Ito card. It's gonna come in handy. Probably a little late for Liyue Wharf and Jade Chamber. I would probably throw away the 3 cards on the left and then keep the other 2.
Yes, and I think we still have the 0
Oh,
cost.
another Tubby.
Ooh, another Tubby, and
Not
also
really
option
useful.
heal, and also another Ito card.
Oh yeah, this is actually, it could be a pretty big turn here if the Quick and Chickens team can bait a kill on one of their characters. And switching back to Fischl here might be pretty important. Gonna generate an extra dice from Narukami Shrine. That might be grounds to swap back to Fischl and just hope... We might just be seeing a swap game back and forth for a little while.
I really think you swapped official. The goal is for her to be taken down.
Yes, so you can utilize your Ito cards, and especially if you can Sino Burst as well, that could be pretty big damage.
I feel like you'd want to go for Tignari Burst here because it's going to proc that Quicken, and then you have 2 Ito cards, so...
Yeah, okay, looks like the Tartaglia is going to play into the I Haven't Lost Yet, so there will be an option for the Quicken Chickens team to swap in the free character. So here we go. This is the opening they were looking for to get out the Tignari Burst.
Now, unfortunately, Windy Iceberg does have a Woven in hand, so Tignari could fall here.
Woven in hand, yeah, that could lead to an attack on Tignari, but either way, Sino will probably be able to clean this up after that, so they must be looking pretty nervous. They would really ideally, save that Tartaglia Burst for next turn. We'll probably actually just see a swap onto Raiden.
Now, the problem is, if we slow swap onto Raiden here, all you do is double Ito Tignari Burst. It's going to do 1 piercing damage to Child as well, and then Child will fall to the Oz summon.
That is true, so that is actually a winning line here. I think if you're in, you have to see that, and in Windy Iceberg's position, I think you have to kill the Tignari here, but I don't think that even leaves you with very good options at the end of the day. It might just be, I think you always lose Tartaglia here, and there's no way to go about it. So,
it's either you kill Tignari and lose Child, or you swap to Raiden and lose the game.
No good way out of it. It looks like the counter pick here not quite working out. Unable to execute the game plan perfectly here. Part of it maybe is not being able to equip that emblem of Severed Fate early enough and get that high damage burst off.
And against a good core deck like Quicken, Sino is not the most optimal anchor for this, and also normally you'd put Yaya instead of Fischl, but Fischl's still good here, especially since when she casts Oz, she immediately applies Electro. Oh!
That 10 damage, so what that probably was a concession that the game is over, but they are using their 10 damage burst in order to get some more points by dealing more than 8 damage.
Wait, that's actually a lot of points. That is a total of 70 points. That's 60 points for 8 or more damage in one combat action, then that's 10 points for using burst. But the thing is, we're seeing the weakness of this deck, right, that Windy Iceberg picked. In the meta, if you were to play a deck like this, to equip all the equipment you need to continuously regenerate that energy with Raiden and get Child's Burst going and going and going, you would need several turns. And Quicken is just too fast for that. That was my point earlier.
It might be too fast. Again, winning and losing not quite being the only thing that matters here.
Yeah, look at those points. Look at the point difference.
I know, the point difference is quite incredible, and I think I saw another 60 points here, potentially having ended the round 3rd in a row there. I wonder if, the Quicken Chickens team is focusing too much on winning the game and not enough on gathering the points. Obviously, I don't believe the players can see the points right now, live, like the viewers at home, so they're not be aware how behind they actually are in this game.
There should be a 10-point bounty for playing a support card. Location card.
That would be quite insane.
Incentive to play Tubby Trouble.
I mean, the other interesting thing about picking this burst deck is, if you remember, you do get points for using character bursts, which means this deck inherently is going to have a lot of potential to generate points quickly.
What did Jason and Ting just do?
I think they gave each other a wave to end the game in a victory, and we're going to see the first game go to the Tubby deck.
And we will throw it back to the stage for now. Possibly?
Possibly.
Possibly?
If we can find slacks in the building, or we may be just going straight into a game 2. We'll see shortly what happens with the players.
Well, do you want to talk about that game real quick?
I mean, what's there to say? The Tubby deck played Tubby and won. That's kind of what you do with the deck. It was executed perfectly. You throw away every single card in your hand until you find that Tubby. I think that Sumeru Resonance as well, that lets you reshuffle cards, is strictly there so you can put everything back that isn't Tubby until you get Tubby.
I think that's really smart to include Sumeru Resonance in that hand. So for those new players who are not familiar with the new Resonance cards, if you have 2 of the same character from, well, not 2 of the same character, but 2 characters from the same region in your team, here's the highlights, but 2 of the same regional characters, you have a resonance card that will allow you to have different effects. So with Sumeru, you can draw 1 card and then mulligan your entire hand if you want to. You get to choose what card to throw away, just like at the beginning of the round when you were first getting your cards. So very useful in a deck like Tubby Trouble, where you specifically want Tubby to come out, right?
Yeah, and also if you draw any dead location cards that you can no longer deploy because your side of the board fills up, also a very good way to throw it out. Now, interesting lines of play here. You know, I almost wonder with the point lead Windy Iceberg has, it's kind of in their best interest not to go to the game 3. They might be intentionally trying to make lines of play that give them a lot of points, but then just lose the game and not let a game 3 happen that lets the other players catch up in points. These are the kinds of next level strategies you have to be thinking of in these grand finals, you know.
Kind of interesting to think that the point is not to win, but to gather points. And you know, picking a deck like the Child Energy one, it might not be great in the meta, it might not be great for winning, but it is great for getting those bursts off, and especially the 8 or more damage in one combat action bounty. It is a repeating bounty, so you can repeatedly get 60 points over and over if you can just stack Child's Burst.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it might be the only deck to be running those Adeptus Temptations. Again, very good at doing massive amounts of damage, and it's proven itself quite effective at that.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing firsthand how the Quicken Core with Tignari, Sino, and Fischl is very strong.
Very strong.
But is it strong enough to get back those points that they're losing to that Child Raiden deck?
Yeah, we'll definitely see. And the gap has closed a little bit. That win has closed the point lead to only 180, but that's still quite a significant jump.
I do not see Tubby. This is an issue. This is a problem. You need Tubby. Ting.
Well, there is a Sumeru Resonance in there. You know, maybe you keep some of your cards until later to see if you draw into Tubby, but still kind of keep that Woven Dice. I think that's pretty important.
It looks like they're switching as many cards as possible to try and find the Tubby. And there's Tubby! Woo!
Hopefully the players can hear us over there. I mean,
double Kikuchirai! Oh my, we have not seen this card. Wait, have we?
No, we haven't. But, you know, the funny thing is the opponent side of the board when using Tubby is going to fill up very quickly with location cards. It is possible that there's no room for Kid Kujirai, and then the Windy Iceberg team's deck get to play that for free without actually passing it over to the opponent.
Is that what happens?
I believe that is what happens.
Does that happen? Does it not burn a card? Like,
I don't think it does. I've never seen that interaction come up, partly because Tubby isn't very played, and neither is Kid Kujirai. So I guess this will be a learning opportunity for us. And actually, I'm sure the players, if you went down right now and asked Ting and even Robot Wizard how that interaction works, they probably could not tell you.
If you fill up your location cards...
Yeah.
Like...
Well, you can't play another one, and if one gets passed to you, I believe it just goes into the void. So poor Kid Kujirai. But look at the dice out of Windy Iceberg. It is they have 0 usable dice.
Liusu coming out. We're going to see the swap into Raiden for that 1 energy towards her burst. This is actually great. Then you can just use her elemental skill and have her burst ready.
Yeah. I mean, it is good if you had Electro Dice, but they do not. They'll be able to use Paimon at least to fix a little bit, but it's actually really awkward for the Chilled Burst deck right now. There's a bad time to roll badly, whereas the Quicken Chickens are doing what they do best and rolling Dendro.
You know, I see 2 Geo there. I think they're for Tubby.
Yes, definitely 2 Geo there for Tubby.
For Tubby.
Yeah, I think they have the perfect start. They can Tubby into the Liyue Wharf to draw into new cards, and then swap onto Tignari for the skill.
I mean, honestly, Sumeru City might also be a good option. Sumeru City is a very good location card. It's brand new to 3.7. Do you want to explain what it does?
Yeah, so Sumeru City, if you have less dice than cards in hand, it will make your skills cost less. And this actually could be particularly good if they deploy Liyue Wharf to start drawing extra cards, because it discounts your skills much faster. But we're 100% going to see Tubby down here, followed by a skill. And the other team will get to go first next round, so that's a 1 counter for that.
See, if you do Sumeru City in this case, we're going to see Wharf. But if you did Sumeru City in this case, I think Tignari's...
The skill would be discounted.
Skill would be 2, and then you could swap back.
You would have 1 extra dice. I think you actually want to stay in Tignari here because the Oz is going to reapply the Dendro at the end of the turn. It does mean Tignari is going to be open to a Raiden Burst. But like we saw last round, I think that's okay. You know, you can rely on your opponent killing one of your other characters in order to swap in. Ooh, and that Wang Shu in is actually being very cool because Tignari likely to be swapped off next round, but can start getting healed by that Wang Shu in, and maybe it will be at a high enough life total to come back.
Also, noticeably, I do believe that Raiden isn't lethal from Quicken and Tignari's skill.
It could be, yeah.
There.
I'd have to look at it again. I believe it's not going to be there immediately because Raiden is still on 6, and that probably does
Raiden's
believe
at 4, right?
Oh, only at
4 with
4.
Electro.
Okay, but the burst is going to come out either way. You know, the winning iceberg team is going to get to go first. So we will see the Raiden burst go off. Now the question is, do they want to equip Exiles here for the 2 extra energies on the backup character? I would imagine that would be the better play here, assuming you have enough dice to execute.
I would definitely set, both Child and Beidou at 3 energy. So basically, you could just swap to Child or Beidou and use their burst, and it would be kind of perfect. So
yeah, it's a pretty good use of your dice. You know, you're spending you're gonna lose that Exile Circlet, but you're spending 2 dice in order to give 2 energy to 2 other active characters. It just depends on how important they think that extra energy on Beidou is going to be.
But the thing is, they might not even use Raiden's burst here because, Raiden would fall. But it looks like it is coming out. But Tignari will be able to get the kill onto Raiden.
Yeah, I mean, killing Raiden again is not too important. Really, what Raiden is there to do is to get the burst up of Chilled as early as possible.
Right, but if you take down Raiden, you get the 30 points for eliminating the character card before the opponent does. But it looks like we're not going to see that anyway.
No, I mean, you definitely, if you kill Raiden here, you're going to get a free swap onto Chilled, and then your Tignari will fall. I think we're really looking to keep Tignari alive with that Wangshu in leading into the later game. I mean, like I said, the bottom deck is very much favored to win as the game goes longer, but winning isn't everything, and they really need to start racking up points. Those burst points are going to start adding up pretty quick.
I do agree.
There's too much to think about in this. Not only do you have to figure out how to play these inefficient decks the best way possible, but you also have to count for all of the points.
I mean, 80 points to win is pretty juicy.
Yeah, the 80 points is definitely something, but it is still lower than the highest point bounty here. Of course, none of the decks are really set up to do a one-turn kill necessarily.
Also, Quicken Chickens is sitting on a handful of location cards, has not used Tubby's passive yet, so I'm wondering what we're going to see here. We could see some healing, we could see some dice generation, we could see Sumeru City.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no rush on that one. You can save that play until the very end, until you know exactly what you want to do with your turn. If you want to see two skills in this turn, we might see the Sumeru City played into a dice and a normal attack. The thing is, it looks like the strategy on the other team isn't necessarily to go for the win, as I mentioned, but they're setting up Tartaglia Burst here for 7 damage, maybe potentially adding an extra 1 damage through a reaction somewhere, so that they can continue getting those 60 points for dealing 8 or more damage in a single attack.
Every burst that you cast is another 10 points, which stacks up over time if you are playing a deck like this that utilizes bursts very often. So, Raiden generates energy, all the support cards generate energy.
Yeah. It's almost like someone built this deck knowing the rules in mind, but of course that didn't happen. It's just pure luck, but very good to pick this deck. Looks like I'm going to switch to Fischl here to probably tank the Tartaglia Burst. Having switched to melee stance here, it is not going to refund the energy. It is just going to do a maximal amount of damage here with 7. But that's not enough to actually grab the... Oh no, it is.
It is. -8.
So
that's another 60 points? Oh my gosh, this is brutal.
Yeah, the game is going to really be hard to come back from here, just based on the point totals alone. We're going to see Kid Kujirai playing out. And here we might see actually Sumeru City into a charge shot from Tignari. I believe that is going to be enough to discount its basic attack. And that might be a surprise final blow on Child, and actually will go down to the summons at end of turn. And look at that, Tubby doing work there, basically saving that 2 dice from the previous round and bringing it into this round.
And this will be another 30 and 30 points because Child is the first character falling, so that's 30 points to Quicken Chickens, and another 30 points for it being a summon kill.
Yeah, and losing Child there does mean that they don't have, the opposing team doesn't have access to their point generation strategy anymore.
Also, noticeably, they picked Raiden first. Was that a misclick? Because Tignari has Raiden in lethal.
It might not be. I think Raiden might be able to try to set something up. I mean, either way, with a point lead, I actually don't know if it matters. Like I said, it might be in their best interest to just close out this game, take the loss on the games, but win in points.
I mean, 970 to 1270.
Yeah, that's a
get
very
back a 300 point
300.
difference. I feel like it's just over, right?
Yeah.
Ting and Jason high-fiving.
I mean,
they might win the game, but...
Look, they have the moral victory, but it looks like Robot Wizard will have the decisive point victory. The team there doing very well. And yeah, we're going to see some tuning of dice. Oh yeah, here we go. A second Raiden burst.
Yes, and that is actually going to
Tignari.
drop Tignari, yes.
So it looks like Tignari is not going to be able to get the burst off after all. And we'll see if Sino and Fischl can finish it off without any more Dendro reactions. Luckily, there are still 2 Quicken charges left.
And I do think we are going to see Sino come out into I Haven't Lost Yet, and then his burst.
The burst,
take out
yeah.
Raiden, and then we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like they're considering if they want to Hash Brown Raiden. That will put her up to 6, which I believe is not going to be enough with the Quicken there.
Yeah, I don't think it would be
stop the Sino.
Might be 1. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I believe Sino. Oh, yeah, I believe Sino is actually only a 4 damage burst and not 5 like Razor is. But I Haven't Lost Yet. Definitely the right play here. I think. You know, we're probably going to see that played.
Yep. I Haven't Lost Yet coming in.
And that burst though is going to put Sino up to that pivotal 4 stacks. So now all of the attacks are going to be doing significantly more damage.
Unfortunately, Raiden is left at 1 and probably going to see
Yeah.
a normal attack from her because you kind of want her to fall. It's a waste of dice to kill her, but that's why we're seeing this happen. Going for it anyway.
Go for it anyway. I mean, you might as well force your opponents out on Beidou. We're probably going to see some healing cards come in. And next turn, you get to Kid Kujirai as well. The curious thing is, was that the 3rd end turn for that deck? Because that could be another set of points unaccounted for here that is really going to make the gap unclosable towards the end of this game without a 1-turn kill, which is already out of the picture.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Woven, there's more dice generation. I just don't think it's going to be enough for
Ooh, it's gonna
Nature and Wisdom.
Yeah, probably going to dig for some other cards here. Wonder what he's looking for.
I wonder what he's looking for as well.
Probably put back the Tenchukaku.
Yeah,
'cause it's
put
no
back
longer
Tenchukaku.
good.
And I think
they have enough
Electro
cards.
Res.
Thinking carefully here. Yeah, more points.
You guys can go away, yeah.
With more points added to Windy Icebergs, they have a 350-point lead right now. Oh, a second Ito.
Ooh.
So almost certainly time to use another Ito card here, since it probably won't come into play at the beginning of the next round.
You could Ito Woven Sino Burst again. You could.
You could, but wouldn't that put him up to 6 stacks and make it so, yeah, if you put him up to 6 stacks, he's going to lose those stacks at the beginning of the next
Oh,
round.
it's so hard to see that he's in his Paxworn Path Clear form without his dynamic skin. I didn't even realize you don't get a still image for him. I play him with his dynamic skin, so...
Looks like we're going to have a Woven switching off to Fischl at the end. Most likely.
Yes.
There we go, yeah. Leaving Fischl out.
Well, okay, so Fischl is going to eat the Electro Charge and fall, and then Sino is going to get the +2 HP.
Yeah. Oh, very well calculated there, actually. Yeah, good spot there on the play. You know, making sure that the Sino is the one that takes that healing. And we should be able to see Sino close it out. Beto's still not the strongest character there, even with Burst. Although Emblem of Seventh Fate, maybe into Adeptus Burst would be the only line if Robot Wizards team was able to draw that.
And if Quicken Chickens takes this game, they actually go on to win the series, right?
I mean, they are definitely up in terms of game count, and this will be a 2-0 victory over what Robot Wizard claimed to be the superior deck.
But Windy Iceberg will win overall with the bounty
Yes.
points.
Yes, those bounty points, it'll be interesting to see where exactly they came from. I'm sure a lot of them came from dealing 8 or more damage in one combat action. You know, I wonder if the last remaining deck that we didn't see would have been better at performing that particular feat.
I think you'd have to see Beto's skill here, but the thing is, Sino's at 5 stacks, so his burst is going to do more than it did before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a winnable position from the Windy Iceberg deck. Beto by itself isn't going to be enough to survive anything. They're probably just going to equip Emblem and let's go to town on the Beto attack.
Tubby Trouble proving to be a bunch of trouble for its opponents.
Yeah, but not for the Tubby Trouble deck. Yeah, we're probably going to see an equip.
Oh, Emblem of Severed Fate.
You know, just to get some additional damage out. I think they realize that the Beta will not be able to... Oh, it was one short.
Another 10 points for using a burst.
Yeah.
Sino left at 1 HP.
Sino left at 1, but you know, there's no more dice left and cards on the other team. So Sino is now able to just attack 3 times and win the game pretty handedly.
Tuning the Tubby. We didn't get to see the second Tubby play. It didn't really come into use here.
Second Tubby, the second Tubby is strictly inferior.
But with those 5 stacks on Sino, that will be enough to take Beidou down despite her having the shield. And this series does go to Quicken Chickens. Congratulations.
Yeah, very well played there. Obviously, though, the point total is so staggeringly different. I think the child deck, even though it didn't win, was the better choice.
Well, throw it back to the stage now.
Please, come, my friends, come and let us speak here. Well, that was a heck of a series, guys. Very, very good. The quick 2-0, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Things are, I feel a little odd about it. Well, so here's a few things. For one, the points get you the win on the entire tournament here today. However, he played. You got the deck, but your deck, you made sure that your own deck couldn't win so that you could not win the prize for making your own deck. Fob wins with the... all right. I'd like to propose something. Now, I haven't asked my boss about this. I haven't asked you guys about this. But any feels on a double or nothing last match? I mean, we could end it right here. We could just let it go. Or we could double or nothing one more game. I'll let you guys do whatever you want. You can do a new deck. You can play the same deck again. I'll leave it to the pro players. You guys are out of it. I mean, you have your victory. You've already won once. I'll leave it to the teams. Perhaps you guys can reconvene. Go back to your teams and reconvene and come back. I mean, I just feel like we have time for one more match. Fob, would you be willing to do this even though the victory was just secured in your name?
Well, honestly, YOLO. I'm down.
I'm down for a double or nothing. Nothing to prove from Fob, but he is willing to risk it all for the opportunity to play one more single game. Best of one, everything on the line. What do you think? Would you be willing to do it?
I mean, if I lost 0-2, I'd be saying the same thing too. But
what do you mean? We won by points. You won with my deck. I won everything technically.
All right. Do we have? I have to go. All right. Why don't you two please discuss among yourselves, talk to yourselves about your moment, and I'll talk to our boy here on the offsides. Yeah. Speak. Yeah, go. Speak to each other about your wonderful day. All right, what's up?
It's crazy. Wow,
I know.
Man.
I really hope we don't have to play.
Yeah, I got some bad news.
Oh,
all right,
God.
my friends. The players have decided, they have talked between one another, and they said that perhaps is best left in your hands.
Oh, no.
Perhaps you two should fight each other with these decks as everyone watches in your pain attempts to try to play these.
Is this the decks we just had?
Yes, you've been trained. You've been trained.
I don't know about him over there.
No, how are you feeling?
I kind of know. Beidou sucks.
Okay, great. Let's leave that for yourself there. Thank you very much. What do you think?
I mean, I was building, bro. I don't know. I was dropping buildings. I don't know.
Okay. I'll tell you what. We will send some other representatives from the team to help you. It won't be the same peeps. They'll give you very minimal helps. Very minimal helps, okay? But would you be willing to do it where it's 90% you guys, all right? You get 3 questions for your pro. What do you think? They can interject 3 times.
They have to be like yes or no. They can't be like,
take it easy. Take it easy.
Can't be like short answer.
I mean, I guess we have to, Fob. I guess we have to.
All right, let's do it then. Okay, we have one more all-on-the-line match between you two. Please select who you like. You pick anybody you want, and they will give you 3 hints as you play. Point them out.
Which one of you?
Yeah, you can go for Ting. You can go for
who feels confident? All of you feel confident. All right.
Let's go for Fufu. You down? Fufu's down. Fufu. All right. You get 1 helper.
All right. Who wants to come up?
Oh wow, the hands are the hands are shooting up off stage.
Nobody wants to come up.
Claude, you want to come out, Mister?
Anybody.
Claude?
Anybody can come up.
No one is coming. Anybody. Literally anyone. Okay, he's excellent. We got one. All right. Okay. This is all on the line, guys.
Yeah.
This is the BO1, okay? You do it again, it's yours. do it again. We'll split it up a little bit. We'll give, you know, the winning for the best deck for you. Maybe they win the tournament. We'll figure it out. It's probably not going to happen. All right. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
For the all takes one final match?
Yes.
All right, get to your stations then. You're fine. You're fine. He'll do great. All right, guys, I'm sorry, but I feel like this is right. I feel like at the Prince Cup Invitational, the rules are made on the fly, and anything goes for entertainment value. So we'll throw it back to the casters before we go for one more series.
One more series?
Oh.
One more match?
Yeah.
Well, hello. We're back, I guess.
Surprisingly, yeah. I guess we'll go in for one more. I mean, I'm excited to see the Tubby deck play one more time. Hopefully, you know, we can make the most of something pretty straightforward. I think the energy deck is a little bit harder to play, so I think the advantage for the win here does go to our underdogs.
I really do think that the Quicken Core has just proven to be super strong.
Yeah.
Despite the support cards being less than optimal, the
What do you mean
Tubby...
less than optimal?
Well, they are less than optimal.
Tubby is the most optimal creature in the universe. He's around.
You sound
He's a perfect
biased.
I'm very biased to Tubby.
Just like
yeah.
I'm biased for food tech, I guess you're biased for the location tech. But the thing is, in a typical TCG meta, we did not see the Tubby building deck for the past 2 days. I think there's a reason for that. But it is viable for fun decks like this.
I mean, you say that, but I believe one of the players, just like one of the players did bring this Child Energy deck, just a better version, there was a Tubby list in one of the lists that the EU players brought. You know,
Was there really?
Yes, I believe there was. It might have been in one of their 6th or 7th decks, so only if they made the finals. But Tubby has been proven to be pretty strong. The problem a lot of the time with those decks, of course, is if you don't draw Tubby in your opening hand, you know, you won't be able to execute your plan. But in both these games, Quicken Chickens will able to draw Tubby immediately at the start of the game, and you can see how much those dice add up over the course of the game.
You know, admittedly, with the 3.7's patch bringing a wealth of new cards to the scene, a Sumer Resonance really comes into play here.
Yeah.
Because if you don't draw Tubby, if you don't top deck Tubby, you can kind of go searching for him, right? So
yeah, digging for that little Tubbs. And we'll see the players prepare here, preparing themselves mentally, I'm sure, to play probably the strangest game of TCG they've ever played.
Oh yeah, and especially since, you know, it is not going to be the pro players in charge this time. We do have Fufu and Claude hanging out here, but they are not going to be really in control of anything. They will be helping slightly, but it is all to Jason and Fob to carry this match.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
No Tubby top deck. No Sumer Resonance top deck.
Look at Jason reading every single card here, needing to understand what they do. Now, kind of, here's the simple thing, Jason. If you don't see Tubby, you just send him back.
Exactly. Exactly.
Is he going to use his one question to ask about the redraw here? Probably not. We're probably going to see...
Look at the look on his face. He's like, what do I do? You've got this. You guys got this.
Okay, Winnie Iceberg does have a pretty good draw here. Ooh, not a very good start here. Lots of location cards, but nothing.
No Tubby.
No Tubby or any Sumeru Resonance. And I think throwing away enough cards there.
Tubby trouble with no Tubby leads to trouble.
Oh yes, then it's just trouble. Yeah, very observant there. I mean, I think he is in a lot of trouble here because, you know, the other deck without doesn't need a specific card to win. All it needs to do is be able to execute off a Ride-In Burst, and it's actually very good dice rolls for the Windy Iceberg side.
I mean, if you want to stack those points, you kind of do need Adeptus and Emblem, right? Because you want the high damage burst, you don't just want the burst. But in terms of winning, I feel like the deck at the top is very good.
I mean, in terms of winning, you don't want to be playing either of these decks, but I guess the players have no choice. But the start definitely is stronger for the burst side here, you know. Not that hopefully it matters, but there's no Tubby. If they don't have Tubby, what are you going to do?
I know. I mean, you really want to utilize the Quicken Core here and just ignore your support cards, I think.
I mean, you know, Leroy Wolf is still going to be a strong play, and you might want to also lead with the Grand Narukami Shrine there. You know, assuming you actually know what those cards do and can play them appropriately.
I do think swapping to Ignara using a skill, you have the perfect dice for it, and then swapping back to Fischl or even to Sino is the thing to do.
That would be the optimal play, but we'll see if they can identify that, or if it will mostly just be left up to chance here. And look at this, Paimon and equipment going. Raiden really setting up very nicely for the next round.
That is pretty good, you know. that artifact going onto Raiden is going to give an extra energy point to both Child and Beidou, which will set them at 3. Because normally Raiden's burst only gives energy, 2 energy, to the other characters on your team. But with that artifact, it will be 3, correct?
Yeah. It'll be 3 energy, and we've seen that play a couple of times here. We're going to see it once again, hopefully for the last time on the stage, as these decks are very difficult to pilot and very difficult to commentate for.
Quick and Chicken really think about what to do here. Do we play support card? Do we swap to Tignari? It looks like we are going to see a swap to Tignari.
Yeah, maybe just ignoring those location cards altogether. Maybe identifying that it's important to just use up the dice and the skills.
I feel like once you get quick and going, like, you could play Liu Wharf next turn. I don't know.
You could definitely do that. I mean, the later you play Liu Wharf, the harder it is to get going. You want to make sure to play it early so you can get those cards as often as possible. But you might just want to lean into the good dice rolls that you have here. But look, it doesn't matter because you didn't draw Tubby. Let's be honest here.
Another line to play, I guess. Swap to Tignari, end on Tignari, and play both Wharf and maybe Grandna or Kami Shrine. That could have been something to do because, you know, Raiden is going to be trying to get off her burst anyway. So.
Exactly. It looks like we are going to see a swap back to Fischl here. So now Fischl will be the one to tank Raiden's burst maybe next round, although Raiden still needs 1 more energy in order to execute.
Will the card draw be in Quick and Chicken's favor? Will we see a Tubby? Where is Tubby? Nope. Oh, but strategize. Strategize.
Yes, we could see strategize here. Hopefully drawing into another Tubby. Going for a reroll here. But, you know, the later Tubby comes in, the harder it is to come back based on, you know, that advantage in dice. Every turn that Tubby is out is another 2 dice in your favor past the first turn.
Yep, you really, really need Tubby. Also, oh, the 4 Omni there.
Oh, yeah, 4 Omni is going to be a very... No, it was 4 rolled naturally. 4 Jason
only
there.
Quick and Chickens, right? So...
And 4, yeah, with 2 extra from Paimon only, so not going to get those additional points.
I think we're going to see a strategize for Tubby. I think we need to see a strategize for Tubby.
Oh, here's a Star Signs into a burst. This is going to be pretty big here.
It will be pretty big.
4 damage with 3 energy, and that leaves him just enough dice to actually swap back onto Chilled and execute on that burst.
I think Fischl is just going to eat it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Fischl's going to eat that. I mean, she is going to eat that damage, but that's actually what Jason was, I think, planning for. Didn't want to expose Tignari to that damage.
Yes, especially as we might potentially be looking for a Tubby. See if that strategize comes into play. It looks like he's hovering over it. What's he gonna do?
I mean, I think drawing extra cards at the beginning of the turn is one of the better things to do. Just see what other options that you have. Hopefully, you know, he remembers what some of those cards do without having to read too much of them. Maybe just refreshing the Fischl talent here.
So one thing you guys should keep in mind is that it's not that these techs don't work. Like, Tubby deck does work, food tech can work, but the problem is that it's not always going to work if you don't draw these really specific cards.
Yeah.
And so players normally build around what they need and what they're the most likely to get when they're playing. So you want like a good balance of card draw, of dice fixing, and of ramp. And also, like, whatever other interactions your characters may need, whether it's healing, shielding, extra damage, etc. So
yeah, I guess the biggest criticism of these decks is that they are far from balanced.
Exactly.
Right? They have too much of one thing and not enough of other things. That can lead to struggling a little bit. But yeah, we'll see here. Oh, we might have Fufu coming in with the help here and the recommendation. Maybe using up one of the 3 there to decide what to do. And yeah, swapping off Fischl here sounds like a pretty good idea to me. Quick, the time is running out. Oh, we're going to see a normal attack. Oh, we're going to see probably a Electro Resonance into burst.
Official burst with Child as the active character, most likely, right?
Yeah, most likely. It's going to put a lot of damage onto Child, but it does mean you will lose Fischl at the end of that.
And that is going to be 30 points to Windy Iceberg. They're already way in advance. I wonder, so if it's double or nothing, how much does it matter? Like, are they playing to win in this case? Like, what happens here?
I mean, I think the rules are literally made up on the spot, just like these decks. So we're not really going to be able to see or answer any questions that you might have about who is going to win or lose. We'll just sit back, relax, and have fun. But yeah, we're probably going to see the Fischl burst come out here. We will most likely lose Fischl to the burst of Chilled there. Or not.
Are we going to see an Oz instead?
We can never predict what the players are going to do.
Oh, a normal attack.
Okay. Fufu there with the head on the table, knowing what's about to come. There is going to be a burst and a kill onto Fischl here.
That is really, really tragic, especially considering, you know, Fischl's burst would have applied the Electro onto Child and did piercing damage across the board. It would have taken Raiden out and actually would have been the first character. Raiden would have been the first character to fall.
Yeah, it is true. That would have gotten them the points, but not going to be the case. We are going to go back onto Tignari, and we're probably going to see one of these location cards played now to end the round.
I would do Worf.
Yeah, Worf, I mean, you actually have a lot of cards already. It might honestly be better to drop the Narukami Shrine and strategize after that. But something... Or just end the round. Okay. We're not going to use those two dice.
I guess I'm staring at him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's okay. Look,
they're doing their best.
It's still possible to maybe mount a comeback if we see Tubby. There is that Sumo Resonance. Maybe we'll just throw back all of the cards in the hand in order to find Tubby.
Fob is doing a really good job at executing his deck. I think he's following everything perfectly right now.
Well, I mean, he did claim to have a 100% win rate earlier, so that his skill and dedication in TCG is showing up real nicely here.
All those Electro die. Beautiful for both sides, actually. I mean, I guess you want some Hydro for Child, right?
No, yeah, the Child deck looking for Hydro here, but is going to get a couple, and that Paimon is going to tick up at the very end for more Omni Dice. But yeah, it's looking very bad for the Quicken Chicken deck and for the Quicken Chicken team. As Jason deciding what to do here. Probably just going to start using skills now. Just going to start using some skills, using up the dice.
And Child not quite having burst up, no Star Signs and Windy Iceberg's hand, so we will not see Tignari fall just yet. We might actually see Child fall unless there's a swap away from Child.
Yeah, well, there is a Hash Brown in hand, which I believe might be enough.
I can't see the Quicken stack.
I believe there might be one Quicken stack, so that might not be enough, but we might still see the Hash Brown anyway. You know, knowing the players might not know that they need to play around Quicken here. We'll probably see a Hash Brown and just into a regular attack here to try and get back up Chill's Blood, but it's not going to work in their favor.
Yeah, so Tignari's burst does 4 damage normally, and then with the Quicken stack, it will do an additional 1. So Child is sitting at 5, and he's going to fall and not be able to use his burst again, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jason will need to tune some cards or use those Paimons in hand. So hopefully he does that quickly before... Yep, here we go. Gonna start playing the Paimon cards. Getting some Omni Dice. Needs one more for the Tignari burst.
It would work in his favor to use double Paimon anyway. Then he can play 2-cost location. Go, whoa, you don't need to do that.
I mean, tuning here is going to be fine either way.
Fine. It is
yeah,
fine.
so this is going to be enough for the Tignari burst. It is going to kill and bring down Chill here.
Go for the burst.
Yeah, burst is going to be almost certainly the right play here. And then hopefully Sino can have a chance at cleaning up, because it will only be Beto and Raiden left.
Hopefully, I mean, I would like to see some healing for Quicken Chickens. I don't think it's going to happen, though. No. Raiden is at 1 HP. The piercing damage from Tignari's burst only doing 1 across the board, so she's surviving for now.
Yeah, and we might just see a burst from Beto, maybe even an Adeptus, because I don't think there's anything to use those 2 remaining dice on. We'll see the play decide. Could also just be 2 Beto skills or an emblem equip.
It could be an emblem equip.
There's a lot of different options here, although Beto's cost is 4, so the emblem is going to prevent you from using her burst. Lots of things to think about here. Lots of lines that the players are definitely not familiar with.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think bursting here makes sense. You actually will power up some of your attacks with Beto after bursting, so that should be enough to kind of clean up the rest of the characters after this. So,
how much? What does Beto's burst do? I'm so sorry. I've never seen her played before.
That's fine. Beto's burst, you know, the title, it will gives you a status where all of your normal attacks will deal extra electro damage after each attack, and it will also grant you a shield against incoming damage. I think it does either 2 or 3 damage as well at the beginning of the burst. So that's not going to be enough to kill Tignari without the Adeptus here.
Ah, so you would have to go for Adeptus.
And here we go. We can see here 4 electro damage there, being buffed up actually by the Raiden skill, but looks like we're just going to go for 2 normal attacks potentially.
I think we just swap off here then, right?
Yeah, we might see a swap off back onto Sino, although losing Tignari here, honestly not the biggest deal. you might just prefer to play a location card.
If you were in this position, which location card would you play?
Oh, I wouldn't find myself in this position. I mean, in this case, I would probably play the Narukami Shrine, getting that extra dice back, and then drawing the strategize. I'm sorry.
Supposed to go along with the hypothetical. Hypothetically speaking, if you were in this position, what would you do?
Definitely play the Narukami Shrine into strategize or Chinju Forest, or
I
maybe
agree.
throw away the cards with the Sumeru Resonance.
I definitely agree with you.
I mean, honestly, you have your best character still remaining in Sino, and they have arguably their worst character still with Beidou, even though she has 3 bursts. Lieben there is going to be able to get 3 dice at the end of the round, so it will work out pretty well for the child deck here.
You know, I do think in this case I would just use. I mean, you can do either Sumer Resonance or the Electro Resonance. And end.
Yeah, you could also just play Chinju Forest because you are technically going second.
Oh, he's not gonna do anything. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, I guess location cards are sacred until you draw your tubby. You know,
There are a bunch of non-location cards you can play instead.
Yeah, I really want to commend Jason for his commitment to ensuring that only buildings go up when Tubby is out on the field. And without Tubby, no buildings will be raised this day. But you know, if with those location cards not being played, we're almost certainly going to see the child deck here take it away. You know, we're probably going to see a Beidou burst here and then a few or more auto attacks.
Do you know the player? You know the player?
I most certainly do not.
You do a elemental skill with Sino onto Beidou to apply Electro, and then you let Sino just die. Okay, never mind, Julian.
Well, there goes that plan right out the window.
I didn't know Beidou could do that much damage in one hit. What was that? Was that Adeptus Burst?
That was Adeptus into Burst. You know, there was 3+3, so exactly enough to kill Sino. And it looks like we are about to reach the end of this game here.
Well, Tignari could have won if there was Electro and a bit of damage onto Beidou. But
yeah, I mean, there is still double Electro Resonance into the burst. You know, I think this is the time to call in advice and ask for what is the flairiest way to lose the game here. And it definitely would be...
you could strategize and you could use Sumer Resonance to go try to find Lotus Crisps. Are there Lotus Crisps in this deck?
I don't think there are Lotus Crisps in this deck.
Wait, I gotta look.
He just used Sumo Resonance. We're going to see a bunch of cards appear on screen as they throw. They're just going to throw away everything.
Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing to save him. Tignari is gone, guys.
Not even a Tubby. Oh, there is a second Sumeru Resonance.
Go for it.
We're going to see another Sumeru Resonance.
If they get 2 Tubbies, I'm considering this game won for Quick and Chickens.
I mean, we could last minute put on a bounty.
One Tubby.
There is the Tubby.
There is the Tubby. Play the Tubby.
We are going to finally see Tubby take the field.
There we go.
Now the question is, which location card is going to go along with Tubby?
I hear clapping in the studio here.
And the Granda. No, that only works once. We're still going to just keep playing. Now all the location cards. And look at that.
Oh my god, it's
getting 2 Dendro dice.
That's so good.
But no, you can... Oh no!
Tubby 4 location cards.
Tubby will be replaced there. Now the next turn is looking very good for Jason there. But unfortunately, Beidou will be able to close it out with a regular attack.
Play Kikuchirai and pass.
I mean, that could be the play there.
Play Kikuchirai and pass, come on.
Just prolonging the game.
Yes! Oh my god, it's happening! We get to see how it works.
I guess we will get to see how it works.
Unless he's gonna end it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I want to see Kikuchirai go to the other side.
Is he going to end turn? We might see an emblem or an artifact equip.
Oh, come on. Wait, but Shield doesn't...
No, but it will still prepare the skill and finish up Tignari in the end. So we will not see the Kid Kujirai after all.
Oh, what a game!
Bob takes it
a game!
decisively. But you know, that really is because he didn't draw Tubby.
It is.
So it's not Jason's fault. Tubby just was hiding.
Tubby was hiding, and you know, we should throw this back to the stage now to close out this beautiful match.
Oh, thank you so much to our wonderful casters. You guys did an absolute fantastic job. So please, a round of applause in chat for all of our casting teams. Thank you so much, guys. It was everything I could have asked for and more. You know, we did a double or nothing to see if you could win the prize for having best deck. That did not work out. We did double or nothing, perhaps so that you could win the tournament, but that didn't work out. And also, Tubby did not come to the end. But when you got Tubby, we made it happen. How did it feel?
It was crazy, man. I had Fufu on the brain. I had Tubby in the veins. It was going crazy, man. Oh.
Fufu on the brain and Tubby in the veins. Well, we will remember it forever, but thank you so much. You guys did a fantastic job. Thank you for competing. Thank you. Please, away, as we must call in, ladies and gentlemen, a winning interview. But let's get the rest of the team on here. Can I please see the rest of the team up on stage? Congratulations. You're winners of day 3. Woo! I'm sorry. The only other audience members are the ones that lost, so they didn't really want to clap. But congratulations, you guys win. Well done, well done. Here we go. I'll pass the microphone. The winners of day 3 Fun Day. Fob, I'm speechless. Not only did you win, your deck also won, and your deck won a challenge. I literally was just trying to sabotage you, and still you came through yet again. How does it feel to be associated with the best Genshin Impact Genius Invocation players?
Well, honestly, I wouldn't have known what to do with it if I wasn't paying attention to what they were doing earlier. But besides that, it's just, you know, another day in the office for a epic gamer.
That's great, Fob. Thank you so much. All right, Robot Wizard, you led your team to glory so many times. What's your wrap-up of day 3? Any words out there to say the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation community? How can they join? How can they have fun? How can they end up like you guys?
Am I allowed to self-advertise again?
Self-advertise all day. You won. You deserve it, guys.
You guys should join discord.gg/GITCG. It's a great community of Genshin Impact TCG players. You can find guides there. You can find tournaments there. Basically everything you want. And yeah, just one more time, discord.gg/GITCG.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Any final words? Did you have a good time?
It was very fun time. Very fun, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for the puns. Thank you. Woo! Let's get a final word from everybody, and then we'll shut her out.
We have a great time. SI carriers, Robot Wizard carriers.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. And our final words.
This was amazing, and I played jungling for the first time ever.
All right, great! Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. We had such a fun time during the entirety of the Prince Cup Invitational. It was a jam, it was a joy, and we hope you guys enjoyed watching us and seeing some Genshin Impact Genius Invocation. We will see you again. Don't forget to leave us your feedback on all of our QR code scanning, and we'll see you next time at the Astra Carnival!